Alright, dude, if this mic is checking, then let's just roll it. Real quick, this is the video we're recording right now. A little bit ago I tried to do this in like 15 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. There's too much information to pass in 10-15 minutes, but this video was maybe what, like 8 minutes long? About 8 minutes long, dude. Okay, and it was like a gig and a half, about a gig and a half, something like that. That's too big, dude, because like these videos might get long, dude. This is going to be like an instructional type of tutorial, like a start to finish walkthrough. I'm going to take an approach with this video like, let me get over to the game. I'm going to take an approach as if the target audience would be normies, youngsters, you know, general people. Like, I'm a nerd. My voice is very monotonic because I used to work on servers, big tall computers with lots of cooling fans. It's really loud, very loud. And a lifetime of that, my voice is blown out. And so um, I'm not really talking to guys that work on that level when I make this video. I'm really going to do this for the documentation and kind of like how techniques I have discovered on my own. I usually work offline. And so I didn't have access to YouTubes and all this other stuff. That was a recent development, okay, about this last month or so. But this is going to be a kind of prerequisite with the planet. Now, first we're going to check some, I'm going to show you right now salt and uranium, Viking, and a tier 3 economy. It took me months of trying to spawn a planet that had these elements and then a vehicle that I would want to fly on a daily basis, okay? It took me several months to do it, and this was 3 months ago. And so this is the planet we're going to come back to. The reason to mention it is like I'm not willing to go through the whole spawning process again. I've done that. It's taken me months, dude. Like, here, while I'm looking at it real quick, just to, if I can, is it going to launch? Or is it waking up the drive? Yeah, okay. Like, okay, this is going to be like the town that we're starting with, that kind of thing. But like, whoops, too far. Where'd I go? There we go. Like, each of these is a collection of saves, dude. There's a star system and a planet name. And so, like, I've been through this, and that's just for 3.75 in other builds as well. And where you see, like, a single copy or a single name, that's usually one that has the elements. These all have salt, uranium. They're all Viking with a tier 3 economy. Okay, but then, like I said, it's, you gotta select a planet. Okay, that's kind of how I do it. I level up before I move up, and I'm not gonna go through that again, dude. So I'm gonna chill out for a second because I've been trying to do this in 10-15 minutes. This video, just honestly, dude, like, I don't know how you guys can do it so fast. That's cool, more power to you. But like, I can't, I'm getting old, dude. I'm not a boomer, but they call me a Generation X, Generation X. And so I'm kind of, I'm getting on, dude. I'm getting on. And I gotta go a little bit slower. I'm gonna be more methodical. Okay, I've got a PhD in computer science, and like I used to work building servers. I also used to ride motorcycles, and I spent my time in recording studios. And so I'm kind of mixed in between both worlds for a second. If you can deal with a little brain damage from a motorcycle wreck, if you can deal with a little, you know, I smoke cannabis and tobacco, if you can deal with that, and if you can deal with the sound of my voice, I'm going to try and do you up right, okay? But let me show you what the base is real quick. We're going to do a whole start to finish, alright? But like, first off, let's go for a drive. This base, this is what we're going to reproduce. The game tends to want you to go and build in the space shuttle or the space freighter, and wants you to use base build parts. I can do so much with this building right here that like, and on the home planet I'm completely safe from anybody and everybody. Okay, here's my starship as well. We're gonna reproduce this base. Okay, we're gonna reproduce this base, and I'm basically not gonna like try and walk you through the whole game, but I want to get you kind of like leveled up before you go walking out there. Okay, before you go off and get your first hyperdrive, okay, and you leave the star system, there's so much to do, before you even get there. But this is 3.75, and 3.8x, we'll call it, is kind of broken in my viewpoint. It's kind of broken. And so, here, I got a pack a bowl. Spark it if you got it, but I want to take a quick run up to the space station so we can check some graphic settings. We're gonna have to bring this video size down a little bit, dude. Like, honestly, I'll get into it as we get there, or as we go through it. I'll explain as we go, but we're gonna have to walk and talk, dude. Now, I'm packing a bowl right now just because that's what I gotta do, but like, when you spawn a planet, dude, it's gonna take you a long time. It could take you 5 minutes, it could take you 5 hours, it could take you 5 days, it could take you 5 weeks, dude. Okay, it could take you 5 lifetimes and still never happen, that kind of thing. It's basically just a random on a computer. It's like ship hunting, but it's doing it from the start. You know what I mean? And so, here, let's do this. Let's go for a drive. Alright, alright, alright. Here, let me spark this. Before we go, smoke it. Spark it if you got it. How long was this video so far? Hold up. Have I talked too much already? 6 minutes. Alright, so that's an introduction. Let's go do this thing. We're gonna be here for a minute, so get comfortable. Alright, let's go for a drive. Flying upside down here. There we go. Let's tag this guy real quick, and let's launch off. Okay, now I'm going to let go of the mouse cursor. One of the main things, you see how we fall back in the cabin so far? This is going to be the trade-off. We're going to have to increase the field of view in the cabin to 200% in order to see all 5 screens at the same time, flying at the slowest possible speed. Hold on. See how it is right now? This will be our standard viewpoint, that kind of thing. Here, hang tight. I gotta hit the brakes real quick. Alright, so we're in motion. Let's just get in here. I'm flying with one pinky right now, so pardon me, I'm probably gonna drive like a shopping cart. Come on, buddy. There we go. Holding too much stuff in my hands right now. Here we go. Alright, so let's check this out for a second. Hop out for a minute. Third person. I'm no good at this third person thing, dude. Hold on. Oh, I can't do this. Hold on a second. You guys are used to it, man. I'm kind of old-fashioned. I can't really figure that out just yet. There we go. Alright, so here's the deal. First off, you hear how I have to talk over the engine? The volume is set down to 10% right now. But that's why my voice is blasted out from talking over servers, the fans. Alright, so this base, the floor looks nice and pretty, okay? But we're going to have to change that, dude. We're going to have to drop this down because I'm not going to try and upload 100 gigabytes of data. 100 gigs is what's going to calculate out to. 100 gigs an hour, dude. No way, no way. And so let's set this down a little bit. Hold on. And then we'll find out what works. Oh, sorry about that. Alright, that's putting out like 2 gigs every 10 minutes, dude. That's not cool. That's not cool at all. I gotta set this to high or else we'll fall through the base floor. I'll talk about that later. But for right now, dude, I'm just gonna bring all of these down. We have to put the base complexity on high. It's a thing we're gonna have to deal with. But here, let me just set these down for a second, dude. Alright, we're probably gonna have to exit out for a minute. That was the graphics. Okay. And then this guy. Alright, so let's exit out for a second and hop back in. Because this is not gonna work, dude. That's gonna be like 100 gigs an hour almost, that kind of thing. That's not gonna work. What is this at? 10 minutes? We're gonna be here, dude. But when it's done, you're gonna be a ninja. I'll talk about this later. Alright, well at least that makes for a 10-minute introduction. Alright, sorry about that. Alright. Yeah, dude, see that was like... I'm trying to chill out here, dude. That was 10 minutes, dude. That was 10 minutes. And like, I was trying to do, there's no way I can do this whole thing in 15 minutes, dude. There's no way. So I had to unlock it to do the whatever so I can upload to YouTube for however long, but we're probably going to be here for a minute or two. You know what I mean? Alright, so this is our graphics. Okay. Alright, so we're going to be super low res, dude. Low def. Here, hold on, what does this look like? Alright, so the base is going to look as basic as you can get for right now, okay? And we'll turn things up as we need, but I'm not going to deal, I can live without the graphics, okay? What does that look like? Dude, that's fine, I'm cool with that, dude. We'll turn other stuff up as we need, but like, the base complexity's got a thing where like, there's a low, a standard, they missed enhanced, or they skipped enhanced, and then your next option is high. Your next option is high. Haha, funny, but like, alright, so that's what we're gonna do. Now, we're gonna uninstall 3.75, we're gonna install 3.82, and what I've noticed just even in the beginning, see how the graphics are low resolution? Dude, when I'm in there, it drops even lower than that, just sitting there for 5 minutes. There's like a memory leak. I was looking at the bug list, the patch list for 3.73, and the thing is like a page and a half long, dude. Those are the bugs that are already existing in 3.82. I just personally want to stay in 3.75. It's mellow, it's tranquil, and it works. But if the world is going along with this update, then alright, then we'll just update. Alright, so let's get back to the house real quick. I played SimCity for like almost 25 years, dude, so everything is going to be a house, and a car, and a city, and a region. It's just going to be a thing, dude, so when you hear me doing that, that's what's going on. Here, hold up. Let me just do this real quick. Alright, let me spark this. Yeah, there's no way, dude. There's no way to do this in like 15 minutes, bro. It's not gonna happen. What does end up happening though is I talk super fast trying to get it all in, dude. And that's like, nah, dude, that's just no good. Hold on. And so I'm gonna smoke, and we're gonna go, and we're gonna build stuff. I'm gonna show you little techniques and tricks that I learned. I learned how to do them on my own, but I'm starting this whole project over again. But like a month or two ago, I started like coming onto a YouTube, maybe end of January, I don't know, something like that. And then I would post videos, and they would disappear into a memory hole. And then the people that would watch my videos would go and like make videos doing the exact same stuff. I don't care about the acclaim, I just like the memory hole, dude. So hang tight, let me just do this real quick. I'm gonna have to fly him with my pinky. My hands are full. Alright, let's see what we got. Alright, so let's see how the rest of the place looks. Alright. Well, we're not falling through the floor. That's cool. There's a thing, I'll talk about it later, man, but like, you'll fall through the floors. It's no good, dude. And then there's like another bug right here. See these canisters? And the ones over there? They'll show up when you come back out of space or whatever. That's like a thing. And then what? Let's go take a look. Like, see how the weapon in 3.82, they put a whole like transparency on there. I don't know why, dude. First off, it takes the curiosity out of it, and it doesn't match. And then they end up putting like all these graphics around the device, and none of the graphics match. It's just more graphics, dude. The thing has got enough issues as it is. What up, dude? Are you focused? is there? Okay. How goes it? You alright? Alright. That's another thing. Hear how the music is hella chill? Okay, like, the music with this 3.8 whatever is a problem. Here's another thing. These flags, these banners can cause crashes when you're building. Okay, crash to desktop. I'll show you some of that later too. Okay, it's like a thing. But here, oh man, I'm trying to do all this with my pinky. I gotta put my stuff down. Alright, so here's a base, dude. We're gonna build this. And I was trying to say it in other videos before, but like, it's kind of Star Trek, dude. It's really Borg, B-O-R-G. And I get it, But like, the cool thing is, if you look at the bottom of the screen, there's the starship, right? Every square foot of that place, that starship is accessible. And so, like, I don't know about you, but for me, when I've got a large inventory, and I'm trying to do something, if I can't access my vehicle, dude, from where the projects I'm working on, then I gotta go back down to the car and I gotta shuffle everything around. It's just like, it's almost as it stops the game almost, especially if my inventories are full. And so we're gonna level all those up as we go. We're gonna level up the exosuit. We're gonna level up the planet. We're gonna level up everything that we can level up. The first thing what we can level up is the version. So we're gonna uninstall this version, which breaks my heart, because this version works. It's a final 3.75. It's a final. Whatever's broken is broken. Okay, so be it. But it works as much as they went on Christmas vacation. That kind of thing. 3.8x still has a lot of issues, dude. I mean, like, even just spawning the planet. If I'm in there just for 5 minutes, my graphics, the detail on my exosuit just falls through the floor. But anyway. This thing is pretty much cached. And so, let's bounce out of here. And let's see how this all works. Is this gonna look like doable while we're sitting here? I mean, like, I've got all the anti-aliasing on, set for the standard default enhanced, I guess it was. So it's gonna be slow. We're working 60 frames per second, so I can record the video without, I'm trying to reduce the video recording size as much as possible, dude, like, and still be playable. I mean, like, okay, I get this looks really kind of, video game. I know that when I set it to ultra, it's like perfect realistic almost, you know, but like, a little bit of compromise here, dude. Like, when I set everything to ultra mode, dude, I'm telling you, it's like 199 gigabytes, 99.99, like 100 gigabytes per hour. And that's because that's the graphic data. It's like 65,000 colors or 65 million colors and all this stuff. It's a thing, dude. We'll talk about it more as we get there, but let me just kind of get my strength back for a second. But this is what we're gonna do. There's an issue with falling through the floor tiles. Okay, that happens when you set the base settings. Okay. I want you to notice here, there's low and it says standard, but when you go in the XML files, it says that these all say low. So it makes me think that low is the original word. It doesn't matter so much the word. Either standard is the new word or enhanced is the new word, one or the other. Okay, but like low itself, it treats differently. Imagine the whole screen as a global scope. Okay, and imagine these 1, 2, 3, 4 tiles as the local scope. Okay, and by that I mean what renders on the screen. Okay, and imagine column 1, column 2, column 3, column 4. Okay, and just to be generic for the sake of an example, okay, imagine 1 floor tile, 2 floor tiles, 3 floor tiles, and 4 floor tiles. Okay, imagine 0 and 4. Okay, from 0 to 1, the screen in any of these, the rest of this matrix, everything other than low, it includes and it tries to render the global scope, everything else in the base, everything else it can render, you know what I mean? And so while one thread or one spline is reticulating, whatever the case is going on, that memory is in use, it does not render what's within this 0 to 1 floor tile. So as you're walking at a standard pace, as you approach the floor tile, you'll fall through the floor tile into the ground. That's a problem, dude, especially like when you're falling through like 10 floors at a time. You fall straight to the ground, dude, and that's like if you're playing in perma, like survival or perma, and the word you can't say on a YouTube, you know what I mean? Like in perma mode, okay, like that's a game ender, And then if you notice here, that's in column 1, it says low, so that's still fitting in. Something was introduced, something was bumped over. Okay, but standard, okay, that standard low, that minimal standard setting is taking in the placeholder of column number 2. That would give you 1, 2 floor tiles that would render into place. So as you're walking at a standard pace, one tile, you're always 2 floor tiles ahead of where you're walking. That's enough where you won't fall through the floor, but that setting cannot exist. Now, in the XML file, the enhanced is the default setting, so there's no other data being declared. There's no concatenated strings. Okay, when it comes to standard, high, or ultra, it affixes a line underneath it. There's a concatenation that happens where it says it declares this setting as low, L-O-W, or high, I-H-I-G-H, or ultra, U-L-T-R-A. Okay, nothing is declared for enhanced, so there's no way to set enhanced for this setting. Since that is the default, there's no declaration that can be declared. It's the default setting, and since standard is in that placeholder, it eliminates that ability to walk in a straight line and not fall through the floor. The next option is high, and that's like 32 million colors, and that adds to the video size of the recording, which if you've ever tried to upload something to YouTube can take some considerable amount of time. But if you're going to try and upload, if this thing was set at what looks good, perfect, that's 100 gigabytes. Okay, at a high setting, was setting 100 gigabytes an hour. That's just the average. The average. Whew, mew. Okay, I mean, like, that's too much to try and upload to a YouTube. So we're gonna set it all to low right now. This one has to stay at high. This is the default settings. Watch. Default settings for enhanced. Okay, the anastrophic filtering and the ground effects and the anti-aliasing. Okay, that's all set for default enhanced. We're gonna set everything else to minimal. The difference with this low setting, it purposefully and forcibly excludes the global region, and that's what sets it apart. It handles it differently such that as you're walking, and I know it's a different ratio, but like just for the example, it will only view what's within 1 floor tile. Everything else, the base will look like it's cut in half like under construction or the ancient Roman Colosseum. It's a thing, dude. It's a thing. And so this seems kind of like maybe a technical legal loophole. Whatever the case is, low exists, and low only is for what I'm calling considers the local scope, and it forcibly excludes the global scope. That makes it a workable setting, but it's just unusable in my view, dude. I can't function with this low setting, dude. I'm looking at my base and half of it's not there. I'm looking down the road, I can't see what's around me. That's going to be a problem when it comes to animals, dude, the animation quality. Okay, yeah, it drops the scope. It also drops the quality. Each of these settings are a combination of like line of sight and then like quality of visual. Okay, and so there's a lot of mix and match in this matrix here, dude. And so it's going to come up where we're going to need to like raise the animation level, which we should probably do anyway, but even that is taking up so much, dude. It's taking up so much. And so we're going to set the base complexity has to go to high. Okay, the planet quality, this becomes an issue where like if you're walking around, you're not going to be able to see where anything is, dude. That's a problem. That's a problem. Okay. And if we're going to be going into version 3.8.2, there's already an issue. There's a memory leak where the graphics, what I've experienced anyway, after about 5 to 10 minutes or trying reloading a planet, spawning a new planet, the graphic detail for the exosuit, into the helmet is perfect, the boots are perfect, the backpack is perfect, but the torso and the legs are just the lowest of resolution. There's like a memory leak or something's going on. And so if that's going to be the case, then I'm just going to set everything at its lowest settings, dude. I'm just going to set it at the lowest settings and just like almost even like I'm almost even ready just to turn this stuff off as well, dude. Here, let's just turn that off as well. Let's just minimize everything. Let's just do that. Turn that off. Turn all that stuff off. We're gonna have to leave the bass at high, which is just a complete extreme, dude. A complete extreme. But for the sake of it, I really don't want to disable this triple buffering. I honestly, personally though, I really don't care about screen tearing. I don't care. I really just don't care. Okay, I'm gonna turn this off. If it becomes an issue where we need to, then I'll deal with it, and we'll go from there. But that's what I'm gonna do. That's what we're gonna do. So let's do this real quick. Where are we sitting? We're under the base. Let's exit out of here. Let's go back to the desktop. Just while we've got 3.75, it makes for a good test. Okay, this is a control versus experimental group. How long is this video? It's already almost a half an hour. Just so you can understand what we're going to be doing here. There's a whole big thing we're going to do, but I want you to know what's going on first. Honestly, at this point, I might even just cut the video, start it over again, and then see how these settings pan out, see how this video turns out, what the length is, and then start the whole thing with these settings and just start over. No, see, that doesn't work either, dude. See, that doesn't work either. Man. Okay, dude. Okay, man. Like, what is a minimal setting that's gonna work here, dude? Dude, 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 dude. Dude. Trying to be patient, dude. I'm stuck in the middle here where it's just like there are bugs that I want to see fixed, like falling through the floor, which makes me want to go to 3.82, but it still happens there. But if it's ever going to get fixed, it's going to have to be from there, or they're either never going to address it, and that's just like a slap in the face, dude. Oh, and I still falling through the floor. Alright, dude. Bro, what am I supposed to do? Talk to me. Oi. What'd you say? Brother, you got anything to fix this nonsense? Alright. Alright, so... Dude. I don't care about graphics, dude. I don't care about graphics. I just want you to understand, dude. That was with Ultra. Alright, so here's what's up. Here's what's up. How long is this tape? Let's just do this thing. 2 hours and 29 minutes, 52 seconds. That was a half an hour of an intro. Alright, so let's just do this. Let's just do this. Let's just do this. For goodness gracious. Alright, let the drive wake up and let's just go. Let's just go. I'm tired of being used like a guinea pig. Alright, so here's a shopping list. You're gonna have to take some screenshots, okay? Here's a shopping list. Alright, you're going to need a spreadsheet, okay? This is part 2, we're moving forward. Alright, we're going to do this all in one take. You're going to have to reproduce everything I've got in this spreadsheet. For right now, let's just do some screenshots. I'm going to pack another bowl, and let's just do it. This is the software that I use. This is my personal list, okay? We're using 3.75. We're eventually going to go to 3.82. Okay, here's a copy with the pre-order, what is it, the vector prime vector prime or something like that. Anyway, so we'll load the one with the vector prime. Okay, I wanted everyone to have a copy. Okay, I don't care what you do, you handle your own business. This is my personal list. This is the software I'm going to be using. If you got a different spreadsheet, okay, cool. Okay, I'm going to be using LibreOffice. If you're using WinZip or WinRAR, okay, fine. I'm going to be using 7-zip, but you're going to need to be able to zip. Okay, if you want to get on the interwebs and not have any security, then don't do your security. Okay, if you're gonna already got a copy and you don't need this, okay, then don't do that. Okay, but this is the software that I use. Okay, so do a screenshot of that, and I'm gonna count down from 10, and then we're just gonna go through each of these tabs. Okay, and you're going to have to type this stuff in by hand, okay? There's no way to give you a file exactly, you know what I mean? Like, it's just not going to work that way. You know, you can see the files in the description, the links in the description, but like I download videos, and so that instantly gets separated, you know what I mean? This way you can type it in by hand. I know it's a pain. Alright, now we're going to go into options. We're going to take a few different screenshots as we go. We'll explain them as we get there, but right now I just really want to get through them. Take a screenshot of Game Pass. I'm going to highlight the section title so it's at least identified. And in my head I'm counting down from 10 when I say take a screenshot. Right now I'm at a 5, 4, 3, 2, and a 1. Alright, we're going to scroll down a little bit more. We're going to come back over these once we get here, but for right now, we're just going to put it in the documentation. Okay, so at least at that point, I know that it's done, and we can just move on. General options, go ahead and take a screenshot of that, and again, I'm counting down from like a 10. We're just going to fly through this part right now so you get the data. You're going to be doing a lot of copying and a lot of paste. You're going to be taking an inventory of everywhere that you go. And so you're going to want to make sure that, here we go. Alright, so that's that. And then, let's get this one lit up. Okay, go ahead and take a screenshot of video options. Oh man, the thing's clogged. Alright, hold on. There we go. Alright, let me get this out of the way for a second. Hold on. Alright, so that's done. Video options, boom, 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 boom. Graphic options. Alright, graphic options. Go ahead and get a screenshot of that. We're gonna get up to date with everything, dude. There's so many bugs in this game, dude. I'm tired of caring. Moreover, I'm really kind of tired of having to like restart this every time there's a new version. It just seems like the whole thing is just like release a copy, knowing that it's not gonna work, and then like turn everybody who paid for it into a game tester, and then give them a bunch of stuff, string them with updates, and then finally leave it at a state where it's kind of workable, and then bow out when you quit while you're ahead kind of thing, and then introduce the next nonsense. All in the meantime, go ahead and do a screenshot. All in the meantime, sending everybody on weekend missions, which is basically like beta testing the stuff that they're working on for the next build. It's like, dude, come on, man. I just want to enjoy the experience, dude. That's all I care about. This is as close as I'm gonna come to being an astronaut. You know what I mean? So, Alright, so those are the options. Let's do a screenshot of this guy. Again, you're gonna have to make a spreadsheet and fill in these blanks yourself, okay? But I'm trying to save you a lot of footwork, alright? Like, you can compile this data for yourself. I usually work offline, dude, but like I came back online because of the economy data. Alright, if you got a screen of that, let's go to the economy data. Let's do another screenshot of this guy. And again, I'm counting down from 10. If anybody actually watches it, but alright, next on the list, we're going to scroll down here is going to be the trade routes, trade route A and trade route B. Okay, I want you to note that there's 7 different economy or producing economies. You're going to have to make a base, and I mean, if you're going to do it this way, there's 7 different bases. I'm going to move on right now. Alright, there's 7 different bases, or 7 different economy types. Here we go, just do it like this real quick. Let me do maybe like that. Let's just make it all fit. Alright, we're just going to make it fit, and it overlaps. Alright, so go ahead and take a screenshot of that. There's 7 different color swaths. Okay, there's 7 different economy types. If you look on the right hand side where it says tiers, there's 5 different tiers. Okay, at some point it's going to come up, should your journey take you that way, that you're going to need something like that. Alright, if you got a screenshot of that guy, let's go on to the next one real quick. I'm trying to get back on the game here and just not like, we did a half an hour introduction almost and testing a bug, and it's just like, that's what I want. I want that to go away. I don't care about graphics, but since the graphics are going to be all junk anyway, well then, you know, go ahead and do a screenshot. Trade route B. It's very frustrating, dude. It seems to be the reason why they are so eager. Hello Games is eager to go to a PlayStation or go to a Nintendo Switch. It's because it's like these devices are like they're all the same device. You know, I mean, if you can mod it, okay, whatever, memory, I guess, but like they're all the same platform. Okay, you can make it work on that, and you don't have to worry about any variation. But the machine is for the PC, for the computer, man, you gotta have like a Ferrari or a Lamborghini or something to do this game. Alright, so if that one's done, here, like there was a guy that was looking for dirt. He was trying to change the color of an egg or something like that. It was like a dragon egg or something, but he couldn't find dirt. That's what I'm saying. There's 7 different economies, and so whichever one we spawn into, in this case we're going to work off of my planet, so we're going to be in a trading economy based on tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, okay, for those that know and for those that don't, I guess. Okay, this is the reason I came online. When I was trying to spawn a new planet, again, I got in a motorcycle wreck, I'm sorry, my speech is drifting, okay, but like, it would give me the name of the economy type, but it didn't tell me what tier status it was, okay, and the result is it a tier 1 economy, okay, you're only going to have to, like, up to maybe 3 of these elements, and you don't know which combination, okay, and so that, it makes trying to build a base here, or make any sort of establishment here, just a moot endeavor. And so there's a tier 2, gives you 4, okay, but to guarantee that you get them all, you gotta have a tier 3 economy. And so this was like the issue why I came back onto the internet. I had too many questions with this game. It's like, alright, it's time, let me get back online. Anyway, but if you follow my method, dude, and you build a base, once you get your economy scanner, you can go around. I mean, I'm not going to take you through everything, dude. I just want to get you leveled up. Okay, but you're going to have to go through. Maybe I'll just go through it all. I don't even know. And build a home base. Build a base in at least one tier 3 economy of each of these types. Then you will always have access to each of these 5 elements, and you will have it in a logged inventory, so you'll know exactly where it is. You can come down to the find button, Control F, and then you'll be done. Alright, so if that's over, we'll get out of here. Let's go to conflict. Go ahead and do a screenshot on conflict. If the intro was a half an hour, let's try and keep this one to a half an hour. At least half an hour segments is at least somewhat reasonable. I know it's all going to be long, but I'm trying to keep it short. There's just so much to talk about in this game, dude. There's so much to deal with. Alright, if you got a screenshot of that, again, you're going to be doing a lot of copy and paste, okay? So you're going to need to make a spreadsheet. every star system you go to. Alright, for this one, I'm going to not minimize, I'm going to reduce the size to 88%, if I think, remember? That was too far. I think it was like 88% or something. I'm getting old, my eyes are going blind. There we go. Oh man, too far. Come on, would you? Oh, goodness gracious. Thank you, there we go. Alright, get a screenshot of this guy. Again, this is going to be your inventory. Every time you go to a new star system, if you're diligent, well then you're going to know exactly what's there. If your whole purpose in the game is just to get to the center of the galaxy, well then, you know, do your thing, man. I mean, you can handle your business. That's the beauty of this game, dude. It's just a sandbox. It's an open universe. Cool. I love it. I'm all in, dude. But like, I got brain damage from a motorcycle wreck, dude. Like, I rode through a rainstorm the day before, like a monsoon type of thing, and I got water in my brake line, and I got in a wreck the next morning, dude. And so now my speech is all broken. You know what I mean? I have a hard time remembering short-term memory stuff. And like, I find it very difficult to remember as I go through this game, everything and every place and every what it's all got. And every name and all this stuff, dude. Like, I gotta write it down. I gotta write it down. And so, if you got a screenshot of that, we'll move on. I just want to point out here a little bit, like these ones at the end, flora discovered, fauna discovered, minerals discovered, that was like Korvax type of gameplay, dude. And I honestly, I play a Viking game, and so, yeah, no, it's always going to be a Viking system. It's going to have to be a tier 3 economy. It has to have uranium, and it has to have salt. These are prerequisites. The first things I'm going to need, I need at the ready. If I don't have these elements, then I gotta go sit and wait at a space station for like 5 hours and wait for somebody to come through with something in their pocket. It's not gonna work. Do what you gotta do. If you got something else, you got something else. But right now we're doing screenshots. Coordinates, coordinates. Go ahead and do a screenshot of this one. This eventually is going to be everywhere from system through to objective is going to be the saved file name. When you save a game in the game, it creates a save, which is really just a couple text files. Okay, but that folder is stored in your roaming folder. Okay, that's in your app data folder. That folder is hidden. You're not going to be able to see it as a standard user. And so if you're a nerd, you're going to know what you're doing. But if you're a normie or if you're a youngster, you're not going to be able to follow along. And so we're going to have to set up those folders in a little bit. Right now I'm packing a bowl. Let's go do this though. But when that's done, the data that you put in this line right here is going to end up in, it's going to be your file name, essentially. Okay, trade. Let me bring the scale back a little bit. Back to where it should be. Alright, let me go back to the top here. Alright, so we're going to go head to toe. We're going to go head to toe. So right now we're on sodium, and we're going to finish on gold. Go ahead and do a screenshot of that. I'm going to save you a lot of footwork, dude. These are the items that you would sell if you were to sell them. And then, like, I've tried to compile as well as possible a list of all the stuff that you could get a hold of, at least as far as 375. The color coding, okay, well, I've gone back and forth in this file save. The edits that I've made, I've lost where those originals are. So this is the working copy. We're going to scroll down now. So gold, we're going to start with silver. And there's silver. We're going to go ahead and click on living slime. Living slime. Go ahead and do a screenshot of that guy. There's a list in an order. There's a website of nomansky.fandom.com. That's the one I went to. /wiki, I guess. Okay, nomansky.fandom.com/wiki. Okay, that's like a great place. Every time I do a search, you know, some stuff is missing. Okay, fine. It's a lot of stuff, but like it's a rather robust resource for like the stock OEM type of data. You know what I mean? At least I've had a wonderful experience with it, so that's cool to me. Okay, so we got that one. Let's go down and do. We're going to start on runaway mold, and we're going to finish on larval core. You know, some of these are not in order. Like pretty much where it says activated indium. After that, like okay, the pulpy roots and stuff or whatever. Like that's just stuff that I've written down as we go. You know what I mean? But there's some that are in the order of that tiers list. Okay, the elements in the economy. Okay, if you've got that one, let's move on to the next. Storm crystal. We're gonna start on storm crystal, and we're gonna finish on drop pod coordinate data. Drop pod coordinate data. As you go through this game, you can either compile this data for yourself. You're going to be doing a lot of copy and paste. Okay, when these elements come up, you're going to fill them into your spreadsheet, and that spreadsheet's going to grow. At the first side, it was like line number 2, line number 2. Wait till you're at line 200. Okay, there's going to be a lot of data there. It takes a minute to do, but if you do it, then you know where you are. And there's so much to do. I see people just running out there. Just because the mission says go do it doesn't mean you got to go run out and do it right now. There's a lot of things to get settled, leveled up first, and that's kind of the way we're going to do this. You know, the first thing that we can level up right now is going to be the version. Before we get to that, I got to make sure that you've got the data, the software that we're going to be using to uninstall the previous version. You know, that means we got to do some screenshots, some screen captures. Hold on. Sorry, I got long hair, dude. It's just like getting in the headphones. Alright, so we got that one. Antimatter housing. Antimatter housing. Hold on, I need to get some coffee. I'm diagnosed with lung cancer, dude, so I'm sorry to cough in your ear. It's going to be a thing. I'm not a wanker of this. That's why I got all the tissues. Alright, so antimatter housing, we're going to finish on ionosphere. Go ahead and give that a screenshot. And if I can get my beard from out of my nose, that'd be great. Again, I'm not very photogenic, dude. I'm a nerd. And so, you know. Okay, so you got that one. Boom. And then let's come up here to teleport coordinators. And we're going to finish on decommissioned circuit board. Now I'm going to spark this, dude. We're just going to get this stuff done and out of the way. This is data that you're going to need, and so we got to get it. I got to get it to you, so let's just do it and let's do it. Alright. I just do not want to go to 3.82. Alright, so we're done with decommissioned circuit board. What do we got left? Welding soap, and then we're going to finish on portable refiners. Go ahead and give a screenshot on that, and I'm going to spark it. Alright. Okay, so now we're going to move on to elements. If you got that. Alright, so here, go ahead and get a screenshot of this guy. We're going to do a two-part left and right at 100%, and then I'll zoom back so it's all fits on one page kind of thing. I've been on a computer for like 40 odd years, dude, almost 50 years, and I'm just like, my eyes are burnt out. I gotta magnify it. Alright, so if you got that one, let's go over here to the next one. Go ahead and get a screenshot on that guy. If this video runs long, like hours, okay, in my experience, dude, like, if I try and pause or rewind the video or whatever, like, it can cause problems, and so I don't deal with it. I'm trying to give you time to do it. Let me just get that on the screen. Alright, so go ahead and take a screenshot of that one so it's all, like, on the screen at the same time. That's the order. That's the order if you were to put them on a shelf. Alright, notes. NOTES. Okay, so there's 80 slots in our exosuit. We're going to have to level those up before we go and do much more, but we're going to have to do that. Okay, so we're going to have to go and we'll select a base, so that's going to be a priority. Here, let me do this real quick. Exosuit slots. Get a screenshot of that. Alright. Come up here to damage potential. Damage potential. Get a screenshot of that. And then that should wrap that one up. Something to keep in mind, dude. All those elements are going to be really easy. That's easy done. That's synthesized. But, like, the issue is going to be, like, those modules. You're going to have to do, that's the footwork. That's the grind or whatever they call it. Everything else is smooth. Don't you worry. Alright, and then the last one we'll get right here. By the time I finally started writing it down, I was like, you know what, then I only had a couple, because it's stuff I'd scribbled on paper, and I can't remember where I put them. Okay, but as I would find bugs, I'd write them down on paper, and then finally, that's how I came to write in a spreadsheet, and then I finally forgot to even write them down. But this one right here, when it comes up, will come up. If it comes up at the time of 375 or whenever I wrote that down, like, that was a thing. If you try and build, that flag will cause a crash to desktop. That's the token. I had a bunch more, but I don't know where I put them, dude. It's written on something, like I had a notepad or something, but I just don't know. I don't know. My place is a wreck. I've been on this thing for like 4 months here, trying to take care of this video game. I feel like I'm working for the company testing it, but anyway, so here, this one right here, this one is a random. When it happens, is usually changing graphic settings. The previous one, this one's 100% reproducible. You know what I mean? This other one is like arbitrary. You know what I mean? Alright, so if we got those, let's go on to the next one. Scout. Scout. Take a screenshot of the scout real quick. It looks exactly like coordinates. Okay, so as I was trying to say earlier, coordinates, this is going to be your game file save name. Okay, so you want to be real meticulous about this, real clean about this. Alright, but when it comes to the scout page, when you're flying around, like we got to change the setting in the field of view to 200%, but when you're flying around, you're going to find stuff. Let me zoom back in a little bit. There we go. Go ahead and do a screenshot of that. When you're flying around, we're going to find stuff, you know what I mean? And if you're quick, if you're Johnny on the spot, you can jot down the coordinates, you know, lat long, you know what I mean, and as you're flying. And you can do that if we change the viewpoint. But like when you write that down, then you can pause it, and then you can write down the information, and that way you can copy that if you want to go back to it sometime, and then you can put it in your actual, you know, your line itself. You know what I mean? So that's like a useful for me anyway. All right, so that was Scout. That was Scout. Let me undo that. All right, so boom. And just still, I'm gonna scroll the thing down. We're almost done. The rainbow colors, dude. Like that was think of going back to school, and you get a binder, and you get new dividers and stuff. Okay, for your classes and backpacks. Like the reason I mention is like now I understand that there's 7 fighters, there's 7 haulers, there's 7 explorers per genotype. You know what I mean? I get it now. I understand it now. But when I was writing this down, I didn't quite understand that yet. You know, but like these pages all look the same. Just go do a quick screenshot so it's like in the library. Alright, I'm just gonna quick through these. I use the radiant pillar as like the baseline, so when you're comparing stats, again, there should be 2 more columns in the beginning of the line. Let me go to the next one. With the system, planet system, and moon kind of thing, because like it comes up when you're moving around, but like the copy of the spreadsheet that modification was made on is long since buried. I can't find it. So, but that's going to come up later. We're going to change that. Go ahead and do one for Explorer. I'm just doing a quick countdown from 510 kind of thing. And then we're almost done. By the last of this, we're done. We're done. Here, let's do one for Exotic. If you're gonna follow along with what I'm doing, dude, these lists are gonna populate, dude. You're gonna have lots of stuff in there. Okay, if you do it, if you do it this way. You just got to be a nerd when you do it. It's full on OCD, full on OCD. Okay, but you got to be cool with that, or else either that or if you got to have a really good memory, a really good memory. My memory, I got in a motorcycle wreck, man. My memory ain't that great. Alright, so product recipes. If you were to find this, what you see from left to right and top to bottom, like you were unlocking building parts or anything like that, it's a Venn type of family tree type of hierarchy. Okay, and this one is looks probably familiar once you get your bearings of what you're looking at. When you go into a secure or a secret building and you gotta use your bolt caster, get the door open, and then you disable the terminal, that kind of thing. Um, you can have access to this menu for blueprints for that period of time. And so I kind of like write that stuff down. You're going to need 12 planetary charts to go do that, so you're going to need 12 navigation data to do that. Alright, if you got a screenshot of that guy, I'm going to move on to the next one. Alright, and do the same thing here. Same concept, left to right and top to bottom, except it's the next step up kind of thing. You're going to need, what, 31 planetary chart to go through all of this or something? Okay, so again, navigation data is going to be a thing. It's going to be a thing. So if you got a screenshot of that in a 3, 2, and a 1, and then for nostalgia, dude, like I'm going to show you techniques. And since I've been on YouTube, I've been making these videos. I'm starting all over again, but like, you know, I've been making these videos, and then people will watch them, and then I get memory hold, and then I see people try and do it, but they're not doing it right. It's like word of mouth, word of mouth, word of mouth, third, fourth hand down. And it's like, okay, dude, if you're gonna do it, let me show you how to do it properly. This is like kind of like framing your first dollar bill that you ever earned. You know what I mean? Like, uh, this was the test run that I ran. I was like noticing like this data should all be identical, and it wasn't. And I had to correlate it and figure out. It's like, wait, time out, time out, time out, time out. There's a time delay. There's an internal clock. It's running on an internal clock. The game runs on an internal clock. It's not in-game mode. It's a clock. It's running the system clock. It's running off the system clock. Okay, got it. And that just opened up a whole new universe. All right. And so if we're done with this, take a final screenshot of the software that we're going to be using. And then let's use it. Alright, now at this point, dude, I gotta assume that you can keep up, okay? I'll explain other things as we go, but like, at this point we're gonna start cleaning off the old copy. Then we're gonna install the new copy. Then we're gonna configure your folders and get your library put in order. You know what I mean? We're gonna get everything set up. Again, this is like for the normies or the youngsters, okay? Like, if you're a nerd, you got your own rhythm, do your own thing, okay? But like, I've seen the spectrum since I've been back online watching the YouTube, and you get kids that are like 8, 10 years old playing this game, and then you got like, wives that, like, nothing against the wives, nothing against the 8, 10-year-olds, okay? But like, they're not going to know how to do this stuff, dude. They don't know how to do this stuff. Chances are they're not going to know how to do this stuff. If you're a nerd, okay, yeah, you got it. Okay, cool. Okay, but I'm doing this again for like everybody else, okay? Boom. Do I need this open right now? I do not believe so. I'm going to close this for the moment. No, don't save. That's fine. Nah, I don't know what I did. It's waking up the drive. I don't know. Anyway, so that's over. How long is the tape? That's a half an hour. Good stuff. Okay, at least I'm keeping on mark. Alright, so that's done. Let's go and get the game off. So the first on the software, actually I probably should have left it open. Hey, anyway, so what was it? Revo uninstaller. We've been using LibreOffice, now we're going to use Revo uninstaller. Let's do Revo uninstaller. Alright, so here's Revo. Actually, I should probably have, there we go. So Revo 3.75 installed today. We're going to take that off. We're going to right click. We're going to say uninstall. So you're gonna have to do your own shopping. But again, this is my personal shopping list. Are you sure you want to completely remove No Man's Sky and all of its components? I'm going to say yes. It says, do you want to keep all saved games? Selecting no will delete the game installation folder. Okay, well, I don't think that's going to be the case, but let's see what happens. Do you want to keep all saves? No. Let's get rid of that. Okay, No Man's Sky was removed. Alright, there's an advanced scan, okay. And then just clean up the registry type of stuff. And I got DPI scaling on and stuff like that. Okay, fine. And so let's just clear it out. Boom, select all, delete. Alright, so now that's gone. I'm just gonna, while we're here, browser is clear, and Microsoft if you're using it, and a clear, and a Windows, and a clear. Alright, once that's done, we're gonna exit. And what was next on our list? It was what? CCleaner. Okay, so let's go up and open a copy of CCleaner. Let's do, where is it? CCleaner. Here's CCleaner. Alright, so let's go ahead and scrub it real quick. Okay, hold on. Alright, boom, let's run it again. Hold on. I'm not trying to be gross, dude, but I've actually dying from lung cancer here. And so I'm coughing up a lifetime of resin and tar and black chunks. It's really gross. I don't want to show you, but like that's what's going on. Registry. We're gonna scan the registry out. Trying to wrap up all loose ends here. Hold on a second. Fix selected issues. Fix all selected issues and close. And so now that's done. That's cleaned up. And then I guess the last one we'll use the default kind of Windows cleaner. Okay, what is this one gonna be? This is gonna be, here's your path name. Here's your path name for this guy. Let's go ahead and say screenshot on that. I'm gonna go and say okay. Delete those files. This sometimes tends to hang on the last one. There you go. Alright, let's cancel out of that. Alright, so now No Man's Sky is gone. Alright, so let's get this show going. How long is this tape? An hour and 2 minutes. An hour and 2 minutes. Alright, so I need a cigarette. I'm going to try and keep these all in half-an-hour segments, okay? That's the best I can do. I'm trying to talk as fast as I can and still explain what's going on. So let's construct a toolbar. Alright, let's construct a toolbar. First off, on your desktop, I highly recommend it, dude. Like, on your desktop, okay, at the top for toolbars, get your toolbars, okay? So here, on your taskbar, right click, go to your toolbars. At the bottom, I got a lot of them, sorry. Say new toolbar, new toolbar, okay, and then identify it by location. Try not to do it by shortcut. Alright, but like, get yourself dialed in. Okay, I can't spend forever teaching you how to make toolbars, but get yourself some toolbars. Okay, that way when you're in the game, it's not going to give you access to the desktop. Okay, if you can press your Windows key though, look, from the desktop I can press the keyboard, the Windows key, and then boom, I can launch what I need. Boom, there's a launch. You see what I mean? And then you're in business. Alright, so what do we got to do here? On your desktop, let's do this. Let's go right click and we'll say new and we say shortcut. And I'm going to spell things out because my voice is terrible. Explorer, EXPLORER. 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 Okay, I'm going to highlight that just to make life easy. I'm going to right click and say copy. Okay, from there I'm going to say next. It says give it a name. I'm going to right click and I'm going to say paste. Boom, Explorer. And I'm going to say finish. And that's done. Alright, so now Explorer, I'm going to double click. I'm going to open that up. Alright. Now let's go inside here. Let's take a look. Let's find your C drive. Okay, that's usually like where your operating system is installed, your C drive. Alright, double click a C drive. Bottom of the list, users, USERS, users. Okay, double click a users. Okay, in here you're going to have a public folder usually, and then whoever is using the computer, whatever the account is on the computer. In this case, I give it the model number. The model number, when you're doing lots of rollouts, you got lots of machines, thousands of machines, and cutesy names just don't work. You got to find a system that works. And so in this case, I'm going to open up my user account folder on the machine. Double click that. Should pretty much be empty. This is for something, I think, Vegas Pro or something. But like, what am I looking at here? Folder should look empty. Okay, C/users/user folder. All right. On the top toolbar, the top of the screen, view. On the right-hand side, options. Now it gives you the old-fashioned Windows control panel, right? Second tab over, general, view, search. Second tab is view. Okay, midway down the list. Okay, there's a broken setup here. It says hidden files and folders. It says we're going to change everything and then we're going to change it back. We're going to make a shortcut real quick. And so we're going to change show hidden files, folders, and drives. We're going to uncheck hide empty drives. We're going to uncheck hide extensions for known file types. We'll eventually leave that unchecked. And then we're going to uncheck hide folder merge conflicts. And we're going to uncheck hide protected operating system files recommended. When it's done yelling at us, we're going to go ahead and say yes. You sure you want to do it? Yep. And we say apply. If you understood what I said, if it looks like that, and you say okay. And now we got two similar folders. They look a lot alike, but they're two different things. What we don't want is application data. That's a negative. What we do want, where we want to go, is app data, APPDATA. Okay, app data. Alright, double click. Boom. App data, I guess would be proper Latin. Alright, but like, inside your app data folder, okay, C/users/username/app data. Now I can't even say it. I was trying to keep proper Latin, and it's just like, now I can't even pronounce it. In your app data folder, okay, I surf, dude, it's app data. But anyway, so local, low, and roaming. We want roaming. Select roaming with your left click and then right click it once. Midway down the list, it says send to. We're going to say desktop. Okay, create shortcut. Boom. Now we're done here. We're going to go back up to the top of the toolbar. We say view. Back to the right, we say options. Again, with our old-fashioned control panel, general, view, search. We're going to click view. And then we're going to pretty much reset everything minus the one. So don't show hidden files, folders, or drives. Recheck hide empty drives. I personally recommend leave hide extensions for known file types, leave that unchecked. You're going to need to see the extension type at some point. I'm a Generation X, dude. I'm what you call 8.3. And so we got to do 8.3 stuff. And so you're going to need that to leave that unchecked. But we want to recheck hide merge folder merge conflicts, hide folder merge conflicts. And we want to recheck hide protected operating system files. Now, if you understood logistically what I just said, and your screen looks like this, go ahead and click apply, and then click OK. And now we can close this window. Our roaming folder, boom. Next, we need to build you a library. Okay, now I had you download some software. If it just say a default folder, you put it in your downloads. It's in your downloads folder. So just imagine that all your software is in your downloads folder, right? From a shopping list with this guy. All this stuff, imagine is in your downloads folder. We're gonna put it in a library. And again, I say this more for the normies and the youngsters. I mean, like, to understand what I'm talking about. You know, I remember when I was trying to teach my son how to use a computer, dude. Like, you know, you gotta you realize when they're 8, 10 years old, dude, they're ready. They want to know, but they got to understand what you're showing them. You know what I mean? So that's what I'm talking about. When I go back to working on projects that I'm working on, okay, I'm gonna forget everything that I was doing, and so I keep a list, a library of the software that I use or the utilities that I use to accomplish the task. And so, if a year or two goes on, or longer, say 10 years goes on, and I'm still alive and not dead from lung cancer, well then, cool, I can come back and play this game. You know what I mean? I know what I need at that point. Same goes for the actual file management. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. So all that software, imagine it's sitting in your downloads folder. We're going to move that back to our desktop, Explorer. We're going to double click. Now, wherever you put your personal library is up to you, but I want to kind of point out some network locations, okay? Uh, where the drives are physically located. Okay, I want to point out things that are like similarities, library, data, image. Here's the portable library. Here's a backup library. Here's a backup data. Here's a backup image. Okay, that kind of thing. I want to point out things like where parentheses, I put parentheses in the beginning of the names of the folders or the drives that are defined. Okay, it keeps them in order when you've got them, when you're trying to assign them when you're building an operating system. That way you know if something's out of place, if something didn't map right, Again, there's a kind of a reason, take a screenshot if you need to, that kind of thing. But as far as your actual data, I'm going to say portable, and then I'm going to say fixed, F-I-X-E-D. And when I say fixed, I don't mean as in broken, I mean as in fixed in position. Okay, like the computer we're working on with this recording is a laptop. That's always what I use for a primary machine because it's got a built-in battery. Okay, when the power goes out, the power goes out instantaneously. Okay, all of my devices run through a UPS, a universal power supply, a big battery backup. Okay, for the youngsters. Okay, but if you look over on the stage over here on the right with the not the stage. I spent half my life in recording studios. I'm sorry. On the desk on the right is a red portable drive. Okay, well that's the Y2K38 drive. Well, it doesn't need to be that high performance. It needs to last. Okay, so it's a spindle, but it's not a daily driver. Okay, it's the data storage. Okay, if it needs to be a boot disk, that kind of thing. Well, the one right here, the one sitting right next to it to the left, is a Western Digital black drive, which is, there's a red for your raids, and a green for your eco, and blue for your office builds, and black for your gaming performance, like a regular drive. Okay, so you got good read writes, good read writes. Okay, but like the devices themselves as portable require electricity, Edison. Okay, the power to power the drive, it's run from a USB, and so I don't run them directly into the actual device unless there's an emergency if the power goes out. That way it doesn't put electrical drain or strain on the actual port on the physical device. Instead, what I'll do is I'll attach a bunch of fixed to the wall, the big power strips fixed. Okay, I attach a bunch of fixed USB devices with like Velcro, okay, so I can break them apart if I need to. And then I'll take extensions like 3.0 gauge USB 15-foot extensions, you know what I mean? And then I'll wrap some double-sided Velcro, which you probably cannot see. I'll take some double-sided Velcro that's not sticky, there's no glue, okay, and I'll wrap those really tight around the ends of the 3.0 USB extensions, and then with a strip of Velcro I kind of mount them all on top. And so, say if there's 3 machines, there's 3 USB hubs, well there's another one as well, but that's kind of tethered in, okay, but there's say 3 in a brick, okay, and then on top of that are 3 USB ports that go to those 3 machines. And then think of, in the old kind of 1950s telephones, and there's somebody there with a wire and they're connecting a phone call. That's kind of like a patch board, okay? So you make like a patch board. And that way the devices, the portable devices, everything else, there's no physical strain on the laptop, on the port, on the physical computer itself. Everything is plugged into USB, which is getting Edison electricity from the wall, and then the main connection for those USB hubs in that brick, in that patch board, whatever you want to call it, then that goes through individually the extension cord into each individual device. For the laptop, again, for blackout situations, when they happen, you don't want to be sitting in the dark. And then if you got to get up and go real quick, you also don't want to lose your data. So having your data on a portable drive, I just want to I've got a PhD in computer science. It's a philosophia doctere. It's a philosophy teacher. I'm teaching you philosophy right now, and so I'm sorry to sound like a geezer, but I'm a relic and the last of the dinosaurs. Alright, but when the power goes out, when the electricity goes out, when Y2K38 comes, you're not going to be able to depend on what's on the wall. If you've got a little bit of battery backup, you can make use of that if you need to pull off an emergency something, you know what I mean? The main reason that you've got the UPS is when the power comes and goes quickly, you don't want to be in the middle of, like, say, a disk image where the drive is going to be locked in like an AES 256 data encryption, and if the power drops out and you're not doing something at a command line interpreter at the command line, then you're going to be in a situation where an application generated a random AES 256 data encryption, encrypted that drive for whatever disk imaging process that was happening. Electricity goes out, geese fly into your neighborhood, or there's a lightning storm, or whatever happens, dude. A circuit breaker blows, or whatever the case is, dude. Power goes out. Alright, well then if that think of the thing that happened in Chernobyl, you know what I mean? Chernobyl, the electricity, they cut the power for a second and everything went bad, went real bad. Okay, you don't want to deal with that, okay, but at the domestic level, right, if you do that, if you have your drives in a case, okay, fine, but try not to RAID, R-A-I-D, your drives together, okay? That's why I kind of gave you that software free file sync, okay? Have individual drives. I like to keep them external because when I need to move them from one device to another, okay, I remember I was born with computer cases, desktops, towers, and stuff like that, and the whole goal was to get away from that, but now everyone's going back to it. The mobility that comes from USB devices are wonderful, and so keeping externals and then synchronizing the devices. Okay, in this case there's a library portable, which I just explained a dozen times, and then it goes to the top of this tier, okay, the stack, right? There's a keyboard and then a network drive, and again, keep it all together with strips of Velcro kind of thing so you can get them apart. But then you've got the library, the fixed library, and then the fixed backup library, and then the data library, or the data drive, okay, but the data drive is that's a solid partition. The next partition is a hybrid partition. The first drive is 4 terabyte, but the next drive is 3 terabyte because I had an existing 1 terabyte that I wanted to incorporate. And so the 4 terabyte drive for the data drive is a combination of the data drive and the partition of the image drive. Okay, if you can see on the screen, there's a data and an image drive. Okay, but then those backups are secondary physical single partitions. One of them is 3 terabytes, and so there's a 3 terabyte partition, and then the other physical drive is a 1 terabyte, 1 terabyte, and so there's a 1 terabyte partition out of a 4 terabyte drive. You see what I mean? Like, that if you had to kind of like stripe a drive, if you had to RAID a drive, they're still physical partitions, they're primary partitions. The chances that the master boot record and it's a GPT, which is really kind of like not going to happen, it really just doesn't happen that way anymore. Okay, but like if you're going to RAID and stripe your drives, dude, I mean, if you're not at a government or a corporate level, dude, like, if it's your personal data, I recommend you not do it, especially with the stuff that you buy off the shelf at like the department stores like Best Buy or Fry's. Fry's is gone, but like those are proprietary cases, chassis, okay, and the drives are proprietary drives. And if one drive goes down in a RAID array, you still have to rebuild that array. That takes time, dude. That takes time. Okay, and then if you're going to be stuck, if you don't got backup drives of that time at that time, okay, then you're going to have a new drive type that's not going to match the chassis. You're just out of luck in general. It's basically you've been backing up for no reason. Or if your RAID headers get corrupted or whatever, there's lots of things that can go wrong with it. Lots of things that can go wrong with RAID. And unless you've got like unless you've got like government or corporate type of gear where you've got multiple redundancies already in place, that's a very risky gamble. It's a very risky gamble. When I was a young child, my great grandmother says, "Don't stick all your eggs in one basket. Don't keep all your eggs in one basket." That's like one of those kind of things. Don't keep all your eggs in one basket. And so this way, you can bring up free file sync, and then you can like synchronize, a root structure from one drive to another root structure on another drive, or you can back up data from a root structure on your primary drive to your library, that kind of thing, and then you can synchronize that data, and so at least you've got solid primary partitions on a physical drive. You know what I mean? Like, in the old days, I don't know how that they still do it, okay, but it became like a really kind of a thing to do, to like, just because you can say that you can do it, so you can do it is like having stuff that you do now with like VMware or Hyperdrive, or not Hyperdrive, Hyper-V. Having multiple operating systems, having multiple bootable operating systems, a boot manager and things like that, yeah, that was cool and fun to do when you're young and you're just having fun. But like, if you don't want to do that for like your primary workstation, dude. Like, those fail. Notoriously, they fail, and when they do, you're up a creek, is what they say, up a creek. And so wherever you put your library is up to you, but I think I've made enough of a recommendation on that. How long was that? Almost 20 minutes. Alright, so let's get back to it. Library, portable. Let me wake the drive back up. I got an eyelash going in my eye here. Hold on. Alright, I need a cigarette, dude. Each of these drives, it's a portable drive, but I want you to notice just while we're sitting here, the folders in lowercase, okay, boot, EFI, sources, support. I don't have my glasses on, I can't see what I'm looking at yet. I know that they're there. Okay, auto run, INF, and boot manager, EFI, and setup.exe. These are like the installation files of boot disk. Like if you were to put a CD or a DVD into the drive and install the operating system. And so each of these drives are also boot disks, you know what I mean? So again, you got to think of Y2K38 and redundancies. Suffice it to say, there are files and hidden files as well on the root level of the physical partition at the root level. Okay, so I'm going to make a root folder, call it root, and I'm going to declare it, I'm going to give it the name of the drive that's assigned the letter. Okay, boom. So then there's a root level. I've got a dump folder and a temp folder, so that's everything inside of this root folder is going to be synchronized at some point between these different drives. And so I want to separate out, I'm going to pull that data out from that main drive, that boot disk, and then we can just synchronize not just the disk but the folder, and we don't get anything extraneous data. And so again, wherever you put your data is up to you. All right, but like where we're gonna go here is a root folder, and then here we go, games. Okay, so there's No Man's Sky and The Sims. There used to be Sim City and Spore, Spore, and those would be like the games that I would have played. The Sims 3, The Sims 3, okay? Just want to bring that up just so you can see kind of what I did with it. Look, it's like playing with dollhouses. It's not really my thing, but like, as far as having a game to play that doesn't require me to go around shooting stuff and people and things, like, I'm cool. With the look, teach his own, handle your thing, but like, the Grand Theft Auto, I can't do it, dude. That's too much for me, dude. And the Call of Duty, yeah, it looks fun, dude, but like, it's too much, dude. I'm not feeling it. Okay, I'm old, that kind of thing. But like The Sims, okay, I could unlock it. It was the same guys that did Sim City and Spore. Okay, cool. And it ended up becoming like a game tester. I spent more time like trying to get it all to work, okay? But patches and like mods, okay? Like, I've been through the modding kind of concept before. Okay, I don't even use these, okay, but like, it changes the game. All right, and that's what I really want to kind of mention. Like, I don't mod No Man's Sky. Okay, it's very tempting, very tempting. It's like walking through a candy shop and not going full of Willy Wonka. You know what I mean? But like, I haven't modded No Man's Sky. Okay, but at that same token, on that same point, okay, like, I don't care about Katy Perry's Sweet Treats, dude. That's like playing with dolls and Barbies. I mean, you do your thing. If that's your thing, that's cool. But dude, it was almost like 10, 20 years without having a game that wasn't SimCity. And now there's No Man's Sky, and I get to be Luke Skywalker and Han Solo, Buck Rogers. Hold on. And so I want to point out that, like, I don't want to ruin the experience, okay, of playing No Man's Sky. And so it would be so easy. All I have to do is right click, zip, and say extract here. And there's no looking back. Do you understand what I mean? Okay, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. It'd be far too easy. I stay on top of it as well as I can be done. I go to guys that do a thing. Oh, it makes life a lot easier. Okay, if you know to trust, okay, that makes life good. All right, but from 370, okay, and backups in 371, and then my library started to develop in 373. Still kind of like piecing it together. This is kind of the thing we're gonna do here right now. 375. This is one. This is the final. I wish we were still playing it. Okay, but we're gonna move on. 3.8. I started playing it, and as soon as I got into the thing, where was the uh, oh yeah. Okay, so this is why we take pictures. But like, so this is me in my starship, in my suit, in my starship, in my base. Okay, and when I first installed 3.80, I took the thing out for a drive, and then I came back. I played SimCity for like 25 years, dude. So my starship is a car, and my base is a house, and my planet is a city, and my star system is a region. That's just that's burned into my brain. But I took the car out for a drive, okay? And when I came back and tried to land, this is how it landed me. All right? 3.80 on my first test run was broken. Okay, if I had collided with this building a second before, 2 seconds before, I would have received damage, ship damage. Okay, and that did not happen. Okay, fine. But it landed me through the building, like almost like it was looking for an entry point, a 0 point. Like, is there something special about this doorway? Is that 0 right there? Is that the start point? Did it go like a magnet? I don't know what the issue was, dude. But I'm like, okay, I would have received damage potential, but instead it landed me through it. Okay. And so the game was broken, and I really kind of was like very hesitant towards dealing with it. And then I tried to spawn a planet. Okay, what did I look at here? And so it took me like hours to get a planet spawned. Or was this even, hold on, let me go in reverse. Oh, okay, this was that whole time. Okay, so it took forever to get a planet spawned, alright, and then the test run was totally junk, dude. It was totally junk. Totally junk. And I'm like, okay, dude, this thing is bunk. It's broken. It's broken. And so I kind of like, in like a day later, it was like 381, or maybe it was 2 days later, I got in, started to get into this one, and then like, didn't even get the thing installed, and there was another update coming out the next day. I'm like, dude, okay. And so I set up in 3.82, and this is what we're going to reproduce now. I'm getting tired, but we're going to do it all in one. But 3.82 with a DLC package, okay? Put this one out there today. Okay, so if you want to use was it the vector prime, or the alpha vector, or the alpha prime, or prime vector or something, the one on the if you pre-ordered it, they gave you a car. I really don't like using it because of the hyperdrive. There was a thing going on with the hyperdrive. It was already installed, and so the mission wouldn't allow me to go any further. And so it's there if you want it, if you want it, but like I don't deal with it. Everything we do in this game is going to be the lowest common denominator. And as we go through it, it's going to be like, what do I need, what do I have, and what can I do? And so here's the root structure where I've got mine set. Okay, and I'm going to double click inside of the 3.8.2 version. Oh, again, nomansky.fandom.com/wiki. I had mirrored it down at one point. Where are we going? Okay, so if you notice here, just while I'm looking at it, the prefix the numbers with an exclamation point. The exclamation point is going to be ASCII at the top of the ASCII list, and so that brings it to the top of the hierarchy so it doesn't get mixed in, the file doesn't get lost. Okay, and then 1, 2, 3, this is super important. The one underneath is just got one of them, but it brings it up from the list of an alphanumerical type of thing. Okay, so in this case we're going to go into our 3.82 with the DLC. Alright, and we're going to have the ISO that's there. Let's get some folders put together here. What are we going to need? We're going to need a backups folder. Oh, first off, let's do this. Let's make a utilities folder from your downloads. Let's go new folder, right click new folder, and we're going to put in parentheses again so it brings it to the top of the list. And I put them in capitals when it's going to be kind of like a root type of folder, so it stands out for me. Let's do one utilities, 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 and we'll do an enter and press enter again. Now for the sake of it, just because I'm not going to re-download it all, I'm just going to copy from where I've got it. Let me go to where, let me just make a copy of that. Do I already have it set? LibreOffice. Which copy do I want? Okay, so just imagine this is, do I have a better copy in here? Let me see. Yeah, okay, so let me just copy this one. So imagine this was all in your, I'm just going to copy it right now. Where did that folder go? Boom, downloads. Okay, we're talking about the downloads folder. Imagine the shopping list I gave you. Where'd it go? Boom. So here's the shopping list, okay? And all the software that you got from the shopping list. If you downloaded it to the downloads folder, these would all be sitting here. We would copy that, alright? In this case, they're already in my folder, but we're going to pretend that it's not, that was in the downloads. And we come to our new utilities folder, right? C:/utilities. Okay, we're going to right click and we say paste. Alright, and now we just copy those into place. We're going to build a library. Oh, I need a cigarette. Hold on. This video is going to be long, but if you can tell, dude, I'm talking as fast as I can. I sit here by myself. I don't usually speak, but dude, I'm talking like super fast. I can't do this. I cannot do this in 15 minutes, dude. That's just not going to happen. That's not going to happen. But if you're still here, well, we're just going to get it done. When we're done, you're going to have a final game save, and you're going to see the process of how to do it. All your folders, we're going to set up all your folders, we're going to get you all handled. Alright, but again, like, I was watching a YouTube, okay, and there was like a kid, I don't care that it was a kid, but like, the kid couldn't have been more than like 8 or 10 years old. It sounds like my son when he's about 8 or 10 years old. Okay, at the time when they don't care about play school toys and loud banging bells and stuff like that, then they want to know what you're doing on the computer, and then you just start to teach them what's going on the computer. There's kids like that are playing this game, and if they end up watching this video, that's kind of why I'm taking this step here, so they understand how to do it. Because they're not going to know. They're not going to know how to do this stuff. Anyway, so there's a utilities folder. Alright, so we copied our library and our Java and all the shopping list, right? And so we're going to up arrow one time. I'm going to right click that. I'm going to say send to, and I'm going to say send to desktop. See what happened right there? Now we're back in our main library, and we say utilities, right click, and then we say halfway down, we say send to, and then send to desktop, create shortcut. Boom. So now that's on the desktop. Alright, so now that one's set. We need what? We need a backup directory. Alright, so we're going to need a backups directory. So we say new, so right click, and we say new, and we say folder. And then we're going to do parentheses again. We're going to say what? We're going to say backups. BACKUPS, backups. Alright, so the same thing there. We're going to got backups. We're going to right click, and we're going to say send to, and we're going to say send to desktop. We're just going to be making all kinds of shortcuts for your toolbar and for your desktop. Alright. Boom, boom, boom. What's next? Archive. We're going to need an archive. So right click and we say new folder, in parentheses, and he's going to say capitals ARCHIVE, and archive, and we press enter. There's our archive. And then we're going to right click archive and we say send to, and say send to desktop. Boom. And then we're going to have a vault like a resting place. Once we're done, so our backups, once we get done with each backup, we're going to put it in the archive. Okay, and when we're done with those archives and we move on to something different altogether, we're going to put all of that stuff together in a vault, So parentheses, and again, capital VAULT, vault, and there's a vault. We're going to do right click, vault, and we're going to say send to, and send to desktop. Boom. Alright, now we're going to have to do some creative structuring here. What else are we going to need? Your pictures. There's going to be a pictures folder. Alright, so as time goes on, dude, you're going to be, I think I've even showed earlier, but as time goes on, you're going to have a large library of these game saves in that vault. All of it together. Let me just see if I can bring it back up. Okay, boom. Here's it from a 3.75. Okay, 3.75 from the vault. Each of these is a star system and a planet name, and they're large collections of individual saves. It's not just one save point, it's large collections of saves. And so you get a couple hundred in there, that kind of number. And when there's individuals, okay, each of these planets, each of these systems, each of these saves has salt, uranium, it's Viking with a tier 3 economy, and it takes a lot of time to spawn a planet. That's what I really kind of like. The final thing at the end of it, I'm going to talk about an advanced options button, and just understand why I'm saying that. It takes time to produce these, months it can take. Okay, you can be sitting here from wake to sleep, you can get lucky, it'll happen instantaneously, you're not going to know. But once you get a planet that's got the elements that you're looking for, we'll talk about it more later, but like, then you're going to say, does it have a vehicle? Does it have a starship that you want to fly? Okay, well here's my vehicle. I've already been through this process. It's taken me months. MONTHS, months. When I'm flying, I'm at a Templar status. Okay, like when someone's coming at you, you end up getting backup and support. Okay, and so when I'm going down the road, I've got backup with me that can be comparable. All right, and so once I've restarted I've restarted my actual game to make this demonstration. It took me like a month, and I've made videos, but I'm just starting the whole project over. But like, I'm not gonna go through this process again, dude. I've already been through it, so we're gonna start on this as my planet. Okay, like, this is when I started this, see, I claimed it. This is my car. This is when I bought it, to make the demonstration video. I just took the first C-class that came in, whatever was there. And then, that was almost almost at the end of January. And we're in March now, and it's just like, dude, trying to post a video on YouTube and make a video and get all this information, in 15 minutes, no way, I can't do it. I'm trying to go quick, but the point I'm trying to get to, I guess, this is the planet we're going to be on here, and I'm going to talk about having an option for changing, set it as random, having a pull down, and being able to select the elements that you want for your planet or that starting game start, you know what I mean? But it's not. And so I'm not going to go through this process again. We're going to go and start this game on my planet, but we're going to start at the first game save. When you get to the starship, and then you get the first kind of operative to repair the starship. the first game save is where we're going to start. Okay, but I'm not going to go through the selection process, but this is where we're going to be. And then this is the base we're going to produce. Okay, I'm going to show you how to do it. It's easy to do, but like, I don't see anybody else doing it. There's a reason why I do it. Where the vehicle is, once we max out the inventories on everything, we're going to be carrying a lot of gear, dude. We're going to have a lot in our inventory. And it's accessible, the way that I built this base, it's accessible from everywhere you go in this base. And so, like, when you've got gardens, or when you've got projects, or when you've got things going on, okay, they're on different floors of the building, and you still have access to your inventory, so you don't have to go and like juggle. You don't have to go back to the vehicle. You don't have to go juggle the inventory. It's just at the ready, at the ready. I used to work on servers. Let's keep it all simple. I'm just trying to keep everything simple. I used to work on servers, large computers, okay, and I still think that way. We don't need to be in this one. So we have a vault. What else do we need? Pictures. Alright, let's just get moving. Alright, so pictures. Pictures. Let's do a right click, new folder. Right click, new folder. We're going to do parentheses. This one's going to be a little different though. Let's do capital Pictures, pictures, and we'll press enter. And then we'll press enter again. And now we're going to make a new folder. This one's a little different. Okay, so we're gonna make a copy of what is going to be a default when the game saves. It's going to save in a folder, and it's going to be unique. It's going to be simple, but very just. I want you to know that it's no, M-A-N, but there is no apostrophe. Okay, no man's. No apostrophe, no man's space S-K-Y, no man's sky. Okay, again, it's a detail because when the game creates a screen capture, when you're in game, it's going to create a default directory. We're going to make a shortcut in a second, but we're going to go create that folder if you don't have one already. But this is going to be where it saves to. We're kind of going to mirror that right now because you can have different types of pictures, but this is going to be the default game save. These photos, this library, you're going to use in your archives, and so when you look back in time, all those other different cities and star systems, okay, you're not going to know which one is what based on the name. You're going to need to see a picture. So No Man's Sky, and we're going to highlight the name, we're going to right click and we say copy. Okay, because we're going to make another one. So now we select the folder and we say send to and send to desktop. Alright, just trying to take care of all this stuff inside of here while we're here. Alright, let's do the up arrow, and where are we at? I think that's about what we're going to need here. There's a couple more things we got to do, but for right now, spreadsheet. Okay, so here's the thing, dude. Like, you're gonna have to make a spreadsheet. Okay, new, Office, open document, spreadsheet, whatever it is. Alright, I'm gonna go and just do a copy while I'm sitting here, though. I'm going to open up 3.8.2, open the file location. Alright, I'm gonna copy the one we've got before, because I've already filled it out. And I'm gonna close that folder. And then I'm gonna come over here, where we were, I'm gonna paste it. I'm going to kind of cheat a little bit because I've already done it. I don't want to reinvent the wheel. We did screenshots earlier, and that's why I don't want to restart the tape. You know what I mean? The recording. I'm going to delete that other one, the temporary. That's done. Whatever you name the files, whatever you name the file, but that's what I named the file. I'm going to change this name and concatenate DLC. Hold on. So I'm going to right click. I'm going to say rename. Right click and say rename. And an arrow at the end of the line, I'm going to say, oops, wrong, step back. Inside of the parentheses, I'm going to make a space and say DLC. It's a different ISO. It's a different ISO, but we're going to change that. Alright, so now let me right click again and say rename. I'm going to just go ahead and say copy. Boom. I'm going to open up that file just for a second and make sure everything in the options. I'm going to rename that a little bit. Paste. Just while I've got it sitting here, I'm just going to save that. There we go. Making a new one. We did the screenshots earlier, but I'm just going to do it. It looks like the spell checker's going. Let me do that. Add to dictionary, add to dictionary. There we go. Close. Alright, back to the top. Control home. Sorry about the sidetrack. There we go. So now we've got a new copy. Alright, close that. That was just kind of some maintenance. Sorry about that. This is over. Hold on. Oh goodness, this video is getting long. I know. How long is it? Hour and 45 minutes. That's actually not too bad. Alright, so back to where we were. Back in our library folder. Okay, wherever you have your library, 3.8.2, the DLC kit. Let's see, we're going to have our new spreadsheet. We created new, and we did a new open document spreadsheet. And now it's got a new name. We're going to select it and right click, and we say send to, and we're going to say send to desktop. Alright, now we should be done inside of here for a moment. Okay, we should be done inside of here for a moment. And where's the ISO? Oh, we gotta do something else real quick. Hold on. Let's close this, close this. Just close everything. Alright, what do we got? We're gonna need to go to our pictures folder, back at our desktop. Back at our desktop. Speaking of pictures, let's close this. We don't need that. Alright, and what are we on time? 1:46. Back at our desktop. First thing we did, we created a shortcut Explorer. Let's open that up. Double click. Okay, top left corner. Pretty much at this point I have to presume that you're using Windows 10. I guess Alt up arrow on the keyboard, but there's a up arrow key button. We're going to up arrow one time to the desktop. Alright, now what are we going to do? Inside you're going to have not your libraries, but your actual user account folder, your particular users folder. Inside, where it says pictures, Pictures, pictures. Double click inside of pictures. Okay, now I've already got one because it's already saved. There's nothing in it, I guess, but okay, No Man's Sky. This is where it's going to default when the game saves, okay, when you do a screenshot inside of the game. If you don't have this folder already, do a right click new, make a new folder, okay, make that new folder to look like this. Again, just remember there's no apostrophe in No Man's Sky. That apostrophe does not exist, okay? It's kind of an old problem from Windows that square brackets, Linux can be a problem. This one goes back to kind of Windows 3.0 and Xerox. But that apostrophe is a file management nightmare. Hold on. Alright. Let's get done. Let's just get done. Alright, so now we've got our No Man's Sky pictures folder. Dude. Sorry, dude, I've got lung cancer. I'm actually dying from it. Sorry. What was I saying? Select No Man's Sky. Right click. Say send to and send to desktop. Now we should be done for a minute. Let's go and close this. Let's clean up the board. What do we got? Let's just drag everything on the desktop. Let's move it off to the right hand side of the screen and clean this up. First thing we've got, let's take our Explorer. Let's put our Explorer on the side and we'll right click and we'll say rename. Let's go rename that. Let's go to the front of the line, give it a number, and so that way we can drop it into a folder. It'll already be in order. So we're going to call it 0. Okay, we're going to call it 0. That's Explorer. And then what are we going to need? If you haven't set up a toolbar, then the next thing you're going to need is the game itself, or not the game, the spreadsheet. Okay, because if you're in the game and you don't have a toolbar, you're not going to be able to gain access to the desktop. You're not going to be able to launch the spreadsheet. You're not going to be able to fill in your notes. And so let's right click, let's make the spreadsheet number 2, or we'll call it number 1. Alright, so let's see, parentheses, space, back arrow, and we'll say 1. Okay, so there's 1, No Man's Sky. There's the spreadsheet. We're just going to make an order here. Now the next one is going to need to be the game. It's going to need to be the game, so we'll leave that one for a second. Alright, and then let's go and do, that'll be number 2. Then after that, our game is going to save. So that game save is going to be roaming. That's why we did that. So we're going to right click roaming, and we'll go to the beginning. We'll give it parentheses space number 3. Okay, so we have Explorer, so you can get to your folders and set everything up. We have the spreadsheet, just in case you don't have your toolbars. Then you launch the game, you play your game, have a good time. You've got your spreadsheet, so you're fine. Okay, and then when you come out of that, you're going to have a game save that's in your roaming folder. Well, we're going to take that game save from the roaming folder, we're going to put that into our backups. Alright, so we'll bring up backups and we'll right click and rename. And we'll just go to the front of the line there. We'll do some parentheses, space, back, and we'll say 4. It'll be our backups folder. Okay, and so when you're done with your backups and you make your game save, you're gonna zip the file back up. You're gonna put it in your archive folder. And so we're gonna right-click the archive folder, and we're gonna say rename. Alright, so rename, we'll put some parentheses and a space, come back a little bit and say 5. That'll be your archive. And then once things are done with your archive and you just move on to a whole new planet or a different project or a different test or whatever you're doing, you're going to take all those zips and you're going to put, you start a new version, VERSION. So you start a new version of your game. Okay, you're going to take all those archives of those zip files and you're going to put them in the vault. And so that'll be 6. Okay, parentheses 6. And there's your vault. Alright. Pardon me. There's your vault. Alright, and then when you're making that archive, actually let's do this. That's a little bit out of order. Okay, that's a little bit out of order, but we'll put these in a different sequence so everything is in place. Actually, you know what? Let me change that up for a minute. Let me put everything in the proper order. We're going to scratch those numbers for a second. Let's scratch these numbers for a second. When you're making your backups, that's when you're going to take your photographs. Okay, so the second No Man's Sky, that was the one for the C drive. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. I'm going to do a cheat sheet right now. I'm going to say, what did I call this? Number 5. I'm going to right click because I can't remember what I called it. Here's a screenshot. Let's do copy. I'm going to cancel that. And I'm going to right click because I can't remember what I called it. And I'm going to say paste. That's what I called it. Okay, so number 5, C, and that C is in parentheses or brackets. No Man's Sky, and No Man's Sky, and then in pictures. Hold on, I need some water. Pardon me. Every spit is black tar, dude. It's just, everything I spit up is just tar and resin. A lifetime of smoking I'm finally dying. I'm trying to wrap up all the loose ends here. Alright, number 5, C, No Man's Sky, pictures. Click that one, okay. And so now we're going to have our backup library, which is the first one we made. And what did I call that? I called that, oops, that's not what I called that. I called that, here we go. I'm getting old, my eyes are bad. Here we go. Right click, I'm going to say rename, and I'm going to cheat for a second and say there. Alright, so that's what we're going to call number 6. 6, parentheses, brackets, H, space, No Man's Sky, and then parentheses, pictures. Alright, so then we can look at that and know what's going on. And then that's what else? Archive, is that what I did? Okay, so then we'll do our archive. So let's put our archive up here and change that number. Sorry, dude, I gotta use a cheat sheet because I can't remember what I did 5 minutes ago. call that one 7. So there's our archive. And then we have our vault. There's the vault. Okay, so that's number 8. I'm going to right click and rename that. I'm going to call that number 8. Boom. And our utilities we don't really need right now. What else do we got? Oh, our temp and our dump folder. Okay, so there's a good one. Let's go and open up any one of these backups. Okay, here's our backups folder. Let's go up arrow. Let's do a right click. Okay, here's our library. Let's go new. That's a good one. Okay, new folder, new folder. Okay, we're going to put parentheses dump, D-U-M-P, dump. Okay, these are the ones you're about to throw away that it's just a big, I don't want to say bin because that's a different kind of thing, but this is a dump folder. Okay, and we're going to right click and say new. Oh, so actually, hold on, let's go back to that dump folder, right click dump, and say send to desktop. There we go. Let's create a new folder, right click new folder, and we'll say parentheses, we'll say temp, T-E-M-P. Okay, and this is when you're going to run something or whatever. And we're going to right click temp and we say send to and say send to desktop. There we go. Oh, I'm glad I cheated. There we go. And what's next? A mouse. Okay, so let's get our dump folder. We'll call that what? Number 9? Alright. I've done this so many times now I cannot remember, dude. It's the first video, but I'm just restarting this whole project from scratch. Alright, so number 9 dump. And then number 10 is going to be temp. So we're going to rename that one. We'll do parentheses, space, come back to 10. And that'll be temp. And then what do we got? We've got a mouse. Okay, so let's go ahead and do a right click for mouse. Let's do new shortcut. Okay, think of an, okay, it says main, M-A-I-N. Okay, think of like Main Street. Okay, that kind of thing. Old downtown, M-A-I-N. The main focus was main. The mouse is called main. That was the main purpose of Windows, was the mouse. Microsoft depends on the mouse. That's its main, M-A-I-N dot CPL, control panel, Charles, Paul, Larry, CPL, main dot CPL. Okay, let's go ahead and click next. Actually, we can actually just copy that, but let's go ahead and click next. And then for the name, let's go ahead and click, type in mouse, capital M-O-U-S-E, mouse, and say finish. Okay, and now we're going to right click mouse, we'll say properties. Okay, control main, let's right click that for a second, say copy, let's change the icon. And then where it says we just copied that, it's highlighted, we're going to right click and say paste. And then we'll say OK. C/Windows/System32 main.cpl. And then we say OK. And then it gives us all of our little shortcuts that we can use. There's our icon. We're going to use the mouse icon and say OK. And then we're going to say apply. And then OK. And then we're going to click our desktop with a left click. We're going to right click and say refresh if it wants to wake up. Well, at some point that'll come back and that'll look like it. I don't know what it's doing. Check it again. Okay. Well, I went back in, selected it, and it refreshed. Alright, so there's our mouse. Let's go right click that. We'll say rename. And we'll call that 11 is our mouse. And then 12 is going to be, we're going to need we're going to need to modify a file. Let's put utilities as 14. We're going to put that file on the list. We don't need the utilities on the main screen, so let's just keep it at the end of the list. And so that'll be 12, 13, 14 space, and we'll call it back 14. Boom. And there's our utilities. Alright, so there's our basic folders. Oh my goodness. Alright, now what do we got to do? Now we got to install the game. We just uninstalled it. We scrubbed it off. 2 hours. Hey, not bad. We're doing on half-hour runs. Okay, so there's a 59. Oh my goodness. Now let's install the game. That utilities folder. The utilities folder. Let's go ahead and double-click that. And then we'll up arrow one time. Okay. You can put your ISO wherever you want, okay? Part of that utilities was downloading the actual game itself. Alright, the ISO, the actual ISO, okay, part of the download was the game itself. So let me close out of there for a second. Okay, so in this case, our utilities folder, wherever you put your ISO is up to you, but I separate mine out with the exclamation points, like I said, so it goes to the top of the list. It doesn't get lost. It's more important than the rest. Okay, we're going to put the ISO wherever you do it, but that's where I put it. Okay, I'm going to double click inside of there. We're going to install the game. Alright, so in this case, we're going to go inside of our install folder. Let me go ahead and open that up. And let's see. Oh, here. The pre-order. This is going to be the what do they call it? Vector Prime. When you pre-ordered it, you're going to have the little ship that it gave you. I don't use this, but I'm just kind of putting that there for you. Unless they've changed it, I don't know. But like when I used it a long time ago, it had a hyperdrive already installed into it, and it wrecked my ability to progress the mission objective. It kind of bricked, B-R-I-C-K, bricked the game. And so I'm not going to go and deal with that. But that's what's going on there. That's what's going on. What else? Do we need to be in here? Okay, so here's our start point. Again, when you're building your library, wherever you end up, saving the HTML page, okay, from the download, the torrent itself, and then if it's going to be on the computer torrent or in the phone torrent, any URLs that you've got, and the magnet itself. Along your shopping list, these are going to be files that will come up along the way. I recommend you following that lead. But this is going to be the game save where we're going to start from. So I'm going to go ahead and we're going to right click that. I'm going to say copy. We're going to come back down to our desktop. In our backups folder, I'm just going to go ahead and right click and paste that for a minute. There's our backups folder. We'll come back to that in a minute, okay, but I just want to place it there for right now. And we can close that. Now let's come back up from our installation ISO folder. We're going to get the game installed, and so let's see here, and I'm going to go and close out the window. So we're going to launch that, get the game set up. The settings are going to be by default extremely loud. They're going to be extremely loud, okay, and that's just the way the game has them set. Follow your own lead, okay? Unfortunately, like I say, it's like I work on Y2K38 as my projects. It requires my computers to be offline, which is why I have to go through this whole process of making my library offline. I cannot use the internet on the only machines that would play it because my projects require me to be offline. So, handle your business, do things the way you do it. This is my shopping list, okay? From there, I'm going to say install. And then I'm going to pack a bowl. Alright. And I'm almost out of coffee. And so at some point we're going to either need to take 5 or take 10 or something like that, and then come and finish this if we're all going to do it all in one. I'm still trying to be as quick as I can here, but dude, I'm human. Alright, I'm going to just kind of toss whatever's on top, and just kind of like top off this thing and see what's going on. Hold on a second. Let me get back adjusted here. Alright, I feel a break time coming up soon, dude. It may be easy for you, you can press a button, but my legs are giving up. Dude, I still smoke to this day. I worked on servers on large computers like Pleiades and Kraken, the Cray 5, the CX5, the Kraken, and Origins, and 2000, Deck Alpha 8s, and Old Sun Microsystems. But Pleiades, man, Pleiades was loud, was very loud. And there's a lot of fans, like FAN fans, like cooling fans, like for your computer, and they're very loud. The building, the whole building is a giant computer, basically. And it's very loud. Earplugs, you end up going deaf regardless. but like your voice, you try and talk to the person standing next to you, and my voice is blown out. Think of that cartoon. I don't know if you ever watched, but I do. Is The Simpsons? Simpsons. The Simpsons. What was the mom? The Marge, Marge, Marge Simpson. When she first started doing that character back in like the late '80s or something like that, I remember I was going out one night with a skateboard in my hand and friends on my side, and it was like the Tracy Ullman show or whatever, and it was like the early versions of the cartoon The Simpsons, and that chick that does the Marge, I can't remember the name, but her voice was so gravelly when she was doing it, like she never found a proper girth for her voice. You know what I mean? It was just like so. It was such a rough voice that she was trying to do that now I listen. I watch the like when I go to sleep, dude. I got the whole library on my drive. I just kind of background noise. I put it on shuffle and repeat, and then I just crash out. But like in between, some of the newer stuff she's doing, man, her voice is gone, dude. It's gone. Sounds like a different character. I thought she was replaced or that she maybe passed away or something. But from everything I'm reading, it's just her voice has been blasted out, and that's kind of the thing, man. Your voice can blast out. Like I don't know, dude. Like I'm not a yelling type person, but if you had to like yell all the time, or if you're in the military or something, like your voice is gonna blast out. I can only imagine. Um, but anyway, I gotta pack a bowl here real quick. All right, so back to the game. I really don't want to install 3.82. I've already installed it. I've already played it. In my opinion, it's broken. My personal view, again, like is a having a PhD in computer science, dude. Like my philosophy to teach you my philosophy of computer science, dude. Like I don't agree with the concept of updates, dude. Like I was here before all that, and like it puts an obligation on the software producer, okay, or software developer to produce a product that works, that's functional, that they would sell. They would have to put it they'd have to sell it, put it in a box, ship it to a retailer, put it on a shelf, and someone would have to purchase it. That means that the software has to work. There was no internet as people are used to today, okay? It puts an obligation on, say, Microsoft to make their operating systems work. But now everyone is just like a younger generation. Everyone's been conditioned that they just think that updates, updates, updates. Well, that means, in my personal viewpoint, that the whole time we're going to be sitting there playing No Man's Sky is a constant update guinea pig, a constant update test rabbit. Okay, just think logistically: modus ponens, modus tollens, inductive, deductive reasoning, De Morgan's law. All cats are animals, not all animals are cats. Just basic logic. They're releasing, say, Hello Games is releasing a product that I can only assume at this point. I mean, I can't really come to a. It's very difficult to me to come to a different conclusion that like they're releasing a product at title start, okay, Sentinel in this case, that they know does not work. They expect is going to be broken, and they anticipate that they're going to have to stay up and everyone get a good night's sleep the night before because we're going to be up and pulling all nighter. Okay, that they're going to have to do a 0 day kind of update release. Okay, well, dude, make it work first, man. Hire some testers, give them some computers, and pay them to test the application. Because I feel like I'm doing all the testing on this side. Look, handle your business, okay, whatever. I'm grateful that they made the application. I love the game. At the same point, dude, I'm not like feeling the concept of being a guinea pig. And so I would much rather stay at 3.75. If it's got bugs, okay, it's got bugs, but it's a final version. I would, if personally, if I had to, I have no interest in the Sentinel update, but if there's going to be bug fixes, they're never going to remove Sentinel from the game. It's going to be there forever. I really don't want to be a lemming. I don't agree with this version. I would much more prefer to install it once it's finalized. Now, that being said, let's go and do, we're going to make a shortcut for the game installation. We just installed it. The game usually tends to install, and I usually don't like using the game installers, the shortcuts that applications make to run the application. I don't know if they put another side launcher in it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what the deal is with this icon. Sure, it's fine. I know it's fine. Okay, it's on the public folder in the public user, the user's public folder. Okay, it's on the public desktop. It's not on the user's desktop. I'm just going to kind of bypass that whole thing, and we're just going to make a new shortcut altogether. But we'll deal with that once. We got to come back to it, okay? But like this space number here, 012. Okay, yeah, it's No Man's Sky. If you want to launch it, do it. That's cool. It's fine. I know it's fine. But I'm just gonna, for the sake of it, because I just don't like doing it. Um, let's just say new. Right-click new, and we'll say shortcut. Right-click shortcut. We're gonna say browse. Okay, in this case, we're gonna browse to this PC, and then to our C drive, and then wherever your game is installed, if it's program files or if it's in C/games, okay, and inside of that games there's going to be what am I trying to say here? No Man's Sky. Where's the actual exe? Is it not showing inside of here? Hold on, where did this go? I'm getting tired, dude. Open file. Oh, it's in binaries. Okay, okay, okay. I'm getting tired, dude. I'm tired. My voice is gone. Hi, navigate yourself down to wherever the game is installed, whether it be in prog files or games or wherever it's installed, into No Man's Sky and then into binaries. Goodness gracious. Then we find it. NMS, No Man's Sky.exe. Goodness. And then we say OK. There you go. I'm sorry, man. I'm getting tired. And we say finish. Type a name for it. We're going to call it, let's call it parentheses, NMS. That's fine. And we'll say finish. And there's our shortcut to the exe. I'm going to right click it. We're going to rename it. We're going to rename it. We're going to call it number 3, parentheses. We'll say 3. And then we'll say no man's apostrophe S space sky. SKY. No Man's Sky. There we go. And then you can do what you want with the application. In this case, we'll just do like this. We'll select it off the desktop in that public folder. We'll say cut. And we'll go back to our utilities folder. And we'll up arrow. Or we can just place it inside of there. Okay, we'll up arrow to our main folder. We'll right click and we'll say paste. There we go. That's nice and pretty. And so now we've got our shortcut and everything's in proper place. Alright, so now that's done. Now there's one more thing we got to do, number 13. We're going to have to change one of those settings. Alright, we're going to have to change the, pardon me. When we are in game, we're going to have to change the field of view of the cabin so we can see all number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 screens that are available. We need to be able to see the coordinate data while we're flying at a slow speed, even when we're at rest, without having to turn the head positioning, without using the Alt key on the keyboard. But that file's not going to exist just yet. This is where it will be. Okay, in the settings folder from that binaries, it's going to be tkgraphics settings.mxml, but we need to generate that first. And so the first thing we're going to do, we're going to come back in here. Alright, on our desktop, we're going to go and double click our little spreadsheet. Now, if you've made a toolbar, that's great. We'll deal with that in a second, but for right now, I'm going to give you the example as to why. If you're using your keyboard, okay, and you would hold your thumb on the Alt key and then use your middle finger on the Tab key, you can switch between windows. Like I can see it's 2 hours and 13 minutes, and I'm sorry about that. Okay, but if we Alt Tab in between screens, this setting on our options, okay, field of view in ship, so we need to set that to 200. The field of view on foot, we're going to set to 100. Okay, you can handle it however you want, But if you want to be able to see where you're going, we're gonna have to write down coordinate data. Okay, and the only way that you can see that without having to move your head while in motion, because releasing that keystroke, the Alt key that allows you to move your head in motion, will pitch the vehicle. You'll lose control of the vehicle, and if you are flying by coordinate data, the compass tends not to show you north and south at the same time, east and west. That's like flying like Amelia Earhart, and that's a bad situation. And so we're going to change that. This is the final setting we're going to need to do. But as we're in here, we're going to go to our options screen. We went through this whole process so we can gain access to your user's save game folder. When we get done here, we're going to access this folder and we're going to save a game, and then we're going to complete the process. But right now, earlier I told you, or had you take screenshots. Now we're going to go through and set those. So I'm mentioning this now is because it's going to be very, very loud at first, and my voice is weak, and so I'm going to have to be quiet for a minute as it launches because I can't speak over it. So I'm going to spark it, if you understand what I mean. Make sure your spreadsheet is open, okay, if you haven't constructed a toolbar yet. And at that point, I'm going to presume that you have. And so I'm going to minimize this to the desktop. We are 2 minutes and 15 seconds. I'm trying to make 30-minute increments. I'm trying to do the best I can. So let's get this done quick. Double-clicking No Man's Sky. There's going to be a nag on the screen right here, this guy. This came up with version 3.73. When that appeared with version 3.73, just after the game was broken with multiple bugs, but it also appeared on my AMD machine, and so up until 3.74, that was appearing on my AMD machine. That's why I now play on my NVIDIA machine, because now I know that this machine handles it so much better. That's another story, we'll get there later, but if just while I'm looking at it, if this is going to be on my screen, can there at least be a link, a URL that I can click on that'll take me to this said driver? Because I've surfed all the interwebs, dude. I've reached the ends of the internets, and I can't find it. It's not going to work on this machine. And so, you know, I just want to enjoy the experience and not have to be kind of bad-mouthed, you know what I mean, at the same time. Alright, so I'm going to mention right now that there needs to be an advanced options here, and I guess I'm just going to talk while it's there. The settings right here are so loud. All of my devices are leveled. Everything is meant, every device is leveled. This is so loud. I'll get to it in a minute, but right now I'm just going to launch into this. But there's a whole issue that I've got up here. Let's just launch it right now, because we cannot gain access to it. But I can't talk over this. It's too loud for me. Especially if we're sitting by the engine. Spark it if you got it. I've got to change this volume, dude. When I've tried to record this before, it turns out I'm yelling in my house, dude. Trying to talk over this stuff, and it's like working at NASA, dude. It's like working on Pleiades. My voice is just gone from that. I don't know. Anyway, so we're not going to keep this planet at all. But I can't compete with that. That's just too loud, dude. One thing I want to mention, though, see where the cursor... Yeah, dude, I can't compete with that. I can't compete with that. Spark it if you got it.
Shield kinetic system online.
It's just too loud, man. It's way too loud. And then I gotta turn since I've been doing that, my knobs are starting to fuzz now.
Scanner damaged. Repair required.
I gotta keep turning the physical dials, dude.
Propulsion jetpack online.
And every time I do, it gets all like scratch, and fades in and out.
Multi-tool aligning laser attachment. Operational.
Alright.
User initialization sequence complete.
Alright, so while we're here, we're gonna change this. Hold tab to skip. Okay, that needs to go all together. But don't move your mouse at this point, okay? The mouse cursor, you're gonna be lined up directly.
Thermal protection for...
Yeah, I got you. You're gonna be lined up with your starship, okay? But while it's too loud, dude. Okay, I want you to notice the vignette. Everything is kind of orange on one side, red on one side, and blue on the right. Red on the left, blue on the right. The further away and closer up. That's the vignette. That's the 3D. Okay, that's the virtual reality helmet. Okay, so in this case, I'm just gonna do. We'll get into all this in a minute, but I'm just gonna hit the escape key. There we go. I have to change this volume. Hold on a second. I cannot compete with that, dude. Oh, dude. Thank you. Okay. Whew. Alright, now let's go back to our little spreadsheet. Okay, that I was telling you about over here. These different settings we're going to deal with now that we launched into the game. It's now generated these files, but we'll deal with that in a minute. The sound and the music, general options, okay? Music I set to 10, it's just too loud. Okay, to mention it now, I gotta be quick. I don't care where you're from. I got no gripe with anybody, okay? But like what I've noticed though is that there are children, young kids that play this game as well. Everybody plays this game. It's just like there's an inherent human quality that just wants to go into the stars, and this is satisfying that for a lot of people, and that's why I'm putting all my love into it, is because I love this game so much. But there are little kids, dude. Like, I understand the UK version, initialization, that kind of stuff. But like, there's kids that are like 8 and 10 years old that are still learning big words, and if they see it spelled, it's not native to their classroom, so to say. Yeah, granted, they're probably not going to get the combination of that word on a spelling test, so that's probably not going to be something to be worried about. But it'll definitely be subconscious. If they get later in life and that word comes up, it's always going to be a fallback. What was the right spelling? For me, it just triggers off my spell checker, dude. That's my trip. I gotta set it to Fahrenheit, dude, because like I surf, dude. I'm in America, man. Like we got Fahrenheit, and so that's like a thing. Um, and like if there can be, like, I see localization for every language, all the Asiatics. I mean, that's cool. I think that's awesome. I'm not talking any junk. I'm saying like if you can make one, unless I have an import copy, okay, like if you can make like an American English and a Canadian English and a UK English, okay, like I've seen difference between Cantonese and Chinese, and I've seen difference. I've seen Korean, I've seen Japanese, I've seen Polish, I've seen Romanian, I've seen Ukrainian, I've seen Russian. There's all kinds of different dialects and different individual languages, but there's only one for English, and it's only UK English. I don't care about me. I can deal with it. I can spell check it, fine, whatever. But like, there's like little kids, dude. There's like a lot of them, and like that's like not cool, kind of. Like you should maybe do that so like the kids are not gonna get like you're not kind of like crippling their future. You know what I mean? Like they should probably be doing their homework anyway, not playing a video game. But if they're gonna play the video game, at least let them work at NASA. Don't destine them for McDonald's. You know what I mean? That kind of thing. The auto torch, we're gonna disable that, okay? I disable it because I'm tired of like having to hit the button all the time. When I enable it is when I'm base building and I've got like two like large walls, and I want to make sure there's no open regions that are not being covered. Usually you have to make like 3 tiles apart, and anything more than that, there's your exosuit will trigger. That being the case, when I'm walking through a base, if it's enabled, then the light will change. That's like a metal detector. You know what I mean? So let's go change those. All right. So hold to confirm. This would be nice if it worked, but it doesn't even work on itself. Okay, it'd be really nice if it could open up a portable refiner or get in my car by just pressing the button, but it doesn't. I still have to wait. I'm being chased by monsters. I want to get in the car real quick. I want to disable this so I can just click the button and get in the car. But it says nope, nope. If you're trying to sell something, oh sure, it'll go quick. or if if you want to like craft something, it'll go quick. But those are things you want to be careful about. The stuff that you want it to do, it doesn't do. But anyway, I think it's sort of probably just an old architecture that's hard coded now. But anyway, that's the problem with updates. And change the temperature and auto torch to disabled. Alright, so that's done. Come back out of that. What's next? Video options. Oh, this is the one I gotta stay chill on. Okay, so I'm gonna try and be really chill. I'm gonna try and be really chill. I'm gonna try and be really, 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 really chill. Really chill. I'm gonna be really chill. The game No Man's Sky that I love very dearly, I understand that it's just a game, but I think these things are happening behind the scenes intentionally and are not oversights. I think that the game, again, just my personal viewpoint, was created on a PC. In order to actually play the game on a PC, you have to have the best thing that the market could possibly offer. But anyway, that's compatible. The numbers and the specs, I think, are fictitious, to be polite about. I also think that if the game is crippled to work on a PlayStation, and it's going to be further crippled to work on a Nintendo Switch, which is something that I just gotta really not have an opinion about. It makes me hesitant to go and do updates, because if the game is going to be crippled to work on the lowest common denominator and they're taking it back to a Game Boy, dude, come on, man. Come on, come on, come on, man. Come on, man. All that stuff. Okay, so that's just one. It detects my resolution. I don't care about the borderless. Okay, I used to run in full screen, but borderless uses more resources, but it's more stable. I don't deal with the monitors, couldn't tell you. You know what I mean? The resolution, okay, anything less than what it comes at, well, then it's going to be illegible. You're not going to be able to read it. There's no DPI scaling, nothing that's viable. And I don't even know resolution scaling. In the dictionary under redundant, it says C redundant. If there's a combination, I'm not figuring it out, because anything less than what the machine displays, it is completely illegible. The characters are it's just 1989, dude. 1989 video games. And I guess that's the main point, dude. It used to be like when there were cartridges, you had a Nintendo and you plug in a cartridge. That cartridge isn't going to get an update. It has to work before it hits the shelf. You know what I mean? But everyone's so easy, everyone just goes along with it. That's what I mean Lemming. I'm not trying to talk any junk, but I'm trying to explain what I mean. These settings are set for a virtual reality helmet. It detects my GPU. Okay, it's the best that Best Buy had in the middle of a chip shortage. So this is the market. Okay, and it's just it melts. It'll work on ultra, but it's at max. You know what I mean? It's working. It's hot. Okay, it detects my resolution. It detects my card, but it doesn't detect that it's 144 hertz frames per second, and match that with cycles per second. Okay, if you want to have a clean machine, 60 hertz. Well, that's a cripple. That's crippling. That's crippled. Okay, because it can tell the difference. It's defaulting. Okay, let's call it defaulting for a virtual reality helmet or goggles or whatever. I just call it a helmet. I used to work at NASA. We built huge flight simulators, the virtual reality simulators. That we had helmets. I don't know what you guys call it. But anyway, that's another story in itself. But like on foot field of view and flight field of view, these are settings for a virtual reality helmet. You could not use these. The only way, you have to look around the cabin when you're in the cabin to see your coordinate data. And if you're using a keyboard, you have to press the Alt key. And even if you center the mouse back out, it will still pitch your direction. Your coordinate data, you won't be going in a straight line anymore. You're not just checking the data. You want to see the data. And am I on a straight line? Am I going straight? Am I going straight? And you look down. As soon as you're going straight, you look down to see if you're going straight. And as soon as you look back up, it throws you in like you're hydroplaning on a freeway in a rainstorm, dude. It's like no good, no good. The only way this can be functional is at 75% can be functional is if you're in a virtual reality helmet and you're not restricted by keystroke, or you're on a PlayStation and you've got a secondary controller for your aim and trajectory and weaponry. There's three things that are mixed into one. I'm trying to stay cool. I'm trying to stay chill. I'm just being chill. I'm being chill. I'm being real chill. This has cost me countless hours, dude. That's why it's a thing, dude. The motion blur amount. This can only really be useful is if you're in a virtual reality helmet, because if you're on a PC, man, your PC's being worked enough, you're having to drop graphics settings as it is and trying to lighten the load just so you can play the thing. Okay, it makes me wonder what kind of computer is sitting on Mr. Murray's desk. Okay, what kind of computers do they have themselves, and what are they setting that they're saying the specifications are? Because those specifications do not match what's going on. So I'm going to set this all the way down to 0. Okay. There we go. There we go. We're going to set that all the way back down to 0. But here's the one, dude. Like, if you needed to file a class action lawsuit, if you started having migraines or aneurysms, God forbid, okay, or you're dealing with your eyes twitching, or your eyes going blind, things like that, that's the vignette. Okay, the vignette is enabled by default. The scan lines are just like the little graphic horizontal lines, but the vignette is the 3D virtual reality helmet, red on the left, 90% red and 10% blue on the left, and then 90% blue and 10% red on the right. Okay, the further away, the closer they are. That is the 1950s movie theater red lens, blue lens kind of effect. It's enabled by default. These settings are set defaulted. The game is crippled and defaulted to work on a PlayStation and default set to be on a virtual reality helmet. Dude. I'm trying to be real chill. I'm being real chill. I'm being real chill. And they're gonna try and put it on a Game Boy or on a Nintendo Switch. Whew. Being real chill. The heads-up display, the scale on it, it would be nice to increase it. It only goes up to 150. It only goes up to 150. The problem with that is there's a border padding, BOR. Pardon me, man, I'm coughing. There's a border padding, a clear area where the heads-up display displays on the screen. When you increase the scale, it also increases the border padding to 150%. And much like it's not as extreme, but much as like what you see where everything is in the middle of the screen, if you increase it, it increases it in the middle of the screen. Okay, I don't know, dude. It's your story, I'll let you tell it. I don't know. But that's going to be the settings. If you got a screenshot on that, we're going to apply it. Okay, we're going to click apply. Boom. Alright, so that's done. We're going to back out of there. Graphics. Okay, dude, this has to be spoken about. Okay, this is the problem. If you are experiencing, and many have, okay, many have not figured out how and why. I've spent a considerable amount of time, I'm talking at least a month or two, testing this. And so what I've come to find is the low setting. I'm gonna define what I'm gonna call a global scope, like the whole screen. Okay, or the global scope is if you were in photo camera mode and you were zoomed out as far as it'll go, and it displays like a white globe frame type of thing. Okay, a global scope. Everything that is going to be rendered, that the screen could possibly render within the distance, the radius from like you as the player to as far as that camera lens will go, and it was going to try and render everything, every base part, everything in that scope. Okay, it's going to share resources. Okay, it's going to share that global scope rendering memory usage, CPU usage, thread reticulation, whatever the case may be. That processing, whatever's happening, it's taking up a place in line to be processed. Okay, that's the global scope. All of these options on this menu, on this matrix C, except for the base complexity at the low setting, okay, those all consider the global scope, as well as what I'm going to now define as the local scope, what I'm calling the local scope. And that, just for the sake of example, I was trying to mention earlier in the columns, okay, 1 tile, 2 tiles, 3 tiles, and 4 tiles, okay. This setting here, column 1, column 2, column 3, column 4, this is really critical, man. This is a game stomper, okay. The low setting does not. It forcibly excludes the global setting. It will only render what is in the, what I've been calling the local scope. Okay, and if that local scope is in the column 1 placeholder, it's only going to measure out 1 floor tile, 2 floor tiles, 3 floor tiles, 4 floor tiles. Now granted, it's a larger scale, okay, but just for the sake of example, I used that enumeration. Okay, the low setting forcibly excludes, unlike everybody else who includes the global scope. Low excludes the global scope, only considers the local scope, but that local scope only considers 1 tile. Granted, it's more, but okay, only say 1 tile. Past that, it removes from the vision anything past that local scope, as if the building you've created looks like it's under construction or has been cut in half with a plasma cutter, that kind of thing, or the ancient Roman Colosseum. I can no longer play on that. I was trying to reduce the video recording size because trying to upload it to YouTube at 100 gigabytes an hour is just not going to work, dude. That's just not going to work. Okay, and so I tried to reduce it. That's too low. The next setting, though, here's the issue. Standard is now in column number 2. If you were to declare a setting here that's listed as standard in majorum, the larger of the list, okay, says standard. If you were to look in the XML file, which we're going to look at in a second to change the field of view settings, okay, these are going to be declared as low, L-O-W. It makes me think that low was the original setting, and there's an introduction of either the word standard or the word enhanced. Okay, if low, standard, high, and ultra was the original, I do not know. If low, enhanced, high, and ultra was the original, I do not know. I just wasn't paying attention. Okay, what I do know is that standard takes the characteristics of the first placeholder, where it will only view its local scope as, say, one example, say one floor tile, such that if you were walking, follow the mouse cursor, if you were walking in-game as a character at normal pace, the floor would not be rendered into position before you achieved its destination. You would then fall through the floor into whatever was supporting you underneath. Do you understand my meaning here? Okay, so that standard setting at a standard walking pace will not prevent you from falling through the floor. That's a problem. It's in the second placeholder, where enhanced would, if say enhanced for the sake of example were to render, say, origin 0 and marker 1, period 2, or pardon me, 1, 2, 3, and 4, okay? Sorry, I got a motorcycle wreck. Okay, enhanced would therefore, as you were walking at whatever standard pace, okay, would render 2 floor tiles away from you. You would be able to walk at a standard pace and not fall through the floor. But you can't set the base complexity, that setting for it, at that state. So when that's not set, you end up falling through the floor. It would probably solve it if it was enhanced, but its standard's taking its place. Again, such that in the XML file, the first column, third, and fourth columns are declared in the XML file for whatever function that's going to use them. Sorry, dude. Sorry. Standard is in its place. Standard is not adequate. The next available setting is high. Okay, now, granted, these are, for the sake of example, giving a local scope of 1, 2, 3, 4 tiles. Okay, but that combination of view of scope, field of view, line of sight, whatever you want to call it, LOD, whatever, okay? I've got actual lung cancer and I'm actually dying right now, and so it's like, if I fall over right now, well, then that's what's going on. Anyway, in my foolish youth, I thought I would fit in with the cool kids, and I just didn't realize what I was getting myself into, and now I'm done. Anyway, so Imagine now the combination of the line of sight being combined with the quality of the graphics. In Ultra, just for the example, say is 65 million colors. High would be, say, 32 million colors. And then Enhanced would be 16K, and then 8K. You know what I mean? Lately, with version 3.82, everything is coming out 8K after, 5 minutes, or reloading twice. It's become a thing now. But anyway, so again, I'm not too eager to upgrade, but we're just going to do it to do it. Update, update, update. So, trying to keep these all at enhanced. The game is recording at like, 2 gigs, 5 gigs every 5 minutes. Every 10 minutes, it's like 2 gigs. You know what I mean? It's like a gig for every 5 minutes, and that's just not going to work. And so, since the game itself in the newest settings is just wrecking everything, I'm going to take the enhanced settings, so the anisotropic filtering and the ground texturing and the anti-aliasing is all set for enhanced. I'm going to drop that down. I have no choice but to set the next one up here to high, or else we end up falling through the floor. We may be able to, here, you know what, dude? Let's set that to standard and see what can happen. If trying to be preventative, because I don't think they're ever going to fix the bug. I think it's just a deficiency at this point. If I try and be slow and walk into a room and not, walk in and then take a break, but then at the same point it doesn't render, I'm just going to set everything to standard. Here, let's just do this. Let's just set it to the standard setting. There. Now it's at the standard setting. Alright. We're just going to apply it at standard. We're going to have to work it up as we go, but we'll find out what fails. Very frustrated with it. Anyway, moving on. Alright, so control options. We'll finish up here and we'll exit out and we'll get to the file. I'm trying to keep this short. I've just put in thousands of hours on this stuff, dude, and I'm just really losing my sense of humor about it. I'm trying to be real chill about everything. But if I smoke anymore, man, I'm going to fall over and sprout leaves out of my ears. Anyway, so vibration strength. I'm going to turn these all down. When I'm trying to build a base, I really I don't care about whatever's flying past me. I just want to be able to click the button and not have it start shaking as soon as I start to, as soon as I go to click the button, it'll start shaking, but my finger and the reflex of it, it starts to move before my button. As I'm pressing, by the time my finger starts to click, whenever that starts to initiate, it'll start to move. And then I gotta spend the next 10-20 minutes tearing everything apart and doing it all over again. It's like, dude, no, I'm over that. Now, as far as these other settings, I don't really deal with the flight sensitivity. Look, if I gotta go and really kind of take care of an area, the first planet I played, the star system I played on, like one of the planets in the system was just, it had these big, what they call border, border rings, these huge like portal rings, and I had to go find them all around the planet, but the planet was just covered with these little silver balls, and the only life form was this little weather balloon looking thing with a sentinel eye, just dripping, drip, and it's just, I could only imagine that all of those drips were like little spore drops, but what freaked me out on that planet was like, I was trying to zap the, multi-tool, the little silver balls, and then one of them got up and ran, and dude, it still gives me goosebumps, dude, my hair is just going up. Anyway, it freaked me out, dude, and I went just buck nutty on it, dude. I got in my car in the Starship, and I hopped up, I changed the setting, I was just clear cropping everything, just I mean, the whole planet was covered with it, was no point, but I just was like not feeling it. And I was freaking out, dude, and I turned this up to 100%, the flight sensitivity, and I was just booking in one direction, dude, and I just turned to a side and just opened up the cannon, just let it loose, overheat, whatever, dude. I was not feeling anything, and I realized there's no way that was an exercise in futility, dude. There's just too many. There's no way to clear that out. You know what I mean? That was just like, I first landed on the planet, didn't realize the whole planet was covered. Oh, dude, I'm out of here. But like, yeah, I don't really mess with it. It would be nice to use the flight controlled in the locked normal mode. It's great for combat, at least as far as I've ever had to deal with. But it's almost impossible to leave a space station and then line up with my home planet, and then uh, directly on point find the center of the dot. You know what I mean? If I want to find the center of the dot at the corner of this marker, and I move the mouse to the left, it goes way over here. I move the mouse to the right, it goes way over here. Even if I set the DPI down to like 1, it still just goes out of control. It's like unusable at that point. You know what I mean? Like, okay. And so it'd be nice, but by the time I gotta go and switch the switch and go back and forth, just I don't tethered and normal. It'd be nice if it could do it, but more sensitivity or precision would be great. But all right, I'm probably doing something wrong anyway, so you never know. But like, okay, so that's pretty much done with that, right? So we're gonna exit out, quit the desktop, never saved. How long's the tape? Not too bad. Did I do it? I don't know. I don't know. It's getting long. Alright, so now we gotta get to these two guys. Okay, we're gonna notice that when we get in the car that you're gonna be able to see everything in the cabin. Other than that, the only way to see all 5 screens at the same time without having to bend your head or lose direction of the vehicle, you gotta be like flying through space using the pulse engine and locked in a wormhole of sorts. That's just not useful, man. That's not useful at all. And so let's go back to our desktop. Let's go over to our shortcut. This for our No Man's Sky. Let's right click it and we say open file location. Open file location. And now we're going to come back up to our settings folder again. Boom, there's our settings, and here's our file, tkgraphicsettings.mxml. Now I'm getting cotton mouth, so I gotta get some coffee, but we're gonna right click and say send to and send to desktop. And then we can close the screen. Boom. Oh man. I'm a nerd and I'm married to my network. I don't usually talk, but this last month I've been recording these videos. Everything in my lungs is just coming up, and I know it's gross. So we're going to move this guy over to its placeholder at number 13. And we're going to right click it, and we're going to say rename. We're going to go to the front of the line, and we're going to put parentheses and a space, and we're going to call it 1313. There you go. And now we double click that. We open it up. The easy way to do it, it's pretty straightforward, okay, but the easy way to do it, just go up to the top where it says edit, and then we say find. Control F brings up the same. You say field of view, FOV, field of view, and we'll say next, and we'll say it one more time. Boom. There's our field of view in on foot and our field of view in ship. And so we'll go ahead and close that. These two settings need to be modified, okay? The first one, field of view on foot, we're going to set that to 100. 100. Okay? And then the next one, field of view in ship, we're going to say 200. 200. Oops, get the math thing out of the way. I'm going to call it 200. Alright, now we just say file and we say save. And we're done. And now while we're sitting here, I want to point out, remember I said that there was this file was concatenated of property name, graphic detail set to low, graphic detail set to low, set to low, everything's set to low. Okay, but let's look down here. The base quality, its default setting, standard. Standard, all of these are set standard, but they're declared as low. Alright, but if you look at the base quality is set to standard, but there's no concatenate property. There's no affixed string. There's no additional data. There's no additional declaration. It's the default setting, and it's set at low, or it's set at standard, which is declared as low. Okay, but if I were to declare the base quality as low, it would no longer consider the global scope, the global scope. Okay, all of these do. Something changed here, and it makes me think that there was a legal issue going on, and this was a nice little convenient workaround. I wasn't in a room anywhere, so I got no idea, but I'm going to say file and exit. Alright. Alright, so now we're pretty much done here. Alright, where's the video at? 2 hours and 48 minutes. I need to pack a bowl. I need to pack a bowl. And so what we're going to do now, we're going to pack a bowl. The game should be set. Let's go look in our roaming folder. Roaming, R-O-A-M-I-N-G. In our roaming folder, see up at the top here, it says Hello Games. This is what we just spawned when we came inside. That we're going to get rid of right now. We're going to delete that. That was just our test. We launched it. This demo right here is what I showed you at the beginning of the video. That was the first half an hour. Okay, so I'm just going to go and get that and we'll delete that out of the way. And so now that's done. Boom. Alright, alright. Pardon me. So now that's cleared up. How much time are we looking at here? 2 hours and 49 minutes. Let's launch the game. Or should we make some shortcuts? Okay, let's do this. While we're sitting here, let's make some, let's clean up this board a little bit. Explorer, there's a spreadsheet, here's the game. Let's just finish up this whole thing here. Oops, the game should be number 2. Sorry about that. Correct that one, there we go. There's No Man's Sky and roaming. Let's go right click roaming and say properties. And right click roaming, we'll say change icon. And let's go see where is there an arrow. Give me a out from arrow. Where do I see? Do I not see one? Where do I not see the picture? Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to cheat right now. I'm going to right click where I got the other one. Where did I put that? It is in shell 32, that's why. Okay, so let's do this. Let's cancel out of there. The image res, we're going to delete that altogether. Then we'll say okay. And now let's scroll over, see what we find. Boom, 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 boom. Here we go. Alright, so here's our roaming folder. I'm trying to color code it a little bit. Alright, we'll say okay. And right click refresh. Alright, now our backups folder. Let me just cheat. Where did I put it? Where is it? So I don't gotta waste any time. Shell 32 and towards the back. Okay, so let's cancel out of here. So our backups folder, let's go and properties, change icon. We're gonna delete the string so it defaults back to the old 32-bit. And towards the back was an arrow or something. Where was it? Here we go. Alright, so there's our backups folder. Let's do that. What did we do for No Man's Sky pictures? I put that where? It is an image res. Okay, so let's go change this one. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to cheat, dude, but I'm gonna cheat. Alright. Let's see, properties, change icon. Let's see, change icon, image res. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 over. There's our picture, and apply. Alright, do the same thing for the other picture guy, and change icon, and there's a picture, and say okay, and archive. I'm just gonna look at what I did. Properties, where did I put it? Image res in the middle. Okay, image res in the middle. So archive, right click, properties, change icon, image res somewhere in the middle. What am I looking for? There we go, down arrow folder. Alright, so there's our downloaded folder thing. It's going to be a down arrow. So there's our archive and a vault. What do we do for a vault? Properties. Properties, change icon, image res. Towards the beginning, there's a padlock. Image vault, right click. I can't remember, dude. Image res, towards the beginning, there's a padlock. There's a padlock. Alright, say okay, apply, okay. And where is dump at? Let's right click properties, change icon, image res 2/3 of the way back. Alright, let's right click the desktop one, say change icon, image res about 2/3 of the way back. I saw one, but I don't think that's it. There's 2 right here. Here we go. Alright, there's the dump folder. I'm just going to use the X, and we'll say OK, and apply, and OK. And the temp was right next to it. Let's go get that one. Properties, change icon. Let's go down again to the back of the list. There it is. The check mark, we'll call that temp. And say apply, and OK. Our mouse is done. Let's do utilities. Let's right click utilities. Let's say properties. We'll go change icon. Let's delete. Let's go the way I do. Delete the title. We'll say OK. There's the old-fashioned ones. There's usually a defrag. What I use, here we go. Here's the one I use for utilities. There's the defrag, and say apply. And refresh. Alright, there we go. There we go. So let's do like this. What do we got? So we've got, here's all of our folders, right? So we just made this toolbar. Let's right click, refresh everything. I'm going to highlight everything. I'm going to highlight everything. And I'm going to right click. Let me do this real quick. Here we go. Let me right click and drag everything to my desktop toolbar. And I'll say right click and I'll say copy. And there we go. And so there's our Explorer and our spreadsheets. And now there's too many in the list. And so that was what? Number 5, number 6. We're going to move number 7. So we're going to right click and drag. Right click and drag number 7 to the next menu over. That's just because mine, I've got to use DPI scaling because I'm going old and blind. So I got to make my toolbars split, or I got to go back and reassign them. I don't want to deal with it. Move, and we're going to right click, move, and we're going to right click, move. Okay, and then we're going to right click, 12, we're going to move. And when I pump up the DPI scaling, it also adjusts the bars, and so each version of Windows, they keep reducing this or increasing the space, and it's becoming really kind of, it looks like a crayon box at this point. See, move. Alright, so there's our folders and files, and so version 3.75, version 3.82, and version 3.82 with the DLC kit. Alright, so there's our folders. Alright, and so now you can see what I can see. Actually, you know what, let's just do this. I'm going to cheat as well. Back in that utilities folder, up arrow, this No Man's Sky shortcut that we did earlier, let's go ahead and do the same thing. I'm going to right click properties and change icon, and I'm just going to right click, say copy. I'm going to take the whole path name, right click and copy. I'm just going to cheat. And let's come back to our desktop. Should have done that earlier. Right click, I'm going to say properties, change icon, and I'm going to right click and say paste, and say OK, and say OK again, and apply, and OK. Boom. I should have done that with this one too, sorry about that. Should have done that earlier. There we go. Alright, there we go. Now we're in business. Alright, so version 3.75, toolbar 2 is 3.82, and 3.82 with the DLC. Now we should be in business. Okay, 257. Alright, so I need a sip of water or a sip of coffee or something, dude. Hold on. I need to pack a bowl, but we need to get moving here. Alright. We're gonna have to fill in some data in a second, dude, so I'm just gonna do this for a second. We're coming up on 3 hours right now, dude. I'm out of coffee. I'm sipping water. I gotta hit the head. I gotta pack a bowl. I think it's about time for a take 5, take 10. Okay, so I'm gonna do this all in one take, dude, to get this thing done. But the next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna launch the game. We're gonna go through a kind of like when I talk about like selecting the planet or leveling up the planet. When I talk about leveling up before we move up, okay, like each step along the way, what do I have, what do I need, what do I have, what can I do? Okay, well the only thing that we could do once we launched the game was to configure the options, and we just did that. The next thing that we have control over is whether or not we accept the planet that was spawned for us, or we reject the planet that was spawned for us and go back and reload and spawn a new planet. That process can take 5 minutes on one launch. It could take 5 hours, 5 days, 5 weeks, 5 months, 5 years. It could take 5 lifetimes, 5 eternities and never happen. It is purely randomly generated numbers. What's that spawn going to give you? So that's a frustration. And I'm going to end up talking about like the necessity for an advanced options button. That's going to come up. But right now, dude, I think we need to take a 5. I need to take a 5. I need to get a sip of milk, get my voice back. I need to pack a bowl, get some more coffee, and hit the head. That kind of thing. And so I think that's what we're going to do. We're coming up 2:59 on the dial, and we're going to take 10. I'll see you back in when I see you. But for right now, I got to do that. All right. See you in a second. Let's try this again. Alright. We're almost there, dude, but like this is gonna stretch on for a minute, dude. This is all setting up, dude. I know it's a long video, but if anyone's gonna watch it, dude, if it's a youngster, if it's a somebody, then like it's all in one take. You know what I mean? I know it's a minute, but anyway, so where are we at? Starting the game. We're launching the game and doing what? Clean start. We're gonna have to do a spreadsheet. Open in a second. Let's do this is the DLC. Alright, let's close that. Alright, so let me clear my eyes out real quick. Hold on. Oh, dude. I've done this video so many times, dude. So many times. Every time I do it, there's a new version that's coming out. And there's a new version that's already coming out soon, the 3.8.3, and that could be out any second. It's like, dude, I'm tired of like starting and restarting all these videos over and over again. And so we're gonna start it and keep it current, and we're just gonna build from there. But oh man, I just want to go back to 3.7.5, but we're just gonna go. Let's just go. How long is this tape? 3:10. Oh goodness. Alright, so be it. Let's do it. I need to pack a bowl, dude. I need to smoke a bowl. So it's time to smoke a bowl. And this thing, I'm telling you. We just made it through an incredible amount in 3 hours, dude. There are points it's taking me like 7 hours, dude, and that's just too long. I can't imagine anyone's watching this right now, but if you are watching it, okay, no, I'm gonna just kind of mention here, I gotta pack a bowl. On this screen, dude, and this is like a thing, dude, this is gonna be a thing. We're gonna start on a planet, on my planet. All of my planets have salt, S-A-L-T, salt, uranium, pardon me, sorry. All of my planets have salt, uranium, they're all Viking, and they're all tier 3, a tier 3 economy. Alright, these are like essentials. Like, we're gonna level up before we move up. When we installed the game, first thing we did is, we could do is level up the version of the game. So we uninstalled the old game, and we now installed the new version. Okay? So we leveled up the game, and then the next thing we had access to was the options, and so we leveled up our options. And so now the next thing that we can level up, I'm going to call leveling up, is leveling up the planet. What do we have? What do we need? What do we have? What can we do? Okay, well, what we're going to be able to do is we can either accept or reject. Okay, either continue to play or respawn the planet that it gives us. And so that's going to be a thing as we go. But as that comes up, here I gotta pack a bowl because I know I'm going to talk about this. On the screen there needs to be a prominent button or something. It can be kind of grayed out, but when you click on it or whatever, it can light up like the light on the little thing. They love the light. Okay, so they can put a graphic, it can light up and say advanced options. Bing, it's enabled. And then all of this real estate, see half of it's green or grayed, and the other half of it's available. This can be a list. One, or the top, dominant life form. Okay, every option that's going to be when we spawn the planet, have that be available on this list. Every item, dominant life form, planet type, local element, other element, economy type, conflict type, or level, and sentinel level, weather, or put the weather in there, I guess. Every element that you could choose on there. Okay, the economy type, I said, the Viking, and the flora, and the fauna. I mean, just all of it, even down the scrap metal, everything. Advanced options, make everything available on this list. It's all grayed out, and then they can make this the launch button or something. You know, they love the whatever, you know, and then those those settings can retain. They can put it in an XML file or whatever the case is. All right, and then you can disable it, turn the button off, or if you exit the game, but just retain those settings. And so every time, like, I have to, not just one time, because you're gonna have to reset it over and over again. Okay, stop trying to make it difficult. So that's going to be an imperative. Now, just to step through these modes, again, I'm trying to be real polite and real quick about it, but that's the thing, dude. Hold on. For each of these settings, for each of these modes rather, normal, survival, perma, creative, community, okay, for each of these modes, have that option be available. Maybe not community, I don't know. I don't do the community, I don't know how it works, but like, such that here's the title of what's going to be modified, and then there's a pull down list, a pull down, P-U-L-L-D-O-W-N, a pull down list, and like a checkbox is a square, okay, and a radio button is a circle, if you know the terminology. Okay, a radio button is a single selection. A checkbox, you can check multiple boxes. Okay, so here's the title, dominant life form. Okay, and then it says, here's a pull down list, and there's a radio button, and it says random. The first default setting for all of these says random, R-A-N-D-O-M, like take your chance, roll the dice. Okay, so there's a radio button, by default it says random, and then there's a little triangle that aims down, a downward triangle, it says you pull down the list. Okay, pull down the list, and then underneath there's other radio buttons that say, the radio first says Gek, and then it says Corvax, and then it says Viking. And then I say Viking, and then it pulls back up, and then it says planet type, and it says radiation, or it says hot, cold, radiation, or toxic. Okay, I want radiation, boom, radiation. Okay, what's the weather type? And it says, okay, well, pull down the list, it gives me a list of weather types. Okay, I don't even know, care. Alright, fine, and then the next one says, the stellar element will always be copper. The stellar element will always be copper. Okay, so copper, don't worry about. What's the local element? The local element wants to be uranium. Uranium. Okay, what's the quote other element? The other element is salt. S-A-L-T. The combination exists. I know the combination is possible. Okay, that's another thing. Pay attention, but be diligent in what you do. Whatever options you want your planet to be, I just really got to recommend. The combination I'm giving you right now is the best combination you're going to get. Salt and uranium. The first two things you want available to you, choose those. If it's something else, then choose those. But I don't need anything else. The first thing I need is my cash, and then I need my gas. Okay, so my salt I convert into chlorine, I synthesize the rest. There's my cash. And then I use uranium for the lifters. Okay, so I call it my gas, so I can get off the ground. Okay, so I need salt and uranium. Those are the first combination. It's a valid combination, and so I'm going to keep on till that. And then it's got to be Viking. It's got to be Viking because I need a fighter. I need a heavy fighter. Okay, like I've played Gek and I've played Corvax, but like I'm at a complete disadvantage when it comes to pirates. Okay, or sentinels. I need a heavy fighter. I mean, granted, you can S-class anything and make it strong, get good stats or whatever. Okay, but I still need the cargo space, the storage space. So I need a heavy fighter, and so that's one. The economy's got to be a tier 3. Again, those elements I showed you earlier in the spreadsheet, there's 5 elements for each producing economy, and so it needs to be a tier 3 economy. And now to get that heavy fighter, having the sentinels be more aggressive is a benefit. It seems to be a higher percentage. Okay, and then having the conflict level be higher seems to produce heavy fighters. It seems to be matching. I'm not sure. Alright, so that's pretty much about like the elements of this menu. Now, next, what I call a grift or a 3-card money or dangling your keys. I remember when my son was very young, still a baby, like a toddler. I remember when my son was very young. He was still probably about a year or so about a year or so, and so he's kind of like sitting up, you know what I mean? And they've gotten past the rollover stage, and now they're sitting up on their own, and they can sit up on their own. And I took him to the you go to the photographers for Christmas time, and you do the Christmas photos and stuff. That's a very extreme environment for a little kid, believe it or not, baby photos, because the kid is in an environment where they don't understand nor have the capacity to really comprehend like what is going on with the lights. There's lots of lights, they're in a different environment, there's weird stuff, and they tend to cry, you know what I mean? Like and a solution to a child crying when you're doing like Christmas photos is to like take a toy doll or something like that, squeaky maybe, it's a dog probably, but like keys. You have your car keys, your house keys, your whatever keys. They jingle their keys, jingle, jingle, jingle. And the kid is they're young and they think, oh, noises, jingle, jingle. Then all of a sudden they're not crying anymore and they're happy, clappy. They want to jingle with the toy. That's kind of how kids, babies work, right? There was a lot of crying going on about the game. There was a lot of crying going on saying the game was boring. It was too much. We've already done it all and it's already boring. Man, dude, I see people, they're like, I finished the game in like an hour and a half, dude. Okay, well, dude, you're playing a different game then, because, like, I don't even leave the planet for the first month. Alright, dude, there's so much to do. There's so much to do. You gotta level up everything first. You gotta level up your suit. You gotta level up your vehicle. You gotta level up everything, dude. And, like, the first thing I see when people go running out the door, I'm out of gas. Oh, I need this. Oh, I need that. It's like, oh, I'm going to try and set you up right. Okay, but this video is so long, it's already long. The main difference between survival and permadeath, aside from the obvious things where it's like, imagine there's a 10,000 stack. Okay, it's 9999. For normal mode, your inventory stack is usually like a 9999, like a 10,000, call it. Okay, and when you're in permadeath, perma and survival mode, all that stuff, okay, like, it increases the, pardon me, it decreases the slot size from like 10,000 to 250. I mean, like, from 10,000 to 250, that's like a 4,000% decrease, dude. I mean, I don't know, I'm tired, I got brain damage, but like, get a calculator, that's like a 4,000% decrease. That's one. And so if you know your calculus like a composite function, okay, well, g of f of g, so there's a 10,000% reduction on the there's like a 10,000% reduction on the slot size just to start off with. Okay, so that's a thing. And then like it reduces the available amount then it reduces the actual, it reduces the slot size, and then it reduces the availability around the region, around the planet. And then on top of that, there's another composite G of F, F of G when it comes to the inventory, not the inventory, oh goodness, what am I trying to say? How much everything costs, it increases the cost as well. It's basically taking three different elements and just making it more, like, frustrating. The only difference I care about between any of these modes is how much navigation data is sitting at the starting space station in any of these modes. Is there a reduction in the navigation data at the space station in perma mode? No, there is not. Is there a reduction in the navigation lane on the tables in the space station in survival mode? No, there is not. Well, then there's no real point of any of these. That's what I mean about dangling keys. It's keeping people busy, something to say and something to talk about and something to do, but like, there's no real point about it. If I'm trying to build a base, it takes enough time as it is. There's no reason that, like, you need less to your stack. I mean, if you're trying to prove something, if you're like a philanthropist, or like a lover of trophies, a philanthropist, okay, if you love trophies and you want the trophy, well then go do it. Okay, if you don't, well then I'm just not gonna. I mean, it's as it is right now, I'm installing it, but you hear this music? It's ready to give me a heart attack. Alright, so that's how I feel about normal, survival, and perma. Okay, now creative mode. Dude, I think creative mode is cool. I launched it, I think, one time. I think I looked at it for about 10 minutes. I played SimCity. If you know the game SimCity, Electronic Arts, Maxis, SimCity. Okay, for like 25 years, from initial game release all the way through up until like 2013. Okay, and the second rev of it, the second patch or whatever, or what I'm trying to say. Like, when I first started playing SimCity, dude, I got into the modding. By the time SimCity 4 came around, I was like all into the modding thing. Okay, but when I did that, I could unlock it and get infinite cash and that kind of stuff, and then I could build all these cities. But then I go to sleep at night. I get tired and I go crash, go fall asleep, and I wake up. I leave it running, wake up in the morning, and the whole thing has gone bankrupt, and all the buildings are all blacked out. It's because yeah, it was cool. I built a neat thing, but it was not sustainable. I had to constantly go in and modify the cache. You know what I mean? It's like I spent so much time on pause. Like the game was almost in pause the entire time as I was building. I built so much, but none of it was like mathematically like equatable. You know what I mean? The numbers weren't lining up, and the city was not sustainable. And so I learned just not to do it like that. You know, creative mode looks really cool. If I had skills, I guess they got the guys that they do the base building, dude. I've seen some gnarly stuff, dude. Like when it comes to like the modders and the base builders and all that stuff, dude. You guys are punk rock, dude. You guys are the punkest of rockus. I can't even touch any of that. I have a hard enough time trying to get the little staircase, get the staircase to go, or the little triangle pieces. Oh man, forget about it. The staircase, the little single staircase, I can't get that thing to fit anywhere, dude. Like, whatever, dude. I'm getting used to this game not being like. It's just interesting. Let's call it interesting. I'm trying to be real polite about it. All right, it's just very interesting, and so I was gonna call it at 3.75, but if I do that, I'm never going to have a chance to have any update as far as bug fix. And if there's bugs that are in my game at some point, okay, for the tranquility, I love 3.75. I'm not feeling the whole Sentinel thing, dude. Like, yeah, cool, do it once, okay, cool, yeah, fine, or whatever, but like, I'm not interested in the tools. They look like my little cordless, uh, vacuum cleaner, dude. You know what I mean? Like, it looks like I took my little hand vac and walk around with it. It's like, okay, dude. Whatever's clever. I mean, I really don't care what it looks like, but creative mode seems cool, and someday if I get the time to get around to it, it seems awesome. I've got so much going on with this one, I don't even worry about. And the community expedition, well, I work offline, dude. My computers have to be offline. I cannot use it. I can't use it. And so it looks like fun. Everyone's having a blast, but I could make a video. I can make a video, but I can't do that. There's no way to secure Windows 10, dude, from the interwebs, and so it's kind of what I'm working with Y2K38 right now. So let's launch this game. Alright, so now we're going to launch into the first one. I keep mentioning about salt and uranium and Viking in a tier 3 economy. This is be the process. This would be the spawning process. I'm going to smoke a bowl until I'm done. We're just going to keep spawning it until we can find it. Chances are we will not. If we do, then that'd be cool. That'd be really neat. But it's all random. And so this is where this part of the game, leveling up the planet, I call leveling up the planet, takes no actual skill to do. I mean, other than sitting here and pressing the E. It takes a lot of patience. Just like a lot of patience. Nope, this is a toxic planet. See, now I know automatically I'm not going to be here, but I can't press escape. Now these are on the lowest graphic settings here right now, so we're just going to work with it. We're going to move it up as we need to.
Geokinetic system online.
But when I've been loading 3.82, dude, every time I do, after about 5 or 10 minutes, the graphics on the detail on the suit, those just drop to nothing. And so if it's just going to be like that, I might as well just set it and then not have the file size be so huge.
Propulsion jetpack online. Multi-tool aligning
Now,
laser
whatever
attachment.
elements you choose, okay? But, like, I would recommend salt and uranium.
Initialization sequence
I'm going to
complete.
hold tab, I'm just going to press escape, and the first thing I would do is come to discoveries. It's got salt, but it's got ammonia. Well, that was just like your exosuit. I can charge that exosuit with like sodium. I don't need ammonia anytime soon. But what I do need is uranium because I got to get my vehicle off the ground. And then when I don't have uranium, I end up spending like 5 hours up at a space station or something, like waiting for somebody to come in with it in a pocket. Not going to work. It's a GEX system, so we're going to take off. And it's a tier 2 economy, but those would be the things that we look at. Hold on. And so the process of leveling up, this would be the next part, okay? We're going to go until I finish this bowl, and I'm going to have a smoke. And then we're going to go and just take the next planet that comes at that point. Go through the run through, where you gotta get to your starship and you gotta get your sodium, you gotta get the scanner working. I'm gonna smoke this bowl. We'll have a smoke maybe, and then we'll get running up to there. But this would be the point when you find the planet that you're gonna fill in that data in those spreadsheets that I was having you take the screenshots of earlier. Like, this is all it takes.
Commencing Atlas system suit initialization.
Nope, this is phosphorus. This is phosphorus. And so I can't escape, but we have to sit here and wait the whole time. Alright, but whenever the planet comes in, like, that would be when I would fill in that data onto the spreadsheet. But we're going to do that when I finish smoking, and we're going to do that for the planet that we're going to play on my planet.
Scanning damaged. Repair required.
Now, granted, if we're lucky right now, and it actually spawns,
Aerial propulsion jetpack.
if it actually spawns a planet, that'd be cool. But it's got to be sodium, uranium, Viking with a tier 3 economy. That's a mandatory. And then once that's satisfied, then comes the part of like leveling up your inventory and then seeing if the planet has a vehicle that you want. You know what I mean? It's like a thing, dude. It's like a thing. And see, even with the standard settings right now, the settings, like, the suit looks fine, dude. I mean, the options, the graphic options are all in standard. It looks fine. But after about 5 or 10 minutes, dude, the thing just, like, totally, like, it, like, blurs out. Like, it's broken. Okay, so we're not going to stay here. We're going to go back and do it again. Again, right now, this is why I'm talking about there needs to be an advanced options button. And so there's a menu with a pull-down list. Or you could be here for months, dude. You can do whatever you want to do, okay? But I've played the random planets, and I'm not willing to, like, settle. I know that, like, the first two things I'm going to need, I have control over. I can accept the planet with some random stuff that I don't need, or I can take one that I do need. Here's a prospect. So here's a prospect. So we'll stay aware of it. Time out, let me talk. The mouse cursor, don't move your mouse at this point because it's going to line you up directly with your starship. Okay, so just leave everything where it is. The first thing we're going to do is hold down the tab key and then press escape. And then cross our fingers, just don't hold your breath.
Aerial propulsion jetpack. Online. Multi-tool aligning laser attachment. Operational.
Alright, hold on. Alright, don't move your mouse.
User
Hold down tab.
initialization sequence.
Press escape. And what we got? Salt and uranium. Isn't that lovely? But it's a GEX system. We can't stay. And it's a tier 2 economy. don't be tempted. I mean, do what you want to do, but if you play a Gex system, you will forever be at the mercy of a pirate or a sentinel, dude. I mean, like, you can do your own thing, but, like, I don't know, dude. I don't know. I don't know, dude. Like, I don't care about scanning stuff, and I got my resources under control. What I need is, like, when I get attacked by pirates and I'm a Templar, I got instant backup. And if I got 45,000 damage potential on my vehicle, you, like, vaporize anything that comes at you. And I gave all that stuff up to restart this thing, and we're just going to start from scratch. But this whole opening sequence, this whole build, is all about selecting a planet right now. Okay? You gotta think it's another phosphorus planet. Okay, I don't need a phosphorus planet. But anyway, like, this is a part of the game. Alright, you can go and find whatever starship that's out there, but, like, I don't use the interwebs, and so the portal exchange and all that stuff doesn't work for me, because it's not, I don't have that common database, you know what I mean? So, it's like ship hunting, but you gotta do it up first. You're gonna level up your suit, okay? You're gonna level up your starship. So get a planet that's got the elements you need with the starship in that system. And so you've got a guarantee. You're gonna try and gain control over as many elements as you can, or items as you can. Right now I'm just having a smoke, because once we get going, we're gonna be moving again. Alright, but I'm actually gonna try and spawn an actual planet that we can use. And then if it starts to happen where the graphics drop out even more, that's just another demonstration. There needs to be an advanced options button. I hear rain. It's a toxic planet. Like, I've played on all these types of planets, man. I played on volcanic planets, I played on all kinds of planets, dude. And it's just the same thing. It's like, okay, here's random elements. Cool, you can do it. And I can do it too. I mean, it's fine. But, like, it's not like, I'm not gonna start a planet and start to develop a planet. There's our ship right there, if you look. See what I mean? Like, don't move your mouse, you're gonna be lined up right with you. See it right above the cursor? There's the starship. Okay, tab, escape. It's just like, yeah, we're gone. Alright, a couple more times, dude. I'm gonna have a smoke. I'm gonna smoke a cigarette. Finish this bowl off. Hold on. Oh, my eyes are just going down. Getting tired. Getting tired. I want to eat dinner and go to sleep. Alright, here's another prospect. Cross your fingers, just don't hold your breath. If we get one, then we'll take it, dude. If we get one, we'll take it. Yeah, see, like, I don't care about that at all, dude. Like, I don't care about more graphics. I just don't, I want to be able to, like, not fall through the base of floors of my base, dude. That's what I care about.
Aerial propulsion jetpack online.
It's not like, you know, they introduce a new build. It's not like they're gonna make it, there's gonna come bugs with it, dude. Yeah, anyway. So, I'm gonna hold down tab and press escape. What do we got? Dope. We're gone. Okay. Actually, you know what, dude? Oh. Do you want to just run with this or try it one more time? I'm gonna smoke a cigarette. When I'm done with the cigarette, then we're gonna run. We'll take whatever comes. Here, let's just do it. I really do want to try and actually get the planet spawned. That would be cool. But like, I tried doing this the other day, dude, and I was like, respawning it for like a day and a half, dude. I'm just like, and then I read up on the Steam boards the documents for 3.73 is already in the works, and I'm looking at the patch list, and it's like the thing is like a page and a half long, dude. That means those patches that they're fixing are in this build, and it's a toxic planet. There we go. I gotta use some Visine, dude. Hold on.
Life support systems activated. Shield kinetic system online.
I've been like talking for like 3 or 4 hours, dude, and my eyes are just going gammy, and I need a cigarette. So I'm gonna take this opportunity to just do that.
Aerial propulsion jetpack online.
Alright.
Multi-tool and mining laser attachment.
This is gonna be a long video, dude.
User initialization sequence complete.
Alright. Yeah, don't care. I'm just showing you, this is why there needs to be an advanced options. Not everybody wants random. You know? I'd like to be able to have I'd like to be able to, like, test different elements, different things, dude. I want to set up different environments and, like, be able to test them. You know? And so, if they're not going to allow that, well then, the closest I can come to is basically, oh, okay. Wait, is this a prospect? Okay. Alright, dude, cross your fingers.
Shield kinetic system online.
That's all you can do at this point. Like, this part of it. But if you do it, okay, if you do it, keep doing this till you get a planet that's salt, uranium, Viking, and a tier 3 economy. I'm gonna smoke the cigarette, dude, and if it's not, then we're just gonna go out. We're gonna take whichever one comes for a second, get ourselves this spaceship, and then we're gonna load out of there. And then we're gonna go and load up our city, my planet. Alright, what do we got? Nope, salt and uranium, but it's Corvax, and it's a tier 2 economy again. The other one was adequate as well. Alright, we're close. If it's... Give me one that I want. This is the part I talk about, or I've in other videos I've spoken about a casino. Like, I don't gamble, dude, but that's what this feels like. Like, I think of the cartoon The Simpsons, like Marge Simpson, she's got like a gambling problem or something. If she like found a quarter on a casino floor and then she pulled the jackpot thing or something, I can't remember.
Commencing Atlas system suit initialization.
Here's another phosphorus planet. I'm taking a break, smoking a cigarette, and then when we come back from that, then it's just like we're just gonna get on with the rest of it. But this process, I just want you to see, can take so long, dude. If you do that for this video, dude, I gotta tell you, you'll be very grateful at the end of it. You're not gonna have my planet, but you can get one that's got salt, uranium, Viking with a tier 3 economy, and then see if it's got a vehicle you want. Keep up with that, and then you'll be set. But that's where we're gonna go back to on my planet. Like, I found the thing like 3 months ago, dude, and it took me like this many months to go and find it. It took me like 2 months or something to produce. It was just ridiculous. Nope. And it's, again, this is why there needs to be an options button and a pull down list, dude. There's enough real estate. I don't care about graphics. I just want to have fun. What do we got? Well, we got graphic rendering problems.
Support systems activated.
Alright, cross your fingers.
Shield kinetic system online.
It would make for a cool military vehicle.
Scanner damaged. Repair required. Aerial propulsion jetpack online. Multi-tool and mining laser attachment operational.
Alright, don't move your mouse. Hold down tab.
User initialization
There we
sequence.
go. Press escape. What do we got? Oh, pal. Silver, I don't care about. Mining, comfortable. That's tier 2. So close. We got 2 out of 4. Figure like a casino, like I was saying, a slot machine. That's what it's called, slot machine. Imagine a slot machine where it's like lemon, 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 you lose, 777, you win. It's like, okay, dude, like, this is like 7 different 7s, dude. 4 are absolute, and the 5th could be, you know, there's 4 that you need like absolute. I keep talking about it.
Commencing anti-assistance suit
Another phosphorus planet.
life support systems activated.
Alright, dude, I'm getting really tired right now, dude. I'm like exhausted.
Kinetic system.
And so I want to wrap this up, dude, because I'm wiped out. I'm like wiped out. Alright, so I'm going to finish the cigarette, and then we're going to get out of here. We're just going to take whatever planet at that time, and then like we'll get to the starship so you see the process or whatever. And then we're going to exit out, and then we're going to load up my planet, and then we're going to go through that
Laser attachment
filling in the blank section.
User initialization sequence complete.
Alright, escape. Discoveries, silver and phosphorus, tier 1. This makes me feel like I'm at a casino on a slot machine, dude. Sorry, dude, I'm so wiped out right now. I'm ready to crash. I got a sandwich waiting for me and a bunch of chips and cookies and stuff. That's all I'm thinking about right now.
Commencing anti-assistance suit initialization.
Nope. This is like dioxide, which is cool for whatever you need, but like later,
Activated.
but like just as a basic, it would be like for your health meter. You know what I mean? Like I don't care.
Kinetic system.
I've got oxygen for that, and so I'm cool.
Scanner damaged. Repair required.
You figure one more time and I'll be out of here, dude. I just want to finish this cigarette.
Aerial propulsion jetpack online.
Alright, I think the next one we're just going to take the next one.
Multi-tool and mining laser attachment.
I mean, we're not going to keep it, we're just going to run through it.
User initialization sequence.
Alright, hold down tab and press escape. I'm really just trying to demonstrate the monotony of what this is. Salt and dioxide. It's a tier 2 economy. Or is that tier 1? That's tier 1, I think. Alright, we're going to try this one more time, dude. And then we're going to probably take it because the cigarette's almost over. I really would like to produce a planet here and then be lucky on this draw and then get that on the video. That'd be really cool. But I don't think that's gonna happen. And I'm too tired to go on with the next build or the next video. But I want to wrap this one up because I'm about to pass out, go to sleep. Boom, 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 boom.
Commencing anti-assistance suit initialization.
Nope. Alright, 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 alright.
Life support systems activated.
Actually, I might even have one left in it. I'm really stalling this one out now.
System online.
I think I got enough for one more load.
Scanner damaged. Repair
Yeah, we'll load one more, dude. Give it one more chance.
propulsion jetpack.
This will be done and give me a chance to put my glasses back on.
Multi-tool and mining laser attachment. Operational. User
Alright.
initialization sequence complete.
And we're pretty much out of here. I just want you to see it, dude. Alright, we're done. We're gone. Alright, last time. Alright, we're gonna take this one because I'm almost out of this thing. Alright. So I'll burn my house down. Hold on a second. Alright, what do we got?
Commencing
Come on, big money, big money, big money. No whammy, no whammy, no whammy. Stop. Another frozen planet. Alright, alright, so be it, so be it. Hold on.
support system activated. Shield kinetic system online.
You get the point. I showed you a library in my vault, dude. There was like hundreds of planets that were just like 100 planets in there, dude, like that are salt and uranium. So the combination does exist.
Propulsion jetpack.
So I would recommend you stay diligent until you get one. I've already got one. I've been through this process. I really, like I said, don't want to go through it
Laser attachment.
anymore. And so we're just going to take this planet right now. And the first thing we're going to do when we start a planet is we don't move the mouse and we press tab and then we hold escape. Alright, and this would be the point where we go and we fill in all this data into the spreadsheet. Now, this is not where we're going to stay, but this is where we fill in all those blanks. We're going to do that in a minute, but this is where you would do that. Okay, catalog is empty, everything else. As soon as we load this other planet, it's going to show what I have in my inventory at that point. Okay, I think it's sodium and ferrite, and I think I had some carbon. I got enough to reload my multi-tool with the carbon. And then I made a save, and so I wish I hadn't saved that much, but I did, and so it's in there, but it's a clean build. Anyway, so here's what we're going to do. What we would normally do at this point is we'd come back here and we'd fill in all this stuff. Okay, cool. But then just for the sake of starting it off, first thing, I go to X, and I go to the camera mode, and I press Control 9. Control 9. Okay, and then I scroll down to the gear cog, I click left, and I scroll up one to camera view, and I press Control 0, Control 0, and then I right click, and I right click again, and then I press 9. Puts me in camera mode. Okay, now this next part, we're just going to take like a panoramic and get a view for the archive. That way when you look back in time, you know what exactly you were looking at. Okay, otherwise your brain will not remember. Mine does not. So we're gonna hit on the keyboard the E key. We're gonna raise the camera and we're gonna click with the left mouse button. Okay, so it's gonna hurt if you're on a slow machine. Go one at a time, but this is what you would do. I'm just gonna run with it. So ready on a 3, 2, 1. Try not to move your mouse like I'm doing. And straight ahead of us is gonna be our starship. It's either where we can see it or where we don't see it, but it's gonna be right there someplace. So it's probably right behind this hill, if we don't see it. Okay, I'm gonna let go of that for a second. Alright, so it's probably right behind that hill that we're looking at. Okay, because you can't see it, it's gonna be where you don't see it. Alright, so while we're sitting up here, I'm just gonna go and take screenshots of the city or the planet. Again, I played SimCity for like 25 years, so everything is a city and a house and a region. That looks like where we're gonna end up going. Okay, now we're back at our mark. Let's bring it down a little bit. And so that way when you look back in your archive in your vault and you're looking through at a planet, you know exactly what you're like, oh, okay, I got it. Otherwise, you're not going to remember anything about it. And we're just going to kind of taper in a little bit. I'm not going to be too particular because I'm not going to keep this planet, but I can see where I am at the bottom. It looks like there's some sodium right behind us there too. Okay, so sorry, let me do this real quick. I got an itch. Okay, so we're going to escape out of the camera. We're going to escape out of the camera, and then we're going to go right back into it. And then do it again. Alright, now this time we're going to look at the ground and press F. Make the thing go down there. And now we're going to do the same thing. We're just going to... There's some sodium up ahead on the hill on our left. Okay. Looks like some up ahead on the right. It's too far away. And it looked like I saw some of those right behind us. And so I'm going to kind of do that. Alright, so same kind of thing here. This time we're just going to look straight back down. Just going to look at our path. Alright, there's sodium, looks like oxygen. And then where are we? It looks like right behind us. At like 7 o'clock. It looks like right behind us, like 7:15, 7:30ish. It's like there's some sodium right behind us. And so I'm going to ease off on that. Now, when I come out of the camera mode, I'm going to switch the viewpoint because I can't do it. So I'm going to right-click the mouse to escape from the camera. I'm going to press 0 that we just programmed or mapped to it, to the view. I'm going to change first person. Then I'm going to turn around to my 7 o'clock. I'm going to actually scan the area and see what we've got. Alright, so boom. Whoops, wrong. There we go. And now I'm going to go and say we need ferrite. Let me go to escape on my menu. I turn to 7 o'clock. Let's go to our log, and we're going to select the mission objective. Boom. Alright, so now there's our thing. Let's see what we got. We've got some right-click, some sodium. Is this? I can't even see what's going on with that. There we go. There's some ferrite. And we're not going to panic. Especially I see people that go into perma mode. Don't panic. Don't waste your fuel. Don't run around aimlessly. Just stay on mission to what you're trying to accomplish. But don't waste... Okay, so now there's there. We're going to go, we're going to repair the scanner. The first thing you're going to have to gain is carbon. So let's... Where's our scanner? There's our sodium. 105. Was that our nearest one? Oh, that's way back there. I'm going so far back. Alright, so be it. Here's our sodium. We're going to grab it, but we're not going to use it all. Okay? We're going to go... You can do the thing where like you go X into your menu, but that's going to use all of it. So I'm going to escape out of that, or tab. And then I'm just going to grab the sodium. I'm going to press the C key and split it in half. There we go. Now, I'm going to just keep my eyes up for... Where are you, buddy? There we go. And now we're just going to run for it. We don't care about anything else but just get into that ship. And we're going to have more than enough sodium to get there. Just stay on task of what you're trying to accomplish. I should have run straight forward in the first place. Yeah, see, I should have gone up the hill. There we go. Alright. Now, even if you take a little bit of damage, don't even worry about it. We're going to be there in a second. And if it does want to go in our suit, save it till like the last of it when you're about to... Your suit's going to be done. You should be there in time, but if you do have to go and recharge it, then... go into your inventory and then again grab the device with the left click and then press the C key, you know, split it in half and then put it in there. But right now we've got half of our inventory just waiting for us. so we found our ship. We're just going to get to that beacon. There we go. Come on, buddy. Normally we'd be taking photographs of those, but right now I just want to get there. Let's just get to that beacon. Alright, so that's pretty much the drill. What's up, man? Alright, what do we got here? It says iteration 2394829084924924924G. Scenario iteration number 2311876661T. Deleted. Boundary separation failure likely. It says vessel 16 emptied. Cause sentinel intervention, deliberate transfer. Alright. It says analysis, fresh iteration generated, anomaly containment prepared. Gives options 1 to broadcast or 2 to leave. I'm going to say 1 to broadcast. It says broadcast received, traveler anomaly detected. Alright. Anomaly is compliant, position logged, system integrity scan initialized. Alright, so that frees us up. And it's extremely cold. We're going to run over to the car, hold down E, and we're pretty much in. Alright, again, iteration number 2394829084924924924G, online. Again, G. It's like a time lapse. Atlas connection, intermittent. Launch thrusters, offline. And pulse engine, offline. It says, I find myself alone on a strange world, unequipped and in danger. I have no memory of how I got here, no sense of it before. It says, but the ship at least seems to recognize me. The controls react to my touch, or at least to that of my exosuit. I am not dead yet, and this ship is a lifeline out to the stars. It gives an option of 1 to read log, or 2 to connect to exosuit. I'm going to say 1 read log. It says log number 4925A unavailable, substituting data. Again, time lapse. Alright. Exosuit. Connected. Suggestion. Pilot should perform maintenance. Select desired repair path. It gives only 1 option of repair ship systems. Number 1. We say OK. It says self-guided repair protocols initiated. Alright, now we're just going to hop out of the car real quick with the E key. And now we've got our save point, and now we feel fine, and everything, we can take a breath. First thing we're going to do at this point is we're going to go on our X on the keyboard. We're going to bring up that view menu on the key on the gear cog and do Control 0, and then we're going to go and save that. So now we're going to go right click to escape out of that menu. 0 works, and 0 works. And this would be the point where we now finally, to take that last bit of data, we'd go and record our coordinate data. I really want to mention here right now, I'm going to escape out of that screen. We set the viewpoint in the field of view in the vehicle to 200%. So it's going to have a bit of a fisheye lens effect, okay? It's going to be a little off-kilt, disorientating for a moment, okay? But you get used to it. Okay, but the main thing is you can see all the screens on your shield. Okay, even with the heads-up display putting data in front of it, you can still read the screen. That's at 200%. Now, if you were in the cabin, you would see something about like this. Okay, if you were lucky. Alright, that's not doable unless you're in a virtual reality helmet. Hey, more power to the VR people, okay, but for me, I'm a Generation X dude. I need a keyboard, and I need to see that screen. If I were to move the camera to look down at that screen, even if I were to bring it back into close proximity and let go and see how it moves, okay, the vehicle will then, the viewpoint will then shift, the cursor will then shift from the viewpoint, it'll change back to vehicle trajectory, and then also includes things like firing weaponry and stuff like that. That's not useful, dude. Especially if, like, right now we're looking south, okay, but we can look, where's west? Where's east? Okay, you can't see any of that. You're gonna have to fly by coordinate data. You're gonna have to look at that screen and say from left to right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. On screen number 1 is your coordinate data. And so and as while I'm mentioning it, okay, screen 1 is your coordinate data, that works. Okay, screen 2 is your speedometer, the units per second, I'm going to presume, that works. The screen number 3, it's give or take sometimes, but like it tends to work. Okay, but that's like your navigation. Screen number 4, where it says the vehicle name and shield, that screen doesn't work. It displays the name, but the shield bar never works, dude. Again, I think who's testing it? Are they testing it at all, or what? Am I missing something? But because the meters work on everything else except for that. Okay, on screen number 5 it says photon cannon and it says heat underneath that screen. Okay, again, that meter, that bar doesn't change. Okay, I've tested it. The shields have gone to nothing. The vehicle is giving me a coffin. Okay, it doesn't do anything, that kind of thing. Again, with the photon cannon, the heat meters don't work. They tell you what it is, but like, are they just because if you had the screen set up like this, you wouldn't even know that that thing wasn't tested. If that's your default setting, you can't see it when you're on. That's why the bugs exist. I think everyone's got this thing set to 75. Also, when you set it to 200% when you're in pulse mode, or when you step on the put it on the throttle, you're gonna fall back in your seat. Okay, well that's cool. When you do that though, it's going to show the unfinished skins of the vehicle itself. Okay, again, that's a reason why, like, it's really like this whole thing has been crafted around VR, because even the cabin is essentially unusable unless you're in a virtual reality and you're looking around your cabin. I can't do it. I can't do it. I need to be able to see what I'm looking at. And so, if I've said enough about this, I'm going to just exit out of here for a second, and we're going to bounce out, and we're going to exit the game, and we are going to load up. Now this would be where you would normally save your game. Okay, you would come into roaming, that roaming folder. Here's your hello games. Okay, this is just a couple text files, nothing special. This one will add about 1 megabyte, like a 1024. Okay, for every base that you build, BASE. Okay, but that's about it. This is pretty small stuff. Okay, there's nothing in it. This is in use. Alright, if it crashes out, then you gotta go check and see if there's something in there. But, like, unless the game crashes the desktop, you should be fine with it. But the main thing is you don't want to corrupt these file names. You don't want to give your save file a name that's too long, and then not be able to save it because it's too short, or because the file's too long. You have to make it file too short, and you don't want to corrupt this data, and so we're going to zip that folder. Alright, so the Hello Games folder is your game save. You would right click 7-zip, and you would say add to hellogames.zip. My recommendation is to take the .zip and don't use the proprietary .7z. Sure, if you know what you're doing, you want to span something or whatever, cool. But like, if all fails, worst case scenario, you can unzip this with the built-in Windows zip utility. Again, I spent a lot of time in Y2K, a lot of time now in Y2K38. A lot of time in Y2K38, but I got lung cancer, dude, and I'm dying. And I don't know if I'm going to make it another 15 years, but I'm doing the best I can here. I'm going to finish up a video game, we're going to get to it. Now that hellogames.zip, okay, this is where we would right click and we'd say cut. Okay, I'm going to close this for a second. Now we would take that and we go to our backups folder. It's got to wake up the drive, 2 seconds. Alright, now normally, this is where we're going to start, okay? I'm just going to paste this one here for a second, just so you can get the concept. Okay, hellogames.zip, hellogames0, system name. Okay, so now hellogames.zip, this is the same type of file, okay? Given 0, okay, that's the start point, that's the game start. Okay, it's got the system name, the star system name, it's got the planet name, it's got the coordinate data where you're sitting at that point. The event is the master save game start, and the item is the vehicle radiant pillar BC1, and the objective is to repair the starship. Okay, we're going to fill in those blanks, and the blanks that we fill in are going to be the saved file name, that kind of thing. And now, for the sake of it right now, we don't need this. and so I'm just going to go and right click, but we're going to get rid of that save in a second, so kind of omit that. What we would do here, just for the safety's sake, okay, we're going to paste that for the moment. We're going to create, right click, new folder, okay, new folder. We're going to give it the timestamp where it says date modified. The year is 2022 2022. The month is 03 March, and the day is 03. I'm going to put a dash right here. It says 1756, 5:56 p.m. Okay, and so now we've got a timestamp that's going to be useful for us. Okay, so we're going to fill in this data in a minute, but now we've got our starting folder. I just want you to see that we've now created a folder. I'm going to leave this one here for a second, alright? But just, this is junk. I'm just going to call this junk right real quick. Here, we're just going to call this junk. Just so they don't get lost in there. 0 junk. Alright, so there's your junk folder. Just so we know that that's just not going to get in the way. This is the one we're going to use. This is the one we're going to call junk. Alright, once we get done with that, okay, I'm just going to do it right now. Alright, so this folder, what this would eventually be, I'm just going to right click. I'm showing you the process of what it takes to do it, but then we're going to go and actually do it. The part about filling in the data we would have done already before we even started moving. As soon as we saw the planet, we would fill in the data. Alright, so we're going to close this for a second, right click the file once it's processed. Again, we're time-lapsing right now. Okay, we come back to our roaming folder, we'd right click it and we'd say paste. Now, the original folder, this is different, okay, but the original folder, we don't want it, this roaming folder that we're in right now, this directory, is kind of like the nuts and bolts for all of your applications. Okay, so you don't really want to go and like delete the wrong folder. And like right now I'm really tired and I don't want to delete the wrong folder. So what I do is I do a cut, I do a right click and I say cut that folder out. And I close this, I go to the dump folder. Okay, in that dump folder I right click, I say new folder, and I double click and I say paste. Boom, paste. And now, just in case I deleted the wrong thing, I don't want to delete the wrong thing. And so now we come back to our roaming folder, right? And we're going to say right click it, okay, and we just pretend that this was the file that we just created. We right clicked it, we zipped it, we came and we renamed it, and now we brought it back in here. We're going to do it again, but I'm going to show you how to do it. And then you right click and you say 7-zip and you say extract here. Boom, now it's in place. And then we'd close this, and then we'd move on to what we got to do. Okay, now in this situation, if we were to go and take that junk folder, alright, so here's that folder we made with the timestamp. Let's just pretend that was the junk folder inside of there. Okay, we've placed our junk folder inside of there. Here's our timestamp with the junk folder. Okay, fine. And now what we want to do is we take this picture library. Let me bring up the taskbar. We took all those photographs, right? Let me go to the desktop. There we go. So we went and took all those photographs, right? This is why. We're going to right click on the C drive, and then we're going to say right click and cut. Okay, we're going to clear that board a little bit. Okay, now we're going to go back to our backups folder and our timestamp and our junk folder, our zip. We say new folder, and then we do some parentheses, and we're going to say pictures, P-I-C-T-U-R-E-S, pictures. Boom, boom. And then we right click and we say paste. Give it a second. Alright, and now while all of those are highlighted, we're going to right click and we'd say copy, right? This is why the second folder. This would be your master list, the one on your library drive. And then we'd right click and we'd say paste. And so this way you've got an individual copy for that save and that build, but now you've also got a master copy where you can look through the entire library of what you were just doing. And so when it's all said and done, you can say, okay, what was going on here? Okay, that's what this planet was all about. Okay, I remember this one. There was a thing and it was the side and I went the wrong way. Got it. And that kind of number. And so you'd have that. Oops, let me go back up here. Close this guy. And so now our backups folder. Alright, so we'd have our pictures folder, and then eventually you do another folder. We'd have one for like parentheses, we'd say fleet, F-L-E-E-T. Okay, and then so as we were going through our journey, like you heard there was a starship flying by, you want to make sure that that doesn't get lost. You know what I mean? And so you say, oh, okay, I don't want to lose that one. And so you take a screenshot of that, you count to 7. You know what I mean? And then that way you say, okay, I know what was in the system, I know what was on the planet looked like, and I know what the vehicles that were there. One of the other things we're going to do, just for the sake of the what we're doing right now, we would eventually take the planet name and the star system name. I'm just going to do it just for the example of what I'm trying to accomplish. I'm going to just copy that for a second. I'll show you in a minute. But like, we would copy that name and we come up to our timestamped folder, right? We're going to give it a different name, but just for the sake of it, we rename it, and then we're going to come to the front, we're going to paste that in there. So that would be our save. Oops, we got one extra space. So that, imagine this is now our backup, our archive. We would right click this, which is the collection of all of that. We say 7-zip, and then we add a zip. And so right now, this zip we're making, junk dot whatever timestamp, says it's got the initial game save. It could have hundreds of saves in there, but it's also got the pictures collection, and it's got the fleet collection if that was in it. Do you see what I mean? Now we would pretty much be done with that, the actual folder itself, because now we've moved on, right? And we just delete that one out of the way. We've got that zip of the whole archive. We'd say cut, and then we come up arrow to our archive folder. Okay, or if you're on your desktop, the archive folder, and we'd right click and we'd say paste. And so as you were building in this junk game, you'd have different save points, and that collections would start building. Once you were done, say you had like 20, or you decided to go to a different planet, whatever the case, you would then take all of those and you'd say cut those out of there. Close it just so you can see, and then we go to the vault. And then you put all of those in the vault, and that vault will populate with like a large list of what am I trying to say here? Like down here, this is what you're going to end up with, is a big pile of everything that you've done, that kind of number. Alright, now we don't need this, so I'm going to delete it. Okay, so that's now gone. Let's come up to our dump folder, let's get rid of that, clear everything out. And what else? Pictures, let's clear that out. We don't need that. And what else did we have? Pictures there, and pictures here, and those are all gone. Alright, now let's close all these folders up. Where are we? Let's see. We just restored this guy. Let me just triple check. That's cleared out. Now let's do this process all over again with the proper file that we're going to use. 7-zip, extract here, boom. Now if that wasn't confusing enough, how long is this video? 4 hours and 16 minutes. Oh my goodness. Alright, we're just going to do it. So let's launch back into the game. Let's do an inventory. Okay, I got to wrap this up, dude. I'm wiped out. This thing's got to go away. And I need another cigarette. Alright, am I out of cigarettes? No, I got another pack someplace. Hold on. Alright, this load is from Christmas Eve morning, dude. That's when I spawned this planet. It was like December 24th at like 9:33 in the morning is when I was able to exit the cabin. Where we just left off with that last one is where we're going to pick up on this one. There's no mods in it, there's nothing in it, it's just 7 seconds on the board. You know? We'll reload it in a minute. Right now we're just going to get the data and create the save, that kind of thing. Alright, so here's the planet. Okay, and I want to kind of show you here while I'm just sitting here thinking about it. Let's go for a walk real quick. I learned a lot, and the stuff I'm going to show you here right now, I learned on this planet. Let's just go for a walk for a second. At the top of this hill, behind that carbon, is a minor settlement. It's the first that I had found, and the first that I built on. And so I was really, like, completely, like, I fell in love with the place, dude. But I just want to show you that, like, we're going to start on this planet, but we're not going to go and use that. I think that the probability of it spawning on your planet is very low, very low. But that was what was done. That's what I found. And I was still at the point where I would sit around here. Let me just stop. I was out here, that's how I found it. I was clearing out with my multi-tool all the different elements, because that's how I used to always start the game. Every time I start a game, I'd have to spend like 12 hours and like harvest everything I could carry, you know what I mean? And then I came up to the top of this hill. I came up to the top of this hill, and that's when I got into the whole thing about like taking the snapshots and panoramas, because like if I had done that, I would have seen this. I was like, okay, I recognize that, but then I was like, well, what is this, dude? It was daytime at the time, but like I'd never seen one of these before. The minor settlement, and I was like, what is this about? I thought it was like a soccer field. I'm like, what is what? What is? I spent my first month at a ancient ruins, and then I come across the trading post and the other one, and then I got to here, and I stopped, and I looked around, and at one point I had packed like 100 refiners into this place. I learned so much about this place, and I spent like about a month here, like 30 days kind of thing, like a month, and I had learned so much, and I want to show you what I learned, but I'm so too tired to go and deal with all of that right now. Okay, I just want to point out, these graphics, they have nothing to do with the weapon at all. Why are those graphics here? You know what I mean? Like, for real, dude. Like, okay, so there's the front end piece. I can see that one up there. Is that all the options? Is that just by luck? You know, I don't care about the extra graphics. There's a weapon in there that doesn't fit in that cabinet. There's an extra layer of transparency, more rendering that I've got to deal with, and it doesn't even fit right. I mean, yeah, that's just like nitpicky kind of stuff, but let's get back to this save point and start plugging in some blanks. We're gonna start on this planet, but we're not gonna start here. We're not gonna go into this building. I usually go an organic route where I kind of like, I'll follow up to the space station, like, and then I'll go build directly underneath it. But with this one, we're gonna do something more concrete, and so we're gonna use like navigation data. But right now, we're just gonna work back to the car. But I just want you to realize this is a game start, dude. Normally you see like a graphic, the sparks would come out of the thing, but like, there it is, there it is. It's not close enough. Alright, so this is normally what we would see, okay? Vehicle at game start, that's what we're gonna do, but right now we're gonna fill in the blanks on the spreadsheet. I'm gonna call it a wrap for the night. Okay, so again, how I normally play a game, in between there, where the lines are coming together, is where the space station is. And so I'll follow on screen number 1, 2, 3. Okay, environment warning. Okay, screen 3, navigation. I'll just follow and taper until I'm so like I'm underneath the space station, and then like I'll find then I'll go and find a minor settlement that's underneath there. But for right now, it's daytime. Let's take a look out real quick. And so this is going to be the planet in the morning. All right, this is my little planet. And this is where we're going to set up camp. Now, let's fill in the blanks and call it a wrap, dude. I'm tired. Alright, so escape, discoveries. We're going to fill in the blanks. The catalog has got sodium and ferrite dust. Okay, I don't even think I've got any carbon in there. So, that's cool. What do I have in my inventory? Oh, I do. Okay, so I've got carbon and dihydrogen. Yeah, I remember I got enough. I was at the time when I was like, I gotta make sure I've got enough carbon just in case. And so like I went and I got my gear, and then I got a load of carbon. I emptied the multi-tool, filling up on carbon, and that's what I kind of recommend. But I don't really do that so much anymore right off the bat. Now I just ration everything out, reserve everything. But we're starting at game start, right? Everything's at scratch. Alright, so let's bring up that menu again, and there's the materials. Alright, discoveries. This is where I talk about having a toolbar, like right now. 4 hours and 23 minutes, dude. Having a toolbar on your screen allows you to gain access. If I were to try and minimize to the desktop, okay, the game won't let me minimize to the desktop. Okay, but if I have a toolbar, well then I can go and I can open up my spreadsheet, 72, and then DLC. So we'll open up our DLC. Alright, so we did our spreadsheets, we did our software, we did our options, we already went through all of the screenshots, all that stuff, and now we come down to planets. System. What time is it? 4:24, dude, this is going to be 5 hours, man. Alright, so the system, what's the name? Let's get into the game here. We're going to right click to come back a notch. Laymuskyv, okay, Laymuskyv. Alright, so Laymuskyv, Laymuskyv. We're going to call it Laymuskyv. We're going to select the top corner, we're going to right click, and we're going to say optimal width. Optimal width, okay, cool. If you got to do a spell check, do a spell check. Alright, but I'm going to do a save. Hold on, let me like this again. Alright. We're almost done. We're almost done. I'm almost done. There we go. Alright, so the planet name. We're going to right click and we're going to say what's the planet name. Again, the game. The planet name is at Towny Wamis. At Towny Wamis. ADTOWNEYWAMIS. Alright. ADTOWNEYWAMIS at Towny Wamis. Okay, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to right click and we're going to say optimal width. Boom. And we'll click save. I probably should have did the other one first, but I just jumped ahead and I'm sorry about that. Let me come back and correct myself. Alright, so we have our first one. Okay, let's go back to our planet. I should have done this first. Alright, but Laymuskyv, we have 4 planets and 2 moons. 4 planets and 2 moons. So here's our home planet. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, call 3. Maybe this one we'll call 4. Okay, this looks like they're closer together. This one looks like it's proportionally further out. 1, 2, 3, 2 moons, and then 4. 4 planets and 2 moons. So let's come back over here. Let's take our star system, Laymuskyv. We'll say copy. Again, a lot of copy and paste. 1, 2, 3, 4 planets and 1, 2 moons. Okay, 4 planets and 2 moons. We're going to right click and say paste. Overwrite, we'll say yeah, and then we'll say save. Alright, now the other ones are all unknown planets, unknown moons. Okay, unknown planet, unknown moon. We're just going to call it unknown. Unknown. Double click here. Try not to burn my house with a cigarette. Sorry about that. Here, hold on. Let me just get rid of that stuff. I gotta empty my ashtray or I don't burn my house down. Sorry about that. Alright, so at Towny Wamis, we're gonna call these all unknown. We're gonna say UNKNOWN, unknown, and then we're gonna select that. Probably should have done others, but okay. We're gonna fill in the blanks for the rest. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. So those are unknown, and we'll paste those. And then we said what? We said what? We said 1, 2, 3 planets, 2 moons, and then the 4th planet. So 1, 2, 3 planets, 2 moons, and we'll say paste. Boom. And select all with the top corner, right click and say optimal width. Alright, boom. And we'll say save. Alright, you see what just happened there? You're going to do that, if you do this method, you're going to do that for every star system you go to. And then when it's done, you're going to have a complete inventory of everything that's available to you. And then if you need something, you can just come down here and type in dirt. Oh, it's not going to show, but you know what I mean? And so that's the drill with that. Now let's go to the environment for the planet. I should have done that first. Alright, so back to the game. At Towny Wamis, it says what? It says discovered by, and it says decaying nuclear planet, decaying nuclear planet. So let's go to the environment. Let's say decaying nuclear, Nuclear, planet, Planet. Okay, decaying nuclear planet. Let's select them all. We're going to right click and we're going to say optimal width. Boom, done. And then our weather. Okay, our weather. I want to stop before we go any further. Okay, this list is going to scroll off the screen, and while we're still on decaying nuclear planet, okay, I would want to select that tile. Okay, so in this case D2, and we'll say view, and then we'll say split window, view and split window. Alright, now let's go on to weather. Alright, so the weather, let's says what? Let's come into our game at Towny Wamis, and our weather says contaminated puddles. Contaminated puddles. Contaminatedpuddles. Contaminated puddles. And again, we're going to select all of our tiles, right click and say optimal width, and then boom. Alright, and click a save. And then we're going to come over to our sentinel, so alt tab, and our sentinel say what? It say none present. Oh, that's cool. None present. Alright, and so let's go none present, NONEPRESENT, none present. And we'll click a save, and we'll do again with the tiles, optimal width. I'm tired. And we'll click save. Flora says what? Medium. Alright, double click, MEDIUM, medium. Alright, and then fauna says what? Fauna says numerous. Let's alt tab, and we'll go to fauna and say numerous, NUMEROUS, numerous. Alright, let's do this again. We'll select all the tiles, and we'll say optimal width, and we'll say OK. Alright, now let's do another save. A, B, and C. What do I mean by A, B, and C? On the top here, it says gamma root. Depending on the planet, you could have solarium, you could have fungal mold, you could have gamma root, you could have frost crystal, you could have star bulb. Okay, you could also have ancient bones, you could have salvageable scrap. I think I may have seen 4 at one point, but I cannot remember if that's true or not. Regardless, A, B, and C. If you need a D, put in a D, but I've usually seen about an A, B, and C. And so gamma root would be A. So let's go double click on A and say gamma root, GAMMA, and then ROOT, gamma root. Alright, again, we're going to go and select all the tiles, right click and say optimal width, and then boom, that's done. A, B, and C, let's do a click and a save, and let's scroll over a little bit. Gamma root, okay, gamma root. Now we come to other. Okay, other, localized, and stellar. These are in order as they're posted, but like stellar will always be copper, localized, and other. Okay, copper is stellar, local is uranium, other is salt. And so over here for other, we're going to double click and say salt, SALT, and then do a tab and we'll say save. And then localized was what? Localized was uranium. Uranium. Alt tab, URANIUM, uranium, and then we'll do a save. Alright, and then an alt tab, stellar. Stellar is going to be copper. Double click, COPPER. Okay, and then we'll do a save. The type, let's do an alt tab. The type is going to, now we're going to go, everything is in order, okay? Type is going to be trading and advanced. So it's a trading economy, it's a trading type. Okay, trading, TRADING, and we'll do a tab. Okay, let's go grab all the cells, right click, optimal width. Okay, boom, and then we'll do a save. Alright, and then the strength was what? Advanced. The strength is advanced. Okay, that's our tier 3 economy, ADVANCD advanced, and we'll click a save, boom. Alright, and next we've got what? Our conflict. Conflict is sporadic. Okay, so we'll double click SPORADIC, sporadic, and we'll click a save. And then the dominant life form is Viking. I just want to point out right here, that apostrophe in the name Viking is a huge headache for file management. It's a huge headache when you're translating between Linux and Windows. It's a huge headache when you're dealing with Microsoft special folders, my docs, my pictures, my videos, my this, my that's. Okay, it's a huge headache. And I can only assume they figured it out by now, because in the pictures folder, when you save a screen capture, it default folder name is No Man's Sky, but it does not have the apostrophe in it. I think they finally figured it out, but they're kind of young, so I don't think they would know. They're not really nerds. They're just kind of like they make graphics. I mean, I'm not trying to talk junk, but like when I say nerds, it's like the guys that used to get made fun of for being on computers. Nerds. Alright, so now we've filled in this data, okay? We've got our catalog and our milestones and our log, and we're just starting everything off. I haven't even gone through all the different things yet. Okay, we can go do that in a minute, but we're going to come back to this. Alright, so we're starting everything off, and we've got our spreadsheet, right? Our dominant life form, Viking. Okay, now if I were to type it VYKEEN, whoops, okay, then I don't get bothered by spell checkers. Whether I put the word in there, typed it in or added it to the spell checker or not, okay, the apostrophe for the spell checker will treat the apostrophe like an apostrophe. Okay, so I just avoid the headache because I'm tired of dealing with it. I just call it V small y capital K small EEN, Viking. Alright, now, those are done. Let's scroll back up our list a little bit. Let's go back to the beginning. Weather, environment, decaying, moon. Okay, let's scroll up into place. Boom. Decaying nuclear planet. I don't have any real kind of graphic associations with it. I don't really fill in those blanks. Like it hasn't come up for me where I've needed to color code that kind of thing. Nor have I found any sort of data that I could try and color code. I guess I could try and do it with a radioactive planet. That could probably work. But then I'd have to figure out color scales for everything. Not too worried about it right now. Hot, cold, radiation planet. I guess we could do it like, I don't know, we could call it a different radiation type of planet or something else like that. We can add something to that. Okay, but there's phosphorus, there's volcanic, there's like 12 different types of planets, dude, so I'm not even at that point where I care about it. Contaminated puddles, don't really care, it's just the data. Sentinels, though, Sentinels, non-present, none present. Okay, so we're going to right click where it says none present. That's why I said you're going to do a lot of copy and paste. Okay, so none present, I'm just going to reset it, and then back to planets. None present, I'm going to right click and I'm going to say paste, overwrite, I say yes, boom. Now I click save. Alright, none present, that's a good situation, it's a green. Okay, so we're going to scroll over here. What's the next one we care about? Flora and fauna. I could do the same, but I just don't care, and so I haven't filled those in. You know what I mean? Like, it's not a big deal to me if there's a lot or little. I guess I could fill them in if I started to do cooking or something, but like I'm not worried about it. What I do care about is the gamma root. Okay, on the bottom on the tabs, on the list, 1, 2, 3, 4 is flora. Flora down to gamma root. I'm going to right click and say copy. Okay, I'm going to reset that for a second, come back to planets. Gamma root, I'm going to right click and I'm going to say paste. Alright, I'm going to free that up and I'm going to say click save. And the next one we got is salt. So we come back to our elements. 1, 2 over, down 1, salt. I'm going to right click and copy salt. I'm going to reset the cursor. Back to planets, right click salt. I'm going to say paste. Boom. It looks like it's off the board, so I'm going to select all. Right click, say optimal width. Boom. There's salt. Alright, now I'm going to click save. Next is uranium. uranium, elements, 1, 2 to Earth at the bottom of the list, right click, say uranium, say copy. I'm going to reset the cursor, and planets. I'm going to right click uranium, say paste. Pardon me. Alright, that looks like it fits. I'm just going to go ahead and click save. And then the next one, copper. Back to our elements. Okay, at the bottom, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 6, 7. At the end, stellar and copper. I'm going to right click and copy. Okay, I'm going to reset the cursor and go back to our planets where it says copper. I'm going to right click and say paste and say yes. I'm going to overwrite. Looks like it's off the screen, so I'm going to select them all, right click and say optimal width. Boom, done. Alright, next, so copper, click save. Let's scroll over a little bit. What's next? Trading, type of trading. So let's scroll over a little bit. Next is trading type. Pardon me. Okay, so let's go, whoops, we're already there. Okay, so we had the Sentinels tab. Let's go to the Economy tab. Okay, we've got Economy. We'll deal with what's on the list. Okay, we scroll down the list. I think it's the first one. Okay, so we look down. We say, where's our trading? We could go down. We could say find. We could say trading. TRADING. I'm trying to give you an example. Trading items. Well, don't care what that's next. What's next? Trading economy. No, oh, there's our trading. If I was trying to find dirt, I would say dirt, D-I-R-T, and I'd say dirt. There's my dirt. There was a guy, dude, there's a guy, I mean, he's playing on a PlayStation or whatever, but like, there was a guy, and he was trying to find dirt. He had a dinosaur egg or something. He was trying to change the color. I don't know, trying to stay relevant, I guess. But he's trying to change the color, and he's running around everywhere, couldn't find dirt anywhere. Well, if you take my approach, okay, settle up a tier 3 economy, build and establish this one, and then there's 6 other star systems, okay, or trading types or whatever, producing economies. You have to do the same thing and find a tier 3 economy in the advanced materials economy, so you have access to these 5 elements, and then so you're going to have at least 7 bases just right there. You know what I mean? So, I don't know, people say they're done with the game. I don't know how, dude. There's so much to do, but trading, we're going to right click trading and select copy, and I'm going to reset the cursor. Alright, and then we're going to come back to planets. Hold on, my voice is going out. Alright, so now let's come back to this. So trading, we're going to right click and say paste, and then say yes. Alright, that looks like it's done. We're going to click save. Next is strength. The economy strength was what? Advanced. Okay, it was advanced. Alright, so let's go over to our spreadsheet. We'll go back to economy, and we'll say economy type. We say advanced. We right click and say copy. Alright, I'm going to reset the cursor. Come back to planets. I'm going to right click and say paste. Boom, paste. Alright, click a save. Now, conflict. What was conflict? That was the sporadic. Okay, let's go back over to our tab, sporadic. Okay, sentinels, economy, conflict, sporadic. Right click sporadic, say copy. Gonna reset the cursor, and then say planets. Right click sporadic and say paste. I gotta turn off this air conditioner, I'm getting cold. There we go, overwrite. That done. We'll say save, save. Alright, what's next? Viking. Earlier I was saying I was going to lay mention to the different economy types. Okay, I don't know if the concept is a valid concept, so I don't know whether or not I'm going to presume, because I don't know if it's valid to assume, but like when I see trading, I think of the GEX system. When I see research or experiment, I think of Corvax. I'm going to presume that this is probably going to be Viking, that that's what differentiates trade route A from B. Okay, you understand my meaning. Alright, we did the screenshots earlier, but the color scale, from our palette bar is what? Light purple 4. Light purple 4. Again, from that fandom.com, nomansky.fandom.com, is where I really kind of compiled all this data from. And so, like, if there's misspellings, well, that's where it was spelled from. You know, the color schemes that's where I got it from. Okay, I had to find it because I needed to find out what these names actually were for a tier 3 economy so I can produce these 5 elements. Man, I'm trying to talk as fast as I can, dude, but like I'm running out of steam. Alright, back to planets. Viking. We're going to go to the color palette. We're going to call it light purple 4. Light purple 4. And then I'm going to click save. Now, we have to kind of do a little bit of logic right now when we're filling this in. Our star system name is Lemuskiv. We're going to call Lemuskiv, okay, and at Towny Wamis. So the common thread is the star system, okay, but not the planet names. So what's going to be common throughout the star systems? Well, it's Viking, it's sporadic, it's trading and advanced in trading, okay, and then stellar. That's going to be the same throughout all of them. And not uranium, not the rest. So what we're going to do is we're going to go and we're going to grab those and we'll say copy and then hold down shift and down arrow 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I got to sneeze. Okay, I'm going to right click and we're going to say paste. Boom. You sure? You say yep. And we say save. Now you see what just happened here. We just compiled a lot of data. And as you go through the game, this list is going to populate for every star system that you go to. If you take notes on it, if you take notes along the way, you'll know, like Hansel and Gretel, you'll leave like little breadcrumbs. Okay, and so you'll know exactly where everything is. You can go exactly where you need to be. Okay, and then you'll fill this stuff out as you go. Now, let's come back after we did all this. Again, these guys, flora, discovered fauna and minerals, that was playing a Korvax game. I don't even care about that stuff, but I leave it for the sake of just in case I need a notes. If there's an animal, is pretty much what I do now. Like, if there's an animal that's trying to eat me or something like that, like, I'll go write that down. You know, I'll use it for notes, but that came from Korvax stuff. So let's go back to the beginning of our line for a second, get everything dialed in. Alright, so now let's click save. Everything's in place. The next thing we're going to go to is our coordinate data. This is where our game save data is going to be. Alright, and so, well, first thing we need is our system, our planet, and our moon, and then our location. The event, the item, and the objective. These are going to be the ones. Again, these came... Whoa, that was far. Okay, these ones here, the weapon buy and the weapon free, okay, is like uh, things that were useful at the time aren't so much anymore, but I just keep it for notes. But like, just not really that necessary anymore. But what is essential are these right here. Okay, system name, planet, and moon. Well, we've already got that. The system is Lemuskiv, the planet is a Towny Wamis, and the moon is null. And so we're going to select those and right click and say copy. Reset the cursor, come over here to coordinates. I'm going to right click and say paste. Boom, paste. I'm going to select all the cells, right click and say optimal width. Boom. Alright, so now we've got our system, our planet, and our moon. Now, what's our location? Our location. Let's go back to our game real quick. Let's come out of this menu. Let's look at our screen. Screen number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Screen number 1 says a Towny Wamis. It says Explorer. It says -22.87. -2287. Okay, so our location, I'll put it in squiggled brackets just to differentiate a location or something substantial about that entry. Okay, but the squiggled brackets are either location or an event or class type. It looks like something that's going to be a need for an additional marker. I don't know how else to put that. Location, was it -22.87? Is that right? -22.87, -4813, -48.13. Alright, so let's do a size, make it fit. and say optimal width. Boom. Click a save. Just double check it. Minus 2287, minus 2287, minus 4813, minus 4813. Okay, we're going to click a save right now. Now, just for the sake of it, just because I know, oh man, I'm wiped out. Okay. I'm trying to wrap this up. We're at the finish line, dude. We're at the finish line. Just because I know this is going to come up, we're going to come down to the location directly under our coordinate we just put in. We're going to double click, put in some squiggled brackets, I don't know what to call it. Okay, and we're going to do all caps, just for the sizing. Space station, SPACE, spacebar, STATION, space station. Alright, we're going to select all the tiles, and we're going to say right click, optimal width. Boom. Alright, now, for event, the event, item, and objective, grab the top, the letters themselves, E, F, and G. Okay, select these actual columns, select the columns themselves by the alphabet. Okay, and right click, and we're going to say column width this time, not optimal, but column width. Okay, we're going to change this to 2 inches. Okay, 2 inches. And we'll say okay, and then boom. So that gives us a little breathing room. We can see what we need to, and then when the planet's and system name changes, it'll fit. Now, my screen is going to be a lot more, DPI scaled. I'm blind. Okay, but like, I'm old. Size yours how you need, but that's the drill. Okay, now for event, we're going to select the tile, in this case E2. I'm just going to walking you through kind of like the standard kind of setup. We're going to get everything in place. We spaced out where it says space station because we're going to enter that. It's a larger... I'm tired and my beard is going up my nose. It's longer and it fits, okay, so we're going to space it to fit right now. But we're going to add those little scroll bars, okay, so select where it says event for line number 2, E2. Okay, view and split window. That's what I'm trying to say. Click save. There we got save. Now we're going to select that space station and we're going to just press the delete key on your keyboard. Okay, over to event, and we're going to click save again. Alright, now the event. The event is going to be the master, MASTER, save, SAVE, and then standard, GAME, START, master game start, master save game start. Make the header in capitals. Okay, it's going to be easier. We're going to have to remove tabs, and so it's going to be easier to find when you're cleaning stuff up over and over again. It makes life a lot easier, at least for me. Item, capital vehicle, 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 and then standard, we're going to say radiant pillar, RADIANT PILLAR, and then BC1. Alright, and we're going to tab, and we're going to say save, and then the objective we're going to call repair, 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 and then standard we're going to say starship, STARSHIP, and then press enter. Alright, now that is our game save. That's going to be our game save name. Okay, now what we're going to do here, and I want to point out this one, let's walk you through it just for the sake of it. We went through the process of saving the folder for the game save. Okay, we can do that again, but right now I just want to show you how the naming process works. Okay, so right click and we say copy. Alright, I'm going to minimize the screen. In your backups folder, right, we're going to create a new folder. Let's say a new timestamp, and just say this was say this file. Let's do this. We're just going to rename this back to the way it was. Alright, boom. HelloGames.zip. Okay, mind you, this is an old save. This is from Christmas Eve. This is my Christmas present. Alright, so here's the file save that we made. and we backed it up from the roaming directory, and we right clicked it and we said zip, and we zipped it up, and there was our zip. Here, let me just get both of these out of the way, and that was our zip. Okay, and let's just come back over to this guy, and there's our zip file. Well, what do we do with that? We say, okay, here's our spreadsheet, and we selected our data. Okay, we can copy it. First thing we're going to do though is we're going to say new and folder. Okay, you're going to have lots of saves and this is going to be the archive name, the master zip. Yeah, this is the file save, but there's going to be lots of saves. This is going to be the archive name, And so for right now, we're going to come back and modify it, but we're just going to give it a timestamp, 2022 for the year, 03 for March, 03 for the date, and we're going to say we're going to say 1841, 1841, 6:41 p.m. Pardon me. All right, so now oh, dude, I'm so tired, dude. I'm so tired. Alright, just want to wrap it up. Alright, so here's our game save. We're going to right click and we're going to cut our game save. We're just setting everything up, doing it all in one take. Going to set everything up all in one take. So we cut our saved game. We're going to go into our new folder. It's going to be our archive folder. We're going to right click and we say paste. Boom. Now we're stepped up one more notch. Back to our tab file, then we're going to right click and we're going to copy our file name. Let's go back to our name. Now it says hello games. Okay, that's the folder all zipped up with all the text files. We say rename, and we're going to enumerate these. So we're going to right arrow to the end of the line, space 0 is our starting point. So hello games, space 0 space, and then we're going to put some parentheses. Alright, we're going to back over in the parentheses, and we're going to say either Control V to paste, but I'm going to try and be, if I can be precise, right click and say paste. Boom. Alright, now I want you to note here that there's tabs, T-A-B. There's two tabs between, because there should be a moon. There's a possibility of a moon, okay? Between this particular one, there's two tabs. The file cannot save the name if there's a tab in the screen, and I really want to point this out, and I keep trying to do this. Depending on the size of the name, the length of the name, this tab, if there's no moon, can be so small it'll look like one space. Okay, and so I just really want to point out that between, this is the planet name, there's no moon, okay, but there's still going to be two tabs. Now let's go and clean up this board. At the end of it, at the end of the line, where it says repair starship, we're going to remove those tabs and we're going to replace them with semicolons and spaces. Alright, and so for this next part, I'm going to speak really mechanically, just because I want you to understand the keystrokes, what I'm looking at, what's important and what's not. And so with that, at the end of the line that we just copied and pasted, we're going to put a semicolon. There's nothing else there. There's no tabs after it. Then I'm going to, with my left pinky, hold down the control key, and with my right index finger, I'm going to press the left arrow key. In this case, 2 times. It puts us at the beginning of that bold header face, the bold heading face, repair in this situation. Now I'm going to switch to my ring finger, and I'm going to press on the shift key, and with my right, I'm going to do a left arrow. Okay, we selected the tab, and now I'm going to press this semicolon, and for the youngsters, if you're watching, it's the one with the period and the comma. Alright, so semicolon and space. A regular colon will not work, okay, it's going to crash, you have to do it all over again. And so to be mechanical, with my left pinky on the left control key, and my right index finger on the left arrow, 1, 2, 3, 4 times to the beginning of the item name. In this case it's vehicle. Alright, with my left ring finger I say left ring finger, I hold down left shift and left arrow with my right index. I highlight one tab and I replace it with a semicolon and a space. Boom. Again, I'm just being very mechanical in this process. Alright, with my left pinky, I hold down the left control and the left arrow with my right index 1, 2, 3, 4 times to the beginning of the event. The event is master save. This is why I say put it in bold letters. It stands out a lot easier and you don't get lost after the thousands. Alright, so now with that, I'm going to shift to my, my left ring finger on the left shift and right index on the left arrow. One time, selecting the tab, I'm going to replace it with a semicolon and a space bar. Okay, again, left control and left arrow. 1, 2, 3, 4 times in this case. Now here's where there's those two tabs. Okay, so with my left ring finger on the left shift key, I press down with my right index. One tab, two tabs. So left arrow once, left arrow twice. This second arrow, depending on the size of the names, can be the size of one space bar. Okay, so I just really want to point this out that there's two here if there's missing a moon. We're going to replace that now with a semicolon and a space. And to finish off, I'm going to left pinky on the left control and left arrow with my right index 1, 2 times. In the situation, I'm going to say left shift with my left ring finger and left arrow, select the tab and say semicolon and space. Now if everything is correct, I press enter on the keyboard and ta-da. Now the sort by is ascending, the arrow is up arrowed. Okay, the name is, we're going to right click and say select all columns to fit. For the original save, when you're doing your archive work, okay, if you're going to save your pictures folder and your fleet folder, put it in ascending in the up arrow. But once you're getting into the game and you're in motion, then go into descending because your most recent will be at the top. And this number, if you're, it's number 0 right now, but if it was number 100 or number 200, having to scroll down every time is a hassle. And so this ascending and descending, okay. Now, where are we at? We're going to take control we're going to take control of the path name, okay, or of the archive name. Now, in this situation, what we would do is we would go and right-click the save name and rename it. I would go and select the parentheses of the star system and the moon or planet in the moon. I would right-click and copy. I would go up one arrow, the arrow key, and then I would right-click and I would rename this folder. And I would place, I don't know, just for the sake of it, I would place that in some parentheses. Okay, that's not how I want to name this, but just for the sake of it. So I'm going to go and delete that for a second. Okay, I'm going to cheat for a minute. I'm going to come back to my backups. Okay, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to right-click a save that I was setting up for version 3.75, Le Muscov at Townie Wamas. The build number was going to be YouTube 1. We're going to change that to B1, build 1. Okay, so in this situation, again, I'm kind of repeating myself. I'm just going to highlight the relevant information and say copy. Boom. And then I'm going to alt-tab back to my file. I'm going to right-click. Again, I'm kind of cheating right now. And at the beginning of the line, I'm going to right-click and say paste. Boom. And I'm going to change the build to B0. And I'm going to change the version number to 8.2 score DLC. Okay, so that's going to be our build. We're using the No Man's Sky version 3.82.DLC and Le Muscov Townie. Okay, and again, that's in the squiggled brackets, so it differentiates the two. And then regular parentheses for the star system, which is consistent with our spreadsheet, and then squiggle brackets for build 0, again, just something to differentiate, and then the timestamp of the file name. And if that looks good, we're going to right-click and we're going to say paste. Again, for the sake of it, we're just going to put it in here. We'd say right-click new folder, and they're going to be empty because I don't have photos for it. But right click and say pictures, pictures, and then let me right click and size this up. And then we're going to make a new one, right click new folder for fleet. Okay, FLEET. Alright, and what you call it? There we go. Alright, there's a one for fleet, and then we're going to put another one, right click one for, in this case we're going to looking for Viking system, and the Viking system is going to be a fighter. FIGHTER. Fighters. Okay, fighters. There we go, boom. And so now we've got our 7 vehicles that we're looking for, and then we've got the fleet for all the vehicles in the star system, and then the pictures for all the photos we took when we were doing land panoramics and stuff. All of those together, we come down to our spreadsheet, okay? Right click your spreadsheet, open the file location. You don't want to copy this one because it's just a shortcut, but open the file location, right? In your root folder, wherever you're saving your library, we're going to right click the spreadsheet and we're going to say copy. Okay, this is why I wanted you to have the extensions on your file name so you can see that it's the actual file and not a shortcut to the file. Okay, we're going to come back to our master directory of our archive that we're building, and we're going to say paste. Boom. Now, mind you, this is just game 0, but you could have 100 different saves in here. And this would be the structure of our game save, right? And so now that's pretty much looking dialed in. We're going to up arrow one time, and then we're going to right click it, and we're going to say 7-zip, and we're going to add to the file name .zip. Again, if you're using WinRAR or WinZip, do your thing, but like if you, whatever you're using, if you just use the standard zip format, Windows will be able to unzip it. God forbid you lose your software, worst case scenario. So we're going to add to file name .zip, and there's our file name .zip, and there's our archive. And so we're going to take that archive, write that .zip, and we say cut, and we go up an arrow into our archive folder, and we double click and we say paste. Boom. Right click, say size to fit. Okay, and then we're going to build 1 and build 2, build 3, build 4, build. And so the way this is structured, you could take this folder or this file, drop it in any folder, and everything will retain its proper kind of file structure hierarchy. Okay, the game saves of No Man's Sky are just absolutely absurd. Here. Okay, the names that they have is Feb9 at 21.2.29. Well, what happens if you go from February to March? Is it alphabetical order? Or what happens when, January and June, July? Okay, wait. Now all of a sudden, like, you can't keep, these photos are not in order anymore. That timestamp only works for that 1 month. It's very short-sighted, okay, but like, that's why this type of naming structure is absolute. Okay, whatever build you get, that's the hierarchy, and then the planet name, and so there's organization, and then from there there's the build, and then from the builds there's going to be timestamps. You know what I mean? That's the way you handle it. But when this list ever gets too large and you want to move on, then you cut those out of there, and then you come and paste them into the vault. You catch my drift? Alright, so that is done. Let's come back to our backups folder. Let me close all these down. Alright, oops. Yikes. Alright, so back to our backups folder. Oh goodness, come on. There we go. Alright, so our DLC, here's our game save, right? And now we just made an archive of this, and so we don't want to do any more work in this build 0. Okay, see where it says build 0? So what we're going to do is we don't want to contaminate build 0, and so what we're going to do is we're going to right click it. Okay, we're going to make a new folder. We just did it, but we're going to do it again. Right click and rename, and right click and copy. Okay, now we're going to right click and say new, and we say folder, and right click and paste. Alright, now we don't want to have the same timestamp, so we're going to go back. This is now going to be 1855, so 6:55 p.m. So that's going to be 1855, boom. And then this is no longer build 0, but this is going to be build 1, and everything else remains the same. Boom, and we press enter. Alright, inside we've got nothing left, and so we're going to come back up to our previous folder, and the only thing we care about is going to be our save files. So if it was 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 100, you're going to go grab all of them, hello games, and then the entire enumerated set, right click, and then you say copy. Right click and say copy. Back to our new folder, build 1, we're going to right click and say paste. Boom, right click and paste. There we go. So now that we've got that in place, alright, we just put everything away with build 0, with build 1. You can leave these out here if you want to. More power to you, you know what I mean? Or you could delete those, because if you go on to the thousands, that could get large and lots of save files. Alright, but now you see the structure, and now we've got our game save. So now we're going to take that game save, I'm going to right click, and we're going to say copy. Boom. And then we would go down to our, again, the toolbars. We would go into our roaming folder, right? And we would say, right, oops, let me maximize this. Into our roaming folder, and we'd right click and we'd say paste. Boom. And there's our starship. And there's our game save. Now at the moment, I think we're still in the game. And so I'm going to exit out of all that. Alright, we're still in the game. Alright, so now that is complete. We're going to exit out of the game. Okay, now mind you, we did some time lapse there. You're going to take all this data down when you first spawn the planet, okay? And you're going to get your save data, and you're going to exit out of the game and save that. But we did it backwards because we're kind of restoring a game. We're putting one into place. And so that was a little kind of juggled. Alright, but there's our game save. I'm going to save that. I'm going to say file and exit. Now there's a new save. It's a different file. Alright, and we've got our game save loaded. Now, before we originally, just to say, we originally made a game save of the Hello Games folder in the roaming directory. We added it to hellogames.zip. Okay, that zip has now gone through a complete processing where now it's got a number, it's enumerated, it's got all the system data and everything else. It's going to be in order wherever you look at it. You're going to be able to look back in time and say, okay, at this point I'm at this location and this is what was going on. You know what I mean? And then you're going to recognize these coordinate data, and you're going to know if you're in the building or if you're outside. You're going to know what's going on. It's going to be like the Matrix where you just see it. Alright, I'm going to get rid of that zip file because I don't want to get it confused. But now that we're out, now that we are out of the game, again, you don't want to delete the original masters at all. And so we'd right click and we'd say cut. Alright, now we can get to our desktop. Again, now that we've cut that out, we go to our temp folder, or dump folder, right click, new folder, and say, double click, right click, and say paste. Boom. Now that guy is safe. Back in our roaming folder, what do we got? Now that's gone, it's out of the way. We're going to right click and we're going to test our new zip, make sure everything works. You don't want to make a bad zip file. And we say right click and you say extract here. Boom. There's our extract here from 12/24/2021, 9:30 in the morning. There's our game save. Alright, so now we should be good to launch back in. How long's the video? 5 hours and 11 minutes. Alright, so be it. Now let's launch back in the game. Now this is where we're going to end the video, okay? Because I'm exhausted, my voice is shot, I'm tired, this is like 5 hours into it. Alright. This video for a nerd or a gamer is not going to be that big of a deal. Okay, very long and boring. But for an 8-year-old boy that's on YouTube making videos and they're totally lost, if they watch this thing, then this is going to help them out. If they're a normie or like a housewife and they watch this thing, then this can help them out. I tried to make this as well as I could for my son. Okay, like when I was watching on a YouTube, there was a kid, it must have been like 8 or 10 years old, but the kid was totally lost playing the game, and it was the same exact experience I had when I was playing the game, and it's somebody else's kid, so I'm not going to go try and, I'm not gonna go try and make a video for the kid, but it gave me the idea that, like, I can make a video. I see a lot of people having the same problems I was having, and it's not just me, dude. Like, when I saw that kid having a problem, man, it made me remember and think that, like, it brought me to the status of an 8-year-old kid panicking in a game trying to figure out how to do this stuff. Okay, and so there's a common thread between all of it. And just like it's just. Sorry, dude, hold on. I personally believe that there is an innate human quality, a characteristic, a drive, a desire to go into the stars like it's our natural home, our natural environment. And it makes me feel as if that we're all stranded here, that somewhere there was a shipwreck and we all got stuck. Something along that line. Okay, I love this game. I want to see it succeed. I'm jumping into a version I don't want to play. I just spent the last 5 odd hours making a walkthrough for it. Alright? But this is why. I built this city. I got this, spawned it on Christmas Eve. And we're coming up on St. Patrick's Day. 7 minutes of playtime. This is where we're going to start. And I'm not going to restart this video series anymore for each version that comes out. Okay, I would prefer at this point to play on 3.75. I may change my mind and go back to it. Alright, but the techniques I'm going to show you, you can apply to any version. Okay, we're just going to fill in the blanks. At this point, I don't want to give you obsolete data, and so if there's a bug, I'll go through it with you, dude. I really wish people would stop getting excited about updates and really demand that they give a finished product. If they can't, then stop doing it, but that's just not going to get into it. But this is what the planet's going to look like at minimal standards and minimal settings, rather, and this is where we're going to spend our time. We're not going to build on top of this that minor settlement. We're going to go and have a whole new setup. We're going to set it up by navigation data, so we're going to end up in an entirely different location. That being the case, I'm about to call this a wrap for the night. I just really want you to notice here, dude. I'm trying to get you dialed in right. You should be able to see how we can see the entire screen right now, even with the health meters and health bars. Okay, I'm trying to get you set up. But as of this moment, dude, I'm going to exit out of the game. And let's see, let me escape. Anything on the screen? What am I forgetting? I don't know. I'm too tired. I gotta eat some food and go to sleep, dude. I'm wiped out. Something like it. Alright. We'll go through and read all that stuff next time, dude. I'm not feeling it. You get the idea with all this other stuff. I'm tired. I'm too tired to try and read through all this right now. My voice is thrashed. And so I'm going to leave it at that. I'm going to go and exit out of this desktop. Oh, man. I'm wiped, dude. How long is this video? 5 hours and 16 minutes. 5.5 hours almost. Look, dude. I'm trying to get you dialed in, but I gotta lean back. Alright, I'm gonna pack another bowl here and wrap this video up. Oh, dude. That was a journey, man. That was an experience. And if you're still here, man, more power to you. But that's the process, dude. That's the process. And if you spend the time and do it, this is a long video, but I'm not just saying it just to say it and fill your time. Let me pack another bowl here real quick and call it a wrap. I'm not trying just to sit there and walk you through like, ooh, how to get your sodium. Oh, how to get your thing. Yeah, cool. I'm gonna make up a number. There's a gazillion videos like that. Okay, and that's usually on the top of the relevance list, but I'm not gonna get into it. But anyway, like for regular people like me, I'm making a 5-hour video, and I only have a 1-hour window before the video disappears into what's called a memory hole, And so I understand that this video is not standard for the rest of everybody, okay, but like, I spent my life working on computers. It's a very long story, probably gonna bore you, and I really don't want to get into it, but like, I spent my life on these computers. I've worked on servers. I've lost my hearing and my voice from having to talk and be in the same room with them. I've been in a motorcycle accident. Okay, so I got short-term memory problems. My speech drifts. I lose track of what I'm talking about sometimes, a lot. And then, like, I smoke, dude. Okay, and so, like, I'm not perfect. But what my objective here is in this video is not for points and clicks. Financially, I'm secure. I'm not worried about ad revenue. And what I do want to do, though, is get back to the projects I'm working on with Y2K38. And if that's gonna happen, I'm either going to just abandon this video game and just get back to it, or I'm gonna document what I've done and what I've learned, and so I can help other people, or I can fall back onto it myself when the time comes. Okay, whatever situation may be. If I do come back to YouTube after I finish with this video series, How to No Man's Sky, I'm going to be talking a lot about Y2K38. Okay, I'm going to teach you guys how to do a rollout. And why do I keep talking about it all the time? Because in my experience now, or in my time with the video game No Man's Sky, I've come across a very large, very eclectic community that spans every ethnicity and every age group, all genders, or I don't even know the numbers, but whatever the genders are, the genders. I'm a Generation X, dude. I don't know what you guys are talking about, but whatever that is, more power to you. Do your thing. But all of whatever the genders are, then all the genders and all the ethnicities and all the peoples and all the ages and all the family member types and fathers and mothers and kids and brothers and sisters and friends and nerds and business types, and everybody is playing this game. Why? Because it's awesome. It's the closest that any of us are ever going to get to being able to journey into space. I tell you, we will have time travel before we have space travel. But that's another subject altogether. However, I'm working on Y2K38 because nobody else is. I spent my life working on Y2K. It's been devoted to it and went through it. I'm the last of them that worked on Y2K. I was the youngest at the time, and I was worked myself pretty high up a ladder when it was going on. But I've been in a motorcycle wreck, and I stepped down just because I don't want to be responsible for a failure on the job. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want a satellite to crash because I, got in a motorcycle wreck. And so I'm content with my existence. You know what I mean? Like, I'm married to my network, I'm working on my little projects, but I'm also dying of lung cancer, and so I'm trying to wrap up all the loose ends and get everything put in place. You know what I mean? These videos that I put out here, I'm trying to stay alive until Y2K38 gets here. But I'm old, dude. I'm old. Okay, I'm in my 50s, man. Okay, another 15, 17 years. I'm a heavy smoker, and if you haven't heard my voice, dude, I don't know if I'm going to be able to make it that long. Which means, if I pass on, dude, then like, there's only, a short amount of time these videos are going to stay online before they just get erased altogether. That's the way that YouTube works. And so hopefully I can either stay alive and then keep this account up and running, or I can pass on the torch to whoever's listening. And download the videos if you have to, but right now I'm doing a video game. If I don't do this now, then I'm going to forget everything. But when I get back, if I come back, if I make it, if I get there, I'm going to teach you how to do a rollout, how to write a rollout. I'm going to get you prepared for Y2K38. Okay, most of you guys have no idea what I'm talking about, but I do. I do. I've been hearing about it since I was in diapers, just because of my father and his friends, and you know where I lived and where I grew up, and I was born right into the middle of all of this, and I'm a geezer now. I'm a relic, okay, and I'm lived a hard life, like not like oh sad. I mean like when I was riding motorcycles, man, my bike, bike goes squish, but it was a '99 Gixxer, okay, an old Suzuki GSXR, an old Gixxer, a '99 Hayabusa, okay, Hayabusa, Hayabusa, all right. Now I was black on black Kevlar, the fastest thing on earth, all right. I rode hard like I meant it. I make a left-hand turn, I'm scraping my knee, you know what I mean? But like the day I got in a wreck, well, the day before I rode through a rainstorm, I got water in my brake line, and I got in a bike wreck the next morning, and I dropped down from maybe about a buck 25, maybe down to about 75, and when I needed my brakes, they weren't there, and I went right through the side of a vehicle. I mean, it was all parked or empty early morning parking lot kind of thing, but like I uh, I cut a Volvo in half with my face and ended up in a Plymouth Valiant, and then finally came to a resting stop inside of a building. Okay, so I got short-term memory problems. All right, and I smoke. All right. My voice is blown out because I worked on computers, servers like Pleiades, like the constellation Pleiades. It's a very loud machine. It's a building in itself. But anyway, lots of fans, lots of cooling fans. They're very loud, very loud. Okay, and my voice is gone because of it. My hearing is gone because of it. I got in a motorcycle wreck. I can barely walk, but I still know how to do the stuff on a computer. I'm doing everything I can to stay alive until Y2K38, but for right now, I'm taking a break and I'm playing a video game and I'm enjoying it. And I want to pass on the torch. I want to give back, pass it forward, whatever you want to call it. Before I get back to what I'm working on, dude, I want to show you how to do some of the stuff that I'm doing. If you follow my lead on this thing, you'll never have to worry about anything with this game. You will own the universe. You will own this game. Hold on. Here, you know what? As a matter of fact, how long is this tape? 525. Let's do this real quick. I just want to see it. I just want to see it. Let's go and grab a demo. I want to see how it holds up. Let's go in the vault. Let's go here. Demo. And I can't remember the others, but I remember demo 7. Demo 7. I can't remember what was going on in the others, but I remember this one. There's a time delay. Alright, so let's go check it out. Let's go into roaming and go into paste. I'm going to delete that one. I want to see how this works out. Came all this way, at least I can remember that. Alright, let's go wrap it up. Let's go home and see what it's going to look like. Alright. This is what? This can close. What's the time on this? This is going to be a 6-hour tape, dude. It's going to be a 6-hour tape. This has been a journey, dude. Alright, 23 hours and 13 minutes into it. Last save was on Valentine's Day, so I got the city on Christmas Eve, and this is how I spent my Valentine's Day. I love this game, dude. It's my Valentine. It's my Christmas present. It's the closest I'm ever going to be to Luke Skywalker or Han Solo or Buck Rogers. You know, I love this game. I just want it to work. Alright, so I'm smoking right now. The floors are missing. And can we fall through the floor? We fell through the floor. Alright, 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 dude. Oh, we're still falling through the floor. Alright. Let's try it again. This is where we started, right? This is where we started. Alright, let's try it again. Let's go full 360, man. Alright. Just say no, dude. Alright, let's try it again. My hands are full right now. Come on, dude. Let's go. Alright, that seems to hold, dude. Alright. So that seems to hold. So that's gonna be our setting. Oops. Hold on a second. Alright, let's go for a ride real quick. Again, I want you to note, okay? On that corner, there's nothing, there's no objects. On that corner, there's no objects. When we come back, there's going to be objects. Underneath that ramp, they're on the floor, but there's a bug, and it pops to the ceiling. I want to see if that works, or if that still happens. Let's go for a flight real quick. I got my finger on the pinky, and so... Oops. Right now, I'm smoking, and so my hands are full, dude. I just want to see how I can bank it and how it's holding up. I'm not controlling any laterals right now, dude. I'm holding, my hands are full. I just want to see how it responds right now. Hold on. Let's get out of here for a second. There's no mods on this vehicle or anything like that. There's no, Alright, let's go for a ride. Here, let me put this down. Hoogity. Alright, let's get in there. Come here, you. Oh, this vehicle. Come on, buddy, do it. Ugh. I just got a stock C-Class, dude, so it handles like a shopping cart. Alright. Everything looks total low res. It's fine, I don't care anymore. Vehicle looks fine, the base looks totally plain, I don't care. Does it work? Alright. Alright, dude, this looks like... I have no idea what we're gonna deal with once we get in there, but... What does this stuff look like? What up? Sorry about the lights, man. What up? My man. You alright? Okay. Now, some of the things I've noticed on this low setting, dude, the suit, especially when it comes to the gloves, dude. Yeah, see, it's super blurred, dude. I'm past the point of caring, dude. This is the low settings, dude. Like, this is what it's been looking like every time I try and play the game, dude. Like, 3.8.2, every time I try and play it, the helmet shows up fine, the backpack shows up fine, but the body is just all bust. I'm past the point of caring, dude. I just want it to be as small as file as it can be, and like, I just recorded 6 hours, you know what I mean? Like, I'm past the point of caring. I just want it to work. Alright, so that's gonna be kind of what everything looks like. And we're gonna go totally low def, dude. Low def. Alright. Come on. Alright, so I'm no good at the third person thing, but this is what it's gonna look like. Okay, it's gonna be low res, it's gonna be low def, and that's what's gonna happen there. Okay, so that's what it's gonna look like. Everything is like, we're not falling through the floors right now, so I'm cool with that. As long as I don't fall through the floors, we're good, we're good, we're good. Alright, let's go back to the house. I'm gonna call it a wrap. Alright, where's this guy at? Come here, you. See, this is why I can't use the locked mode. I can't. See, here I can get precision on it. It drags into place. Alright. And see, like right here, when I let go at 200%, this is why they keep it at 75%. At 75%, you have to be going this fast to be able to see all 5 screens. You have to be flying through space to see your coordinate data. What good is that, dude? And so I'm trying to stay positive, okay? But like, that's like a thing, man. You know, that's why we changed the settings to 200%. We need to be able to see this screen. We need to be able to see the cabin just like this at the slowest speed possible, not at like top velocity. You know what I mean? The units per second are flying off the charts, you know what I mean? Alright, we're almost back. We're gonna fly in heavy and see if we can fall through the floors. Alright, come in hot, buddy. Alright, let's see what we get. Now watch the corners. See there's stuff on the corners now? Alright, it's gonna run in, try and see if we can get through. Can we fall through the floors? Oh, thank you. Whatever that combination is, we're good with it. Alright, now see all this stuff right here? This is the issue, man. This is the issue. I mean, like, this stuff just comes up. It's fine right now because it's at the bottom. But as time goes on, each of these floors is going to have a set of doors and it's going to have a ramp. Because you're going to have a better jetpack. And so you're going to be able to fly up to where you need to go. Alright, and that stuff will pop all the way to the top and then back down. It's just a thing. Alright, so I'm going to show you how to produce this little base. I think that's kind of silly right here, but anyway. I'm going to take one more walk around the yard and see what's going on out here. Alright, I told you, man, it's really science fiction, very, very Borg. Oops. Stumbling over my own fingers here. Alright, well, if we're not crashing, that's cool. If the video's not skipping, that's great. If we're not falling to the ground, that's awesome. I don't care about the graphic settings anymore, dude. Like, I really don't. To a certain extent, you know, like, if this was on low mode, that base would look incomplete. I can't do that. That messes me up. Like, I can't. It's a bizarre kind of thing. But I have to set it to the high setting in order to keep it from, like, crashing or falling through the floor. Whatever the case is, man, if it works, it's working. Alright. Alright, let's get in there. Alright, I'm gonna call this a wrap, dude. Dude, this place, I'm gonna tell you, man, like, at one point, dude, I had packed 100 refiners in here. I learned so much stuff, dude. I learned so much stuff in here. I'll tell you about it later, dude, but I packed 100 refiners in here, and I noticed, oh, that test run I was telling you about with the nanites. Anyway. Alright. I'm gonna call this a wrap, dude. I'm gonna call this a wrap. But notice right there, and notice right there, those are still in the corners. This is how it's gonna look. This is how we're gonna do it. I have no idea how big this video is right now. But each of these floors, dude, this may look all silly and basic. Yeah, I get it, dude. But, like, I started this all over to make this video series. And now it's like, I just want to go back and build my other base. But it's like, I can't even find where that is. So I'm just really... When you go through and you're going to do, and you have to have, like, your farming and your plants, you can do it in the biological chambers and, like, you know, you've got, like, oxygen farms and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, cool, dude. You can place those in here if you need to, alright? Or you can place those elements wherever you can. These floors will fill up with all of your projects. You're safe on this planet. And when you go to other planets, the Sentinels can't get over the top. If you build one of these in the 7 different star systems or the 7 different economy types, you'll be able to teleport where you need to go, dude. You'll be able to get to where you need to be. And so, I'm going to do this real quick. I'm going to bounce out. Let's go to the desktop. Did the, oh, check it out. It's already read in. Yeah, dude, like, I don't know, man. Like, here's $1 trillion. Okay, that's cool. And there's some nanites. Okay, that's cool. I've gone and, like, maxed them all out. But that takes forever, dude. If you're gonna do that, do it in the beginning. Do that in the first builds. If you're gonna max out everything, do that the earliest of saves, dude. Other than that, like, if you go through and do all that work, and then you go to a previous save, oh, I hate in life, dude. You're gonna have to do it all over again. And all that work you did was wasted anyway. It's just like, now I just kind of build up what I need. You know what I mean? Like, that kind of thing. But I'm gonna bounce out of here, dude. Let's close out. Let's close out. I'm wiped, dude. I gotta make some food. There's a sandwich waiting for me. How long is this video? Whoa, dude. 5:43. 5:43. Alright, bro. I'm telling you, I hope you got something good out of all this, man. I'm tired. I'm spent, dude. I'm so wiped out. And so, I'm gonna have to wrap this up, dude. I'm not gonna keep restarting this project every time they make a new build. I really just want to play in 3.75. It works, it's tranquil. I really don't have any interest in the Sentinel build. Yeah, there's some stuff in it, and that's cool. You've got a mech suit. But, like, honestly, dude, there's so much you have to do before you even get there. So, the way I'm thinking about this is just, like, have it for this build. Okay, that's fine. And then, like, keep going all the way through. But I'm not going to go through and spawn a new planet every time they have a new build. Dude, that's what I was doing, and I don't know, I'm sitting here thinking about it, dude. I really don't think that people are starting a new system every time there's an update. I was trying to keep a clean build, and so every time that there was an update, when, like, I first started playing 3.70, I thought that was going to be, like, it. And then, like, after about a month, I spent the first month at a ancient ruins. And then I found, oh man. Anyway, stuff for another day, dude. I'm so wiped. I love you guys, and I'm gonna hit the road, Jack. When I come back, if we do a Y2K38, just realize that, like, if there was an army of people to handle Y2K38, I cannot think of anyone better than the people that are playing No Man's Sky. I mean, yeah, if you're IT, you're gonna be working on it, but, like, the creative nature of everyone involved, the logistical training in the background of it, the age group, the kids that are playing this game now are going to be they're going to be in charge of the IT department when Y2K38 comes. But I'm so spent right now. I'm going to go. But there's a reason I'm doing this. If you're going to be paying attention to it, I'm going to get you ready to save the world. Okay, I was the youngest on my team in any that I'd seen during Y2K, but I just don't think I'm going to be able to make it another 15 years, dude. I'm trying. 17 years? Oh, goodness. I'm going to be clinging to the cliff at that point. I don't know. I don't know. I'm going to hit the road, Jack. I hope to catch you around town, but if I see you, I see you. If I don't, I don't. And it's all said and done. I hope you learned something good out of this. God almighty, I try. God knows I try. Anyway, sweet dreams, you guys. Sleep well. I'm going to bounce. I'll catch you around town. Take it easy. Have a good one. Cut in a 3, 2, and a 1. Cut.